November 1836. Finally, it's done. I've sold my half of Van Draven and Morrison to my old partner and friend, Robert Morrison. He's now the proud owner of 20 of the finest clipper ships to ever sail from Southampton. May they serve him well in his future endeavors. As for myself, I am content. My new wife is young, beautiful, and the daughter of a wealthy planter well established in the Jamaicas. Her heritage is old, almost as old as my own, if not quite as prestigious. Accompanying her is a maid, Matilda, a wild creature of mixed heritage. Dusk beauty indeed, who never leaves my wife's side. I believe my manservant Stephen is already in love. We count ourselves lucky to have such glorious company as we undertake the long voyage back to England. December 1836. The new house is a marvel. Sat atop a rearing cliff, it overlooks the dark waves of the Atlantic and the picturesque village of Mavagazzi, which sits nestled on the southern coast of windswept Cornwall. On our arrival, we were greeted by Jonathan Wills, builder and architect, who I had, at some expense, commissioned to build the house. After some pleasant trivialities, he took me gently to one side and explained to me some of the extra cost I had incurred during my long absence. Most of these seemed to revolve around compensatory-like matters, as it seemed 2 workers, both men from the village, had died whilst working on the house. One had died after falling from the scaffolding, and the other crushed to death by falling masonry from faulty rigging. Now, I inquired of Wills how this was any concern of mine. After all, the men had been hired legally and paid an honest day's wage for an honest day's labor. Any misfortune that had befallen them through accident, act of God, or their own carelessness was no concern of mine. It was at this point that I first learned of the village's dislike of not only myself, but also that of my new home. Wills informed me, in no uncertain terms, that it would be in my best interest, and a gesture of goodwill, if I was to compensate the grieving widows of both men. After some little thought, I agreed on the condition that he tell me what grievances the village and its denizens had against myself and my new home. He agreed and commenced with telling of his tale. According to Wills, the ground upon which my new house stood was considered by many of the villagers, and others here, and about the general area, as something akin to sacred ground. Something to do with an ancient druid grove and a great circle of stone rings, both of which had been uprooted and destroyed to make room for my new home. The great stones themselves smashed and used in the very foundation of the house itself. This and more he told me until I could contain myself no longer and laughed uproariously in the poor man's face. After some small while, I regained my composure, and I apologized profusely for my rudeness, all the while explaining that the local fairy tales bothered me not at all, and the opinions of us, a bunch of superstitious locals, bothered me even less. But still, I had to live in this place and do business with the local shopkeepers and merchants, and so I sent Wills on his way with a heavy purse with which to compensate the grieving families of the 2 men. January 1837. Christmas was something of a muted affair. Many of my old friends and acquaintances are situated in London, and we are quite alone here in our own little corner of the world. My wife does not partake of strong drink, as is becoming of a lady. Now, she was somewhat silent and sullen through the whole affair. As for her maid, Matilda, she would not even acknowledge the sacred holiday at all, and I fear she's no true Christian. I stayed up late that night and drank deeply, lonely in my solitude. I even went so far as to drag my poor manservant Stevens from his warm bed before plying him liberally with generous amounts of my finest brandy. We sat there some time before a roaring fire, talking over old times while the wind howled and gibbered outside our window. The last thing I heard as I fell asleep was the roar of the ocean. I did not dream. March 1837. It's been 4 months and 3 days since we moved into the house, and although I have taken my beautiful Elizabeth to bed every night and performed my husbandly duties with great vim and vigor, there's no sign of a child. My beloved tells me these things take time, but I find myself growing more sullen, spending more and more time locked in my study poring over my old ledgers. My wife is strong, young, beautiful, and almost 20 years my junior. I feel our troubles stem from myself, for I have grown old in many years of business, and now I fear shall never sire an heir to continue the sacred name of Vendraven. God save me from such a fate. April 1837. The doctor I sent for arrived only yesterday, and after a lengthy examination of both myself and Elizabeth, and after many searching questions, deemed us both fit and healthy, and could see no reason why children should not be forthcoming in our immediate future. September 1837. The summer was a glorious one, and I had almost forgotten this journal. Our days have been spent frolicking on the local beaches, where we picnicked and swam frequently in the chilly Cornish sea. Our nights spent sipping wine on the veranda, listening to the gentle lapping of the surrounding sea, but for all our happiness and our nightly devotions to one another, still, there is still no sign of a child. October 1837. God forgive me, for I have sinned. I have drank of vile potions, and I've prayed to dark gods, offering up sacrifice for their favor. It all started with that witch Matilda, who one evening, long after my wife had retired to her bed, approached me where I sat reading by lamplight in my study. She entered silently, and I only noticed her presence when she laid a dusky hand upon my shoulder, causing me to cry out and spill my drink on the book that I had been reading. Leaping to my feet, I cursed her roundly. She took a step back before my anger and curtsied, casting her eyes down demurringly. Yet still it seemed a small smile played across her shapely lips. I demanded she explain why she was sneaking around the house at this ungodly hour instead of attending her mistress, my good lady wife. She informed her mistress was abed and sleeping soundly, and it was now me she intended to serve. Now, baffled, I asked her meaning, but her next question caught me off guard. She asked how badly I wanted a child. And a male one, at that. An heir to carry on the Vendraven bloodline. For a moment, I was tempted to beat her for her insolence, and even raised my hand to do so, but something in her eyes stilled my hand, causing it to drop limply by my side. Anything, I answered. I would do almost anything for a male heir to carry on the Vendraven name. Nodding, she took my hand, and I marveled at how soft her skin was against my own, as she led me from my study through the kitchen and down the darkened cellar. God, how to describe what waited for me deep in the bowels of my own home. An altar anointed with blood, a sacrifice to some dark and terrible god. Everywhere candles burned, flickering in the eyes of the dead animals that lay all about. Pigeons, doves, cats, even a large black dog lay piled around its base, their blood soaking into the feet of that terrible statue that sat hunched and grotesque. An insult to those of us who dwell in the sane light of day. Its body, while hunched and twisted, resembled that of a man. But that's where anything human in likeness suddenly stopped, for its head was that of a great octopus, scaled with huge, staring eyes, and a mass of withered tentacles covering the lower half of its face. From its gnarled back sprung stunted wings, and its scaled arms and feet were claw-like and webbed. I turned to run, to flee this abomination, but the witch Matilda stood blocking my way. I tried to push past, but she grabbed my arm and spanned me back around to face her, blowing some kind of noxious dust in my face that instantly caused my head to pound and sent my senses reeling. The next thing I knew, we were both naked, kneeling before the bloody altar. The knife was in my hand. God. Oh, God. Stevens lay dead before me. His throat, a red ruin, his hot blood all over me. Beside me knelt Matilda, chanting, her naked body covered in sweat and blood, as she cried out her devotion to her infernal gods. I tried to rise, but she pushed me back down upon my back and climbed on top of me. From behind her, she pulled a small wooden bowl, brimming with some kind of noxious liquid, which she raised to her lips. Taking the potion into her mouth, she pressed her lips against my own, but I twisted my head to and fro, raising my hands to beat her off, but she caught them easily and placed them upon her heavy breast, letting some of the crimson potion trickle from between her ripe lips down over her heavy, glistening body. In a moment, her lips crushed against mine, spilling the vile poison down my throat. The rest of the night was filled with blurred images as we fornicated amongst the dead, like wild animals biting and tearing at each other, and I, filled with all the vigor of my youth. Until at last I collapsed exhausted, only to awake the very next day battered and bruised in my own bed. So exhausted I was, barely able to move. I called out, and my cry was instantly heeded as a smiling Elizabeth entered the room, carrying a tray as if she had been waiting just outside the door. She asked me how I was feeling as she placed the tray across my lap and told me how they had found me sweating and delirious upon my study floor in the grip of some strange fever. I tried to speak to tell her of the horror, but I only managed a single word. Stevens. Smiling, she patted my hand. Her next words turned my blood cold. Sick, she lied, smiling all the while. Down with the same fever as your own, my love. But don't worry, she said, beginning to spoon-feed me a strange-tasting broth. It will all be over soon. November 1837. Days have passed, maybe even weeks. I am a prisoner laying here in this filthy bed, drugged and alone, only this journal to bear witness to my plight. The witch Matilda came to visit me yesterday, her belly already round and swollen. She took my hand and placed it on her stomach. What a fine son I will have, she grinned. A fine boy who will have a fine name and a fine fortune. A vessel for my master. For now his time has come round once again, and he will walk abroad once more in the land of men. And they will tremble at his coming, for the sleeper has awoken Lucas Vendraven. She stroked my brow almost affectionately. And he will be of one father and two mothers, as it is written in the dark pages of time. I could do nothing but lay there and listen to her ramblings, as she spoon-fed me the intoxicating broth down my throat, her soft chanting lulling me into a drug-fueled sleep. I awoke sometime later in the dark. Perhaps only hours had passed, or even days. It's so hard to keep track of time in this place. The last face I remembered seeing was that of my once beloved Elizabeth, who sat silently by my side, spooning scalding broth between my lips, sometimes to smile at whatever little pain she could cause me. How glad I will be when you are dead, she said, ramming the spoon down my throat until I started to gag and choke. All those nights with your shriveled old body, sweating on me, grunting. How I shuddered at your touch, and still, you couldn't give me a child. Now Matilda has the honor of bringing our master into this world, but he is strong, I will need 2 mothers, and I will feel his sacred touch. Feel him growing inside of me, and after, when he is born into this world, I will come for you, Marcus Van Draven." She raised and threw back the scalding covers from my wasted body. She poured the remainder of the scalding broth onto my lap and laughed down at me, where I withered in agony before mercifully passing out. Later, I felt a cold hand pressed against my throat as I swam up through the darkness. "He is alive," the voice of Matilda chimed. "You gave him too large a dose is all. That and the pain you have inflicted upon him." "Why do we bother?" Elizabeth replied. "Let's just kill him and have done with it." "Be silent, you fool," Matilda snapped. "We still may have need for him. Should the ceremony go wrong, we will have to start the whole process all over again." "Starting again." Elizabeth's voice sounded worried. "As he is now, he can barely move, let alone give you another vessel for the master." Matilda laughed a throaty chuckle. "I have potions that can rouse a dead man's passions. Have no fear of that. If all goes well tomorrow night, we shall have no more use for him, and you can kill him yourself. But until that time, leave him alone. No more of your little games." "You promise?" she asked, their voices moving away. "That I can kill him?" Faded now as they closed the door gently behind them. I knew then that I must find a way to stop them. Not only for myself, but also to prevent whatever evil they intended to bring into this world. God, I pray, give me strength. This will be my last entry in this journal. I awoke this very night to the roar of thunder and the flash of lightning outside my window. Seemed I'd slept the entire day away, uninterrupted, and I felt somewhat better for that. Faded was the leaden feel in my limbs, and my mind felt clear and sharp for the first time in many days. It seemed Elizabeth had heeded the witch Matilda's words and had left me alone, or perhaps they were busy with whatever evil they were planning, and they'd forgotten about me. Either way, my prayers had been answered, and I felt stronger than I had in days. Now free from the effects of whatever terrible drug they had been feeding me, rousing myself, I sat up, wincing at the stiffness in my limbs as I slowly rose to my feet, leaning against the bedpost as a wave of dizziness assaulted my senses. After a few deep breaths, the room stopped its spinning and I was able to gather my senses about me once again. Staggering over to my dresser, I quickly dressed before heading to the door. My hand had just started to turn the handle when the chanting started, and suddenly the air felt charged with electricity, making it hard to breathe, causing my scalp to tighten and the skin of my arm to crawl with great knots of goose flesh. For a moment I considered running, leaving this place for the damn forever. But I could not. Whatever evil was afoot, I had played my part in it. For was it not my very essence that was being used, manipulated to bring something unspeakable into the world? Strengthening my resolve, I took a deep breath and I threw open the door, expecting to be greeted by all the denizens of hell, but there was only a darkened corridor lit by flashes of lightning, crash of thunder that seemed to accompany the hellish chanting like some terrible drum. The air felt thick and heavy as I continued on down the hall, past the library and drawing room, till at last I stopped outside my wife's dressing room and, with trembling hands, threw open the door. They were both there, lying upon the floor, facing each other, completely naked, their legs splayed wide open, their ankles entwined. The room was lit by hundreds of candles, and there was blood everywhere. It lay in puddles upon the hardwood floor and ran in rivulets down the walls. Even the ceiling dripped with a crimson rain, splashing and hissing against the burning candles, splattering and showering the two chanting women. I watched on in horror as Matilda's ripe stomach started to heave and twist. She had time to let out a single ear-piercing shriek before her stomach suddenly exploded, bathing Elizabeth's lower half in blood and gore as the creature inside her clawed and heaved its way out. I let out a wail of despair as the creature more fully emerged, for I had seen this thing before, carved in stone deep in the bowels of my own home. For this was Matilda's dark god brought to life by our terrible union. At the sound of my cry, Elizabeth noticed my presence for the first time, raised her blood-covered face and hissed at me, her eyes filled with hatred as if daring me to come closer. Now the creature was free and slowly crawling towards her waiting flesh. A laborious umbilical cord trailing behind it, eager to be in its new host, hidden away from the world where it could continue to grow and consolidate its power. Quickly, I looked for something, anything I could use as a weapon. My eyes fell upon a basket full of knitting. With a cry of triumph, I leapt forward and snatched up 2 slender wooden needles and ran across the room, but it was too late. It was too late. The creature was gone, hidden away, buried deep inside of my once beloved Elizabeth. Only the trailing umbilical cord remained. Steeling myself, I made a grab for it, snatching it up. At once my skin began to burn and blistered where the thing twisted and writhed in my hand. With a cry of fear and outrage, I heaved with all of my might, aborting the hateful thing back into the world. I did not stop or even think, but thrust the wooden needles down, driving them deep through the creature's strange flesh, pinning it in place. It let out a scream, a screech that only the true damned could ever muster, shriveling my poor, shrunken soul, reverberating through the halls of my mind. And then it lay still, the glow fading from its glaring yellow eyes once again. Cheated, banished back to whatever strange hell it had come from. Now Elizabeth was climbing to her feet. "The Master!" she cried. "Oh, Lucas, what have you done to our son?" But I let her say no more. Grabbing her by the hair, I reached down and yanked the needles from our now-dead abomination and thrust them upward, under her chin, into the soft flesh of her throat. Her eyes widened, and she staggered back, gurgling and tugging at them, widening the wound till blood poured like a river down her body, mixing with the already blood-soaked floor, causing her to slip and fall, sending her crashing into a nearby dressmaker's dummy, which she clung to, trying to find her balance, but it was too late. Her legs gave way, and she dragged the thing down on top of her, pinning her beneath, as she convulsed and writhed, reaching out towards me, her fingers clutching, pleading, begging, but I turned my face from her. When I looked back, it was finally over. And so it's ended, and only I remain. I've written all through the long night. At last the sun rises, driving back the darkness. But it can never drive away the darkness within the stain upon my soul. I shall go to the cliff's edge now. I shall take my only son and heir with me. Together we shall travel through the dark waters. May God have mercy on our souls. Eric Michaels didn't like the dressmaker's dummy as soon as he laid eyes on it. Then again, he was already prepared to hate anything his wife Sarah brought home from the Van Draven house. If ever there was a haunted house, a truly haunted house, the Van Draven house was it. The site of both multiple murder and suicide. It sat overlooking the village like some broken idol for nearly 300 years. The place was cursed, damned, and Eric Michaels wanted nothing to do with it. And he sure as hell didn't want anything from the decrepit wreck in his home. But when Sarah had heard there was going to be an auction there, she had promptly lost her mind and immediately called up her friend Marcia, arranging to meet at the Van Draven estate promptly at 8 the following morning. Eric would well imagine them both sat outside the front gate like a couple of vultures, decked out in their best summer dresses, just waiting for the poor auctioneer to open the doors so they could sweep in, pick over the fallen carcass of the Van Draven house. In the end, she had returned with only 2 purchases, a dressmaker's dummy and a dusty set of crystal-cut wine glasses that Eric told her that he would never drink from. She had laughed at him then, calling him a superstitious fool before patting him fondly on the cheek and returning to the meticulous cleaning of her newfound treasures. Eric sighed and left her to it. It was all very well for her to call him a fool, but she was an out-of-towner from up-country, as the locals were fond of saying. Eric had been born and bred in Mavagezi. He had heard the stories passed on from generation to generation, had gathered in tents on many a Halloween night, and listened with terrified fascination as his friends and sometimes their older brothers told them gruesome stories of Lucas Van Draven, who had slaughtered his wife, unborn child, and even his new servants before throwing himself from a nearby cliff into the dark waters of the Atlantic. Stories of the Jonas family found dead in the basement of that house, their bodies twisted as if by some terrible force. She had never scurried past the house as a child, walking home alone from school as the sunset made the cracked and shattered windows burn with a seemingly evil intent. Yes, the Van Draven house was as much a part of the village as the fishing boats in the harbor and the summer people who came to visit every year. One day, he supposed, when the old place became decrepit enough, they would pull it down, and then all the evil things inside would rest. But for now, it still stood a monument to the madness, a madness that had now spread to his home. The first real argument started when Sarah moved the dressmaker's dummy into their bedroom. Eric had seen the god-awful thing stood in the corner of the large bay window next to Sarah's sewing machine, and had promptly flipped out. There was no way that he was getting even 1 minute's sleep with that ugly-looking thing looming over him, but Sarah was having none of it. The whole thing devolved into a shouting match where Eric threatened to sleep on the sofa till that damn thing was gone, and Sarah storming out, telling him that he was welcome to it. She had left him sat there on the bed, fuming, wanting to scoop the fucking thing up and throw it down the stairs, but not quite daring to do so. Instead, he stood up and he slowly crossed the room, wondering what the hell she saw in something so ugly. The dummy was typical of its kind, legless, armless. It was nothing more than a headless torso impaled on a tarnished brass stand. The material covering the body looked to Eric like a light hessian, torn and ripped in many places. The overall feel of the thing was one of age and neglect. Curious now, he slid off the bed down to his knees and peered underneath, looking for a date or even a maker's mark. What he saw there caused him to recoil in horror. The underside of the thing was covered in a dark maroon stain that could only be blood. Old and dry, but blood nevertheless. The bottom of the thing was covered in it, drenched in it. Reaching out with a trembling hand, he touched the stains and was suddenly falling. The room spinning, disappearing as if he was being pulled down by some black tunnel. The room was gone, replaced by something else, somewhere else. All about him burnt candles, hundreds of candles and blood. There was blood everywhere. It lay in puddles upon the hardwood floor, ran in rivulets down the walls. Even the ceiling dripped with a crimson rain, splashing, hissing where it made contact with the flickering candles, filling the air with its choking scent. Reaching down with a hand that was no longer his own, he pulled 2 wooden knitting needles from the abomination that lay dead at his feet and span about. A woman was climbing to her feet, quite naked and covered in blood. "The master," she cried. "Oh, Lucas, what have you done to our son?" Again, that terrible hand reached out, grabbing the woman by the hair and thrusting the needles into the soft flesh of her throat. She staggered away, gurgling blood, gushing from her mouth as she tugged at the needle buried deep in her throat. Slipping, she cried out, grabbing at a nearby dressmaker's dummy, clinging on for dear life, pulling it at her, raking it with her nails as she pulled it down on top of her, pinning her beneath. She reached out, begging, pleading, but he was going away now. Back into the blackness. Back to before, to now, to here. To this place. With a cry, he opened his eyes and yelled out in disgust. He was holding the dressmaker's dummy, holding it tight to his chest like some terrible dance partner. Thrusting it away, he backed up, trying to look everywhere at once. Dizzy, disoriented, he tripped over the corner of the bedroom rug, crashing to the floor, his head hitting the radiator with terrible force. The pain was blinding, turning his vision red, then mercifully he passed out into blackness. He awoke 2 days later with 14 stitches and a bad concussion. Sarah had found him unconscious on the bedroom floor, his head laying in a pool of his own blood, and had immediately called for an ambulance. He had only awoken once in the back of the ambulance as it rushed him towards St. Austell's General, but his words had been slurred and nonsensical, something about candles and blood before he passed out again. But now he was awake, doing well. His doctor had told him that he would be able to go to work at the end of the week, after a few days of observation. For the next few days, he lay there, the tedium only broken by meals and Sarah's frequent visits. At nighttime, he would lay awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering what he was going to do about the dressmaker's dummy. There was no way that he could tell Sarah what had happened. She would think he had hit his head a little too hard. Besides, she would never believe him, and who could blame her? He barely believed it himself. He knew only one thing. The damn thing had to go, but how to get rid of it? That was the question. He was still pondering that same question on the night that they released him from the hospital. It was 7:30 at night, and Eric was standing outside the hospital entrance, doing his best not to obstruct the automatic sliding doors that kept opening and closing, much to the annoyance of the on-call duty nurse at reception, as he tried to take shelter from the pouring rain. Sarah should have been here to pick him up over an hour ago, but she hadn't shown up. Worried, Michael rang the house, but the phone was engaged. He tried 2 more times with the same results before trying her mobile, which rang for a couple of minutes, then cut to her answering machine. Eric had a sudden sense of foreboding, so strong that he actually became lightheaded and nearly dropped his mobile phone as he leaned heavily against the side of the building. After a few deep breaths, he quickly dialed the number of their good friend and neighbor, Helen Daniels. Thankfully, she answered on the second ring, and was more than happy to go knock on the door and see what Sarah was up to. No, Michael didn't mind waiting. Michael stood there, sweating and listening to the silence for what seemed like forever, but in less than 5 minutes, Helen was back telling him yes, the car was still there, and no one was answering the door, and yes, it was locked, and all the lights were on. Eric hung up on Helen before she could start asking questions and called for a taxi. Less than 10 minutes later, he was speeding towards home. Stepping out into a rain-soaked street, he paid the taxi driver and turned to face the house. Just like Helen had said, the car was still in the drive, and the house was lit up like a Christmas tree, with both the upstairs and the downstairs lights switched on. Feeling a little more relieved, Eric tried the front door, and finding it locked, just like Helen had said, he dug in his pocket and pulled out his keys. Stepping into the porch, he opened the door to the hall and suddenly stopped, his wife's name dying on his lips. The hall phone was hanging by its cord, gently swinging back and forth. Sarah's handbag was lying on the floor, its contents scattered and strewn all about the stairs. Jesus God, the stairs. The stairs were covered in blood. It was spattered all over the banister, slowly running down the wall in rivulets, soaking into the carpet beneath. Hitching hardly able to breathe, Michael staggered back into the porch and vomited noisily into the corner. He stayed that way, holding onto the wall, sweating, shivering, until his stomach stopped its twitching and heaving for a moment. He considered just leaving. No one could lose that much blood and survive, but if there was a chance, even a small one. He tried not to think as he ascended the stairs, feeling the blood squelch under his feet. On the landing was one of Sarah's shoes. It lay on its side and was filled with blood. Eric's nerve broke, then he turned to run, grabbing onto the sticky banner to stop him falling headlong into the stairs. He was only halfway down when he suddenly stopped, reeling backwards. There was a woman at the bottom of the stairs. She was naked and covered in blood, a gaping hole in her throat. Michael screamed as he recognized the woman from his terrible vision. He tried to move, to run away, but he was frozen, unable to move. The woman started up the stairs, her eyes glittering like black jewels from the deep sockets of her eyes. Michaels looked on in horror as she smiled up at him, revealing rotting teeth from which dark blood now began to ooze. Letting out a cry of terror, his paralysis broke and he turned, fleeing up the stairs, past the bedroom door, meaning to lock himself in the bathroom, but suddenly she appeared right in front of his face. "Our son!" she screamed, spattering his face with noxious blood. Terrified, half-blinded, he scrambled backwards, trying to wipe her vileness from his face. Screaming, she lunged forward, shoving him hard in the chest, sending him crashing through the bedroom door and onto the floor. His already battered head glanced off the bedroom table, and for a moment, the world darkened and he feared that he would pass out. Groaning, he raised himself up onto his elbows, trying to look everywhere at once, but the doorway was empty. Sobbing with relief, he clambered to his feet, ignoring the throbbing in his head. Suddenly, he was sure that she was behind him, ready to wrap her cold, dead hands around his throat, and with a cry, he spun around, his hands held high in a warding-off gesture, but the woman was not there. Only his wife, Sarah. For a moment, Eric Michaels was not sure what he was seeing. Then he began to laugh. The laughter turned into a scream, and the scream a shriek, as he clawed at his face, at his eyes, desperate not to see, yet unable to look away. The dressmaker's dummy stood in its usual place, but now a bloody, crumpled figure lay at its feet. Bone and sinew gleamed wetly under the merciful glare of the overhead light. The torn and battered body would have been unrecognizable except for Sarah's head, where it now sat atop the shoulders of the dressmaker's dummy. Her eyes rolled back to white, her blood-covered mouth wrenched open in a silent scream. The blood from the ragged stump of her neck ran down onto what was left of her tattered skin, which had now been stitched and sewn with crude stitches onto the dressmaker's dummy. As he looked on with horror, the whole thing began to vibrate. The empty arms starting to twist and turn, reaching out towards him. Still screaming, he started to back away. He heard laughter, then, not with his own ears, but echoing round the broken vaults of his mind. And suddenly realized Sarah's not poor dead lips were writhing, showing her bloody teeth. Her eyes now watched him, glaring at him as the vibrations grew stronger, getting closer and closer. The police found him there a few hours later. After an anonymous call, raving and ranting, his mind broken as he cradled the head of his poor, murdered wife in his arms. As for the dressmaker's dummy, there was no sign. In the Van Draven house, time did not stand still. It crawled and undulated. In the library, ancient books tumbled from wooden shelves. In the hall, the sound of booted heels scrabbled on the winding staircase. In the kitchen, An ear-piercing scream followed by breaking glass, then stillness. In the silence, a grandfather clock ticked, and the house waited, and waited, and waited. James Monroe slammed the phone down with a curse and headed straight for the fridge. Wrenching open the door, he stared at the ice-cold beer. His face contorted with anger. "Fuck it," he said, slamming closed the door and marching back into the living room. He stood in the middle of the room, his hands clenching and unclenching, with the need to lash out, to break something, anything. He stood that way for some time, his eyes closed, just breathing, until the anger passed and a great weariness fell over him, causing his legs to buckle, spilling him into a nearby chair. One beer, he thought, licking his dry lips. He'd do anything just for one goddamn beer. Yet he knew he couldn't do it. He had responsibilities. He had signed on with the NHS ambulance service at 8 o'clock that very morning, informing them that he was available as a first responder for the next 24 hours for Mavagezi and the surrounding areas. A decision that he was now starting to regret. Talking to Marcia always left him feeling this way. Lonely, hollowed out, in dire need of a drink. God damn her. She had been nothing but a pain in his ass for the 10 years they'd been married, and would probably continue to be so for another 10 years to come. If it weren't for the kids, he would completely cut her loose. The divorce had been hard enough on the kids already. The mother using them like some kind of weapon. No, hostages. To be dragged out like bargaining chips for her ever-increasing demands. Just then the phone let out a shrill shriek, causing him to start from his chair. Angrily, he crossed the room and grabbed it up in mid-ring. "James Monroe," he answered, twisting the cord between his fingers. "Hello, James? This is Jane." There was no need for pleasantries or last names. James had been an emergency responder for over 15 years. He knew every dispatcher by name, if not by voice alone. "Hello, Jane," he responded. "What's your emergency?" For a second, there was silence. Then Jane began to babble. "I'm sorry, James," she said hurriedly, "but I need your help. There's been some kind of explosion at St. Ausley's Brewery. All available units have been dispatched to the scene. Half the town is on fire. Then I get this call—" Slow down, he said. "Take a breath. Tell me what happened." "Okay," she said, and James could almost see her pulling herself back together. "The call came in about 5 minutes ago. A woman screaming about blood, begging for help for an ambulance. Completely out of control. I just managed to get an address, then the phone went dead." "Jesus," James replied, leaning heavily against the wall. "Have the police been informed? You know we're not allowed to walk into any situation with unknown factors, or a possible crime scene. And besides, you know we only carry basic medical supplies. I have the defibrillator and oxygen, but they aren't going to be much good if someone's bleeding to death." I know, Jane replied quickly. "As for the law, Andy Clutterbuck is your local constable. Has been informed and is on his way to the scene." "It's local then?" James asked. "Here in Mavagezi?" she said. "Yes, up at the old Van Draven place," she said, sounding more frantic than ever. "James, please say that you'll help. The phones are ringing like crazy, and I'm here on my own." "Sure," James heard himself say. "Radio Clutterbuck and tell him I'm on my way." He hung up on her thank yous, but didn't move. His back pressed against the wall, his eyes tight shut. The Van Draven house. "Mother of God," he prayed. "Please don't let anything happen up there again." Moments later, he was in his car. His medical bag quickly tossed in the back seat as he drove through the night-shrouded streets of Mavagezi towards the old Van Draven place. Yes, old, James thought, as he headed up the school hill. The Van Draven house was old, all right. Built in 1836 by Lucas Van Draven, the house was both the site of suicide, multiple murders, and madness. Even the foundations of the house were stained with blood. In 1832, while the house was still under construction, 2 workers had died. One after falling from rain-soaked scaffolding, and the other crushed to death by falling masonry. That had only been the beginning. Less than a year later, Lucas Van Draven had gone insane, slaughtering his servant, his wife, and unborn child before throwing himself from a nearby cliff into the cold embrace of the waiting Atlantic. The house had lain empty for nearly 20 years, until it was purchased once again by Arthur Millington, a wealthy boatmaker who had retired in Mevagissey to spend his few remaining years by the sea. He had been found dead 4 months later, hanging from a ceiling beam in what had once been Lucas Van Draven's study. After him, the Dorchester family had moved into the house in 1910, and had promptly gone missing. The house had stood empty then for nearly 60 years, cursed and shunned by all, until the Jonas family moved in. The husband had been a painter and decorator who had holidayed in Mevagissey often and had finally decided to move down from Manchester to set up shop. He had seen the old Van Draven estate up for sale for an unbelievably small price and had immediately snatched it up, laughing at local superstitions and unconcerned by stories of its grisly past. He had moved his wife and 2 children right in and had started immediate renovations on the old place. At first, everything seemed to be going okay, and the village began to relax. Until the summer of '72, when the whole family was found dead in the basement, their bodies torn and twisted, as if by some terrible force. And now, over 40 years later, another family from out of town had settled in with dreams of renovating the old place back to its former glory. James drove through the night towards the very same house, spurred on by a cry for help and blood-fueled phone call. For a moment he slowed down, his own terror almost overwhelming him, but it was too late. He had already turned onto Beach Road, the Van Draven house looming before him as he came to an abrupt halt behind Andy Clutterbuck's clapped-out old Nissan Micra. He just sat there then, head down, taking one deep breath after another, trying to get his swirling emotions under control before clambering out of the car, grabbing up his med kit, and reluctantly turning to face the Van Draven place. The Van Draven house was more than a house. It was in fact a small mansion, set a little apart from the more modern houses of Beach Road, behind crumbling stone walls. It overlooked the dark waters of the Atlantic like some broken idol, a monument to both madness and murder. James started forward, squeezing through the rusted gates, and suddenly stopped. The front door was hanging wide open. The house was almost in complete darkness except for what seemed to be a small light burning somewhere in the back of the house. Slowly, he approached the front door, taking a small torch from his jacket pocket. He clicked it on and flashed it just inside the hallway. "Clutterbuck," he hissed. "You in there?" But there was nothing. Only the sighing of the wind and the rustle of autumn leaves. Laying down his bag, he flashed the torch up and down the rotten plaster walls, looking for a light switch, but found only a square hole with some new-looking wires poking through, and guessed correctly that the new family, the Malins, he believed they were called, were having the old place rewired as part of their ongoing restorations. Slowly, he picked up his bag, trying to ignore how the light in his hand trembled, throwing long shadows as he stepped inside. It was the smell that hit him first. The smell of decay, of rotting plaster, mildew, old black mold. He wondered how anyone in their right mind would bring their children to such a place. "Hello?" he called again. But there was still nothing, only the same waiting stillness. Creeping forward, he walked down the hall until it opened up into a large marble room with winding staircase that led up to an unseen balcony on the house's second floor. To his right was a large ornate wooden door from which a dim light burned beneath. With an arm that seemed to stretch for miles, he slowly pushed open the door. The room he stepped into was a complete contrast to what he had seen in the rest of the house. Here the walls were freshly plastered. The wooden floors swept and buffed down to a mirror shine with thick new rugs as a makeshift carpet. In the corner, rolled neatly away, were 4 sleeping bags, 2 large red and blue and 2 small, one pink with unicorns and another blue with Thomas the Tank Engine. By the boarded-up window was a mini DVD player and a 2-ring camping stove. And James surmised that the family were living out of this single room while the renovations were getting underway. "Hello?" he called, unnerved by the silence. "Is anyone home? Ambulance service." He was answered by a muffled groan coming from a so far unnoticed door. The noise came again, and he hurriedly flashed his torch around until he found the door and quickly pushed through, his fear forgotten as his medical training kicked in. The room he found himself in had at one time been a sort of kitchen or preparation area, and like the other room, was in the middle of being renovated. Some of the worktops and cupboards were brand new, but the walls were still covered in rotten plaster and broken kitchen tiles. James flashed his torch around, looking for someone in distress, perhaps slumped in a darkened corner. His light flashed across the floor, and he took a sharp intake of breath. There was blood here. A long smear of it leading to a small wooden door built into the back of the room, that now stood slightly ajar. As James approached, he noticed a yellow flickering that caused small shadows to dance and undulate in the doorway. "Hello?" he croaked, his mouth suddenly dry, his tongue feeling large and swollen. "Ambulance service." He was on autopilot now, his legs carrying him forward as he pushed open the door, revealing the wooden steps slick with moss and cold earth walls running with moisture. He was halfway down when the smell hit him. A harsh, coppery smell like pennies, held too long in a tight fist. And suddenly his fear, which had sat like a cold stone in the pit of his stomach, overcame him. The flesh in his arms started to crawl as the hair on the back of his neck became erect, his whole body breaking out into great knots of goose flesh. He would have turned to flee, but his will was no longer his own. As he reached the bottom of the stairs and turned the corner, Andy Clusterbuck sat naked in the middle of the room, naked and covered in blood. He was surrounded by candles that cast dancing shadows all about him. As James watched on in horror, Clusterbuck raised a large carving knife and began to carve the skin from his face. He let out a sort of groan as he ground the tip of the blade under his eye and drew the knife downward, splitting his cheek, revealing the bone beneath. He saw James and grinned through bloody teeth. "He killed them," he said, pointing at the bodies all about him. "They tried to hide it from them, but he dug it out of them using this." He raised the bloody knife. "He told me a secret before he cut his own throat. He told me that there's something buried here, something that burrows and worms itself inside and hides, but I'll find it. You can help me find it," he said, driving the knife through his cheek. We can find it together." James turned then. His paralysis broken, he fled screaming up the steps, his bladder letting go as he screeched and gibbered, stumbling and falling through the Van Draven house, which now seemed to be coming to life all around him. From the shadows, faces loomed, some laughed, others screaming. Blood-curdling shrieks of agony echoed through the broken caverns of his mind, and somewhere, far away, a baby cried and a woman screamed her denial and terror. He burst through the front door, escaping the reaching shadows, and fled, stumbling into the night. Overhead, an uncaring moon sailed over the now silent Van Draven house. Inside, mice scurried through the walls. The floorboards creaked and dust motes stirred as if moved by some unseen presence. A grandfather clock chimed softly. And the house waited, and waited, and waited. Harry Saunders stared moodily into his pint, trying to figure out exactly when his life had gone down the crapper. Wasn't easy. Seemed for as long as he could remember, everything he touched turned to shit. Wasn't that he was an unpleasant kind of guy? I mean, sure, he could get rowdy after a few drinks. There was that one time that he'd been caught stealing from some tourist from up country. But who gave a tin shit? It wasn't anyone from the village, just some rich prick, probably from London way. Some guy with a flashy car, a summer home in Barbados. What was the loss of one mobile phone to a rich prick like that? He'd been caught lifting the phone from the man's back pocket, but the thing that had really hurt was it had been one of his fellow villagers that had grassed him in. Old Maureen from the village fudge shop, calling out a warning in her old, warbling, cracked voice. The man had spun around, clamping a large, hairy hand on Harry's wrist. Harry had not tried to run or struggle to get away. What was the point? There must have been about 100 people milling about the village square that day, and he knew his goose was pretty much cooked. For that little stunt, he'd received a 500-pound fine and 100 hours of community service. That had been about 2 years ago now. He was still paying off the goddamn fine. At £2 a month, he figured he would just about be finished paying around the time Jesus returned to forgive him the sins of stealing in the first place. Fucking village. They hated the summer people just as much as he did. Behind their smiles was a smoldering contempt. But they hid it well. Desperate for the money those rich pricks brought down with them. They were like squirrels, storing their nuts to help them get through the long winters when the seas were high and the fishing lean. He was rudely dragged back from his musings by the clanging of the bar's bell. Big Eddie, the lantern's landlord, had called last orders and looked directly at Harry. He tipped his elbow a few times, the universal sign to drink up, and in Harry's case, to fuck off. Harry smirked and went back to contemplating the dregs of his pint. He knew damn well they had a lock-in at the lantern most nights. Old Eddie over there, he of the tipping elbow, would lock the doors, close the curtains, and keep the party going to the wee early hours of the morning. Of course, Harry wasn't invited. Not that it mattered. He had drunk away this month's welfare check at an alarming rate, and had just enough money left to keep the electric meter running until November's check arrived. Hot and crisp and rare to be drunk or smoked away. He stood, just about to leave. Then his old chum, Johnny Callum, came barging through the door, rubbing his hands briskly. He glanced over at Harry, then quickly hurried over to the bar, hoping to get a drink, but Big Eddie sent him packing with a wave of one meaty arm. Shrugging, he weaved his way over to Harry's table and plunked himself down. The smell of marijuana surrounded him like a cloud. "How's it going, Harry?" he grinned, the smile of the perpetually stoned. "All right," Harry said, squinting at his old friend, fellow black sheep, although it hadn't always been that way for poor old Johnny. He'd been someone once, a university graduate. He had studied in London and got himself a degree in the business studies. His mistake had been coming back to the village. He had planned to take a year off before hunting down a job in the big city, a little time to recuperate after the traumas of university life. So had returned to the peace and tranquility of his childhood home, only to run into his childhood friend, Harry Saunders, who had introduced him to the magical world of drugs and hard liquor. Now, just like Harry, he was a nobody. A well-educated nobody, but a nobody nonetheless. "Van Dravens." "What?" Harry muttered. "I saw the Van Dravens," Johnny repeated. "Jesus, Harry, how much have you had?" Harry waved that away. "What about the Van Draven house?" "I never said the house. There's nothing in that old place but broken furniture and bad dreams. Nothing we could sell anyway." "Sell?" Harry said, sitting up straighter, trying to clear away the fog. "Sell? What the hell are you talking about? This had better not be one of your get-rich-quick schemes. I don't fancy any more goddamn community service picking up litter and used needles. Once was enough." No, nothing like that," Johnny said, a strange gleam in his eye. "This is even better. You've heard of the Van Dravens, Harry. You know their story." "Of course I do," Harry answered. growing somewhat impatient. "Everybody knows about the Van Draven house and the Westerfield family, found dead up there, bodies all torn up in the basement. It was the talk of the town when I was growing up. Never found the people responsible. Far as I know, the place has been empty ever since, so the old-timers say the place is cursed." "I'm quite sure it is," Johnny interrupted, "and was long before the Westerfield family ever moved in. Now tell me, Harry, what do you know of Lucas Van Draven?" Not much," Harry shrugged. "He was the man who built the house back sometime in the 1800s. Killed his wife, a whole bunch of servants before throwing himself off a nearby cliff. Ever since, the place is rumored to be haunted. Now, are you going to tell me what the hell the Van Draven house has to do with any of this?"
"The house? Nothing. Lucas Van Draven? Everything. That and the place he was buried."
Harry threw up his hands. "If you don't start making sense soon, Johnny, I'm going to punch you right in the nose. I swear to God."
Okay.
Johnny giggled, holding up a restraining hand.
"But it won't make sense unless you tell it my way, and old Eddie over there is giving me the stink eyes. Come on, let's go to the ship. Helen's working on the bar tonight. I know she has the hots for me," he said, wiggling his eyebrows suggestively.
That's disgusting." Harry grinned, clambering up to his feet. "She's old enough to be your mother."
"Grandmother,"
Johnny laughed, also rising.
"But what a set of tits."
Laughing, both men left the lantern, Big Eddie's scowl following them out into the darkness. 10 minutes later, they were sat by a roaring fire in a quiet corner of the ship inn. Just like Johnny said, they had no problem getting served by the matronly barmaid, who seemed overjoyed to see Johnny and chattered away enthusiastically as she poured them both pints, making sure her ample bosom was on display the whole time. Finally, they escaped into a quiet corner and Johnny continued with his story.
"Do you remember my grandmother?"
"Of course," Harry replied. "We buried her only a few months ago. I mean, I was there at the funeral, wasn't I? Or have you forgotten?" Johnny ignored that.
"What you didn't know was that her mother, my great-grandmother, used to work at the Van Draven house."
"So?" Harry shrugged. "What does that got to do with anything?"
"She was a maid. Cleaner used to go up there twice a week, clean the place, polish the silver, turn the rugs, that kind of thing. She was the first one to find them, or what was left of them, after Lucas Van Draven had finished with them."
"Who?" Harry asked, showing the first real spark of interest. "Who did she find?"
"His wife and her maid, all torn up on the sewing room floor. My old granny used to tell me tales when she had a few drinks, how her old mother had found them there, naked as babies, covered in blood, surrounded by black candles. His wife, Elizabeth Van Draven, she'd been stabbed to death with a pair of knitting needles to the throat. But it was her maid, Matilda, who got the worst. Her poor baby had been torn to shreds, where she lay on the floor, her stomach a red ruin, her blood spattered all over the walls. And later, when the house was more thoroughly inspected, there was talk of voodoo and bloody altars found in the basement, talk of human sacrifice, dark gods. Now, 2 days later, Lucas Van Draven's body was washed ashore, crushed to his chest, a child. Or at least something resembling one. But nothing normal, a freak, an aberration. Yet even in death, Lucas Van Draven clung to it. Both of them were hurried away and quickly buried in the Van Draven crypt in the ground of St. Peter's, and neither of them were ever spoken of again, at least not in polite society. And my old grandmother was not a member of any aristocracy or polite society. She was common folk. She liked to talk, especially when the drink was upon her. She told how her mother had found the bodies, then ran screaming from that house like all the demons of hell were snapping at her heel. Now, what she failed to mention, however, was her theft. Scared to death she was, yet the glint of gold had stopped her in her tracks.
"Gold?" Harry said, leaning more fully forward, the light from the flickering fire casting shadows across his face. "What gold?"
"A pocket watch, taken from Lucas Van Draven's study. Silver letter opener and a few other minor trifles. Whatever she could stuff in her apron pockets, I imagine."
"Oh," Harry said, leaning back a little disappointed. "And this?"
Harry said, reaching into his coat pocket and placing an old, tatty-looking leather-bound book on the table between them. What is it? He drained off the last of his pint while glancing over at the clock on the far wall. It was getting late, and to be honest, he was getting tired of the whole affair. It's his journal, Harry said, picking up the book and caressing it greedily. Well, part of it anyway. Talk about his adventures in faraway lands, or at least starts off that way. Second half is a list, an inventory of things brought from his old house in London to his new home here in Mavagezi. The Van Draven house, Harry said, interested once again despite himself. Yeah, Harry said, seeming to grow even more excited as he flicked to the back of the book, reading the very last page, before thrusting the book at Harry. There, on the last page. Do you see it? Harry did not need his old friend pointed out to him. The yellowed page contained a list written in Lucas Van Draven's large copperplate handwriting. The list was written completely in faded black ink, all except one word written in block capitals and in faded red ink. The word read, Necronomicon. What the hell is a Necronomicon? Harry asked, passing the old book back to Johnny. It's a book, Harry. Very rare book. One of a kind. Written over 1,000 years ago by a madman poet named Abdul al-Hazad. Some say that he was possessed by the devil. The book contains dark rituals, writings on how to summon demons and other things beyond man's understanding. The book was banned all over the world before it disappeared completely. And you think that Lucas Van Draven had this book? Harry snorted. Yeah. He was a merchant seaman who owned a great fleet of ships that bartered and traded all over the world. Besides, it is written right there in his own journal, one Necronomicon. God knows if he knew what he had and whether it was connected to the deaths up at that old house. But Harry, don't you understand? If we could get our hands on it, it would make us rich beyond our wildest dreams. And you think it's here, Johnny? Harry laughed. Here, in this pissant little village, hidden away, somewhere in that old house. No, Harry, I don't. I think it's in the Van Draven crypt. I think either the good folk of this village buried it with him to be rid of the evil, or he put it there himself to hide it from the rest of the world. And why do you think that? Harry asked, playing with his empty glass. Because of this, Johnny said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a piece of crumpled paper, which he unfolded and smoothed out across the table, revealing 3 rough sketches. Do you recognize any of these, Harry? Harry had a hard look at all 3 pictures. One was a book, the cover bound with what looked like a heavy leather with thick, rough stitching. The shape and pattern reminded him of a screaming man's face, or perhaps it was merely a trick of the light. The other 2 pictures were exactly the same, and Harry felt a familiar stirring at the sight of them. The first must be a picture of this Necronomicon thingy, Harry said, musing it over. The other 2 look familiar, but I ain't quite sure. You're right. This is a rough sketch of the Necronomicon. The other 2 are the coat of arms of the Van Draven family. One I sketched while looking at the statues of those god-awful lions that guard the porch of the house. The coat of arms is emblazed across their chest, and the other one I sketched from the Van Draven crypt. See the difference, Harry? Harry looked hard. The Van Draven coat of arms was that of a 3-sailed clipper ship, riding a huge wave. An eagle's sword overhead, a struggling fish clasped firmly in its talons, or at least it was in one of the drawings. And the other, the eagle did not clasp a fish, but a book. A book that seemed to have a screaming face as a cover. Harry gasped. You found this one on his tomb, didn't you? Up there at his old crypt? Yeah, Johnny said, glancing around nervously at the nearly empty pub. For Christ's sake, don't keep your voice down, Harry. Sorry, Harry said, looking around guiltily before carrying on in a quieter tone. You really think it's up there, Johnny? Yeah, I do, Johnny said, leaning forward until their noses were almost touching. I think Lucas Van Draven built that crypt. not only to be interred there one day, but also to hide his greatest treasures. God knows what could be buried up there, Harry. Not just the book, but gold, jewels. There's been talk of a pirate's treasure circulating around the village for years. God knows what a man like Lucas Van Draven got up to there at sea. So what do you think? Want to go take a look? Yes, Harry said immediately, his imagination soaring at the thoughts of such wealth. Good man, Johnny said, patting him on the shoulder. Now just don't you worry about a thing, Harry. I have a plan. Johnny's great and wonderful plan consisted of sneaking into his elderly mom and dad's garden shed to pick up a few rusty tools before storing them in the back of his equally rusted van. He then stole into the house, grabbed up a high-powered torch from under his sink, and a bottle of his dad's best brandy from the liquor cabinet. He thrust both into Harry's lap before gently turning on the ignition and pulling out of the drive, heading to St. Peter's Cemetery. Harry looked at his watch as they drove through the silent streets of Mevagissey. It was 1 a.m. Nobody's stirring. Not even a mouse. What's that, Harry? Johnny asked, passing him the bottle. Nothing, Harry grunted, taking a long pull of brandy. Let's just get this done. Not having second thoughts, are you, Harry? No. Are you? Of course not, Johnny said, squirming under Harry's bloodshot gaze. Just all seems a little more real in the dark. Harry laughed, taking another long drink. He could feel the brandy warming him all the way to his toes. Old Johnny Callum, scared of the dark. Johnny didn't answer, just nodded his head at the window screen as he pulled his old van to a gentle stop before the cemetery gates. Here we are, he sighed. Yeah, I guess we are. You know, if we get caught, we could get in a lot of trouble for this. And who's going to catch us? Johnny said, snatching the bottle from Harry and gulping the fiery brandy down. When was the last time you even saw a real policeman in Mevagissey? Oh, sure, we have that tosspot Andy Clutterbuck, but old Clutterfuck couldn't find his asshole with 2 hands and a flashlight. Come on, he said, climbing out of the van. In and out before you know it. Okay, Harry said, pulling his coat closed against the cold night air. Let's get this done. The first obstacle the two men came across was the cemetery gate. Harry had never known them to be locked. The cemetery itself had not been in use for at least 60 years, and dated back as far as the 1600s. People came here all the time to take charcoal rubbings of the old stones. Harry had even done it himself as a child, and had never seen the old gates so much as closed, never mind locked, but here he was looking at the world's oldest and rustiest padlock. Not to worry, Johnny said, fetching the tools from the back of the van. Have it all covered. That said, he picked out a pair of large-looking bolt cutters, somewhat shinier than the rest. Came prepared, did you? Harry said, shining the flashlight on the old rusty lock. Always best to do your homework, Johnny replied, bearing down, his back hunched. After a couple of seconds, there was an audible sink as the 2 blades came together and sheared the clasp in half, and sending the flaking old lock tumbling to the ground. There we go, Johnny said, kicking the lock to one side. Give me the flashlight, Harry. Follow me. I know where it is. Stay close. Place is in shite state. Bits of broken headstone all over the place. Vines, potholes in the path. Yeah, Harry replied, his breath steaming in the air. I've been here before, you know. That's the spirit, Harry, Johnny said, turning his back and heading into the darkness. Only a few more steps between us and a fortune. The cemetery was pretty much just how Harry had imagined it would be. Scary as hell. Everywhere there were little noises. The wind sighing through the trees, the rusting of autumn leaves, small creatures scurried away through the long grass, scared off by the human interlopers. Shadows cast by the faraway streetlights danced and crawled over the leaning, broken headstones, and stone angels seemed to turn to watch them as they passed. Suddenly, Johnny stopped, causing Harry to crash into the back of him, dropping the tool bag to the floor with a resounding crash. The fuck? Johnny rounded. You trying to wake up the whole fucking village? Well, if you hadn't just fucking stopped. Well, if you weren't breathing down my goddamn neck, how the hell am I supposed to see anything? Harry replied, scooping up the tools. You're the one with the goddamn flashlight. Okay. Let's not wake up the whole village. We're nearly there now. It's up here, he said once again, taking the lead. Just up past these trees.
Harry had seen the Van Draven crypt before, but never in the dark. Now as Johnny played his torch over it, Harry seemed to remember every wild-eyed tale he'd ever been told of Lucas Van Draven and his terrible house.
Impressive, isn't it?
Johnny said, running a gloved hand down a white marble pillar. I don't know what it is, Harry said, taking in the structure. Looks like a mix between some old church and one of those Roman temples they always show on the History Channel.
It's too big,
Johnny said, running his torchlight down the length of the building.
See how it runs back into the hillside there? So tell me, Harry, why would a man like Lucas Van Draven with no living family, a man alone in the world except for his wife and a few servants, build a mausoleum as big as this?
Because he was a rich prick, Harry snorted. And even in death, he wanted people to know it.
Or he's using it to hide something. Maybe a mix of things. And there's this. Look here, Harry. Just like I told you. Do you see it?
Harry came forward to the tomb's entrance, which was flanked on either side by tall, marble angels. Each one carried an upraised sword, and the crest of Van Draven was blazoned across their shields.
Do you see it, Harry? Johnny said excitedly. Do you see it?
I see it, Harry replied. Just like you said. A book clasped in eagle's claws, not a fish like up at the house.
It's here, Harry. I bet my life upon it.
You may well have to, Harry replied roughly, handing him the bolt cutters. If there's nothing in there, I'm going to have to bash your skull in with this spade and leave you here. After all, it's plenty of space. Johnny laughed nervously and set about breaking off the old padlock from the thick wrought iron gates. He needn't have bothered. He barely touched the thing when it fell off to the floor in a shower of rust.
Well, that was easy.
Johnny shrugged.
Now comes the hard part.
What do you think that door is made of, Harry?
It's like copper. Thick, too. You certainly don't have a key to that lock.
Let me guess, Harry said. You brought your lock-picking set?
Even better,
Harry said, taking the tool bag off Harry and placing it on the ground. He rummaged through it for a moment before climbing to his feet, a portable butane torch in his hand. Holy shit, what the hell are you going to do with that thing?
Melt through the lock, of course. Copper's a soft metal. Shouldn't take long to soften the metal. Then we just give it a knock with a good old hammer and should pop right out.
Just like that, Harry said doubtfully.
Have a little faith in your old pal, Johnny said, kneeling down.
He popped the flame on his lighter, then turned on the gas, and immediately a sharp blue flame sprang to life. Still smiling, he began to cut. The whole thing took a hell of a lot longer than Johnny had said. Copper may be soft, but it doesn't melt easy. After 2 hours of heating, then banging at the lock with a lump hammer, wrapped in cloth to muffle the sound, the lock finally gave way. By this point, both men were sweating profusely despite the cold, and Harry kept looking at his watch worrifully. It was now 3 o'clock in the morning. The effects of last night's booze were wearing off, and he was beginning to wonder what the hell he was doing up here in the first place.
Okay, Johnny said, gathering up the tools. Let's finish this. Help me with the door, Harry.
Together, both men put their shoulders to the heavy door and pushed. It gave way grudgingly with a loud creak that made both men wince and quickly look around before darting inside. What they saw inside stopped them in their tracks as their torchlight revealed the chaos within. Everywhere, there was broken stone and rotting plaster. In the corner was the remnants of a shattered coffin, a few bones scattered here and there. Johnny continued to slowly play his torchlight around the tomb, his mouth hanging open. In the center of the room lay another coffin. This one also had been smashed open, its contents heaved out onto the floor. A skeleton lay close by, dressed in the remains of a tattered dress. The skull was whole and surrounded by long, wispy hair. Long, drained of any color. It seemed to grin at them as if happy to see someone after so long alone in the dark. Mother of God, Harry whispered. Look there, he said, pointing at the back wall. Johnny dragged his eyes away from the grinning skull and shined his light where Harry's trembling finger was now pointed. What the hell? He gasped, not believing what he was seeing. At the back of the crypt was a huge hole.
The concrete had somehow been blasted away, leaving a ragged hole surrounded by crumbling dirt and poking roots. "Son of a bitch," Johnny growled. "They stole it." "Who stole what?" Harry said, scurrying to keep up. "Grave robbers. Sons of bitches must have tunneled their way in and stolen everything inside." He suddenly came to an abrupt stop, his anger evaporating as shock took over him. He turned to look at Harry. "Look," he whispered, shining the torch with one trembling hand. Harry quickly looked over his shoulder. "Holy shit," he said. "What the hell's going on here, Johnny?" "I don't know," Johnny replied, staring at the stone steps that led down into the darkness. "I don't have a fucking clue." A full minute passed until either man spoke again. They just stood there trying to make sense of what they were seeing. "Okay," Johnny said, squaring his shoulders. "Let's head on down." "What?" Harry said, grabbing Johnny's arm. "What the hell are you talking about?" Johnny shrugged free and shined his torch in Harry's face. "I'm gonna go down to take a look. There's something hidden down there, Harry, and I intend to find it. Look at those steps. No grave robber built those, don't you get it? He hid it away, buried it down there maybe in some kind of cave complex he discovered while building the foundation for this place. It's down there, Harry. The Van Draven fortune. We can split it, Harry. You take the gold, the jewels, whatever we find. I take the book. Come on, Harry. We're close, can't you feel it?" And he could. There was something down there, almost as if it were calling to him. Perhaps his entire life had led to this moment. All of his failures left behind him. He'd be rich. Richer than his wildest dreams. And then he would show them who was a loser. He could see it now, them begging him for money, and the village girls who had snubbed him, calling him a waster. He could have them. He could have it all. And what was there to be afraid of? This is no Indiana Jones movie with a bunch of cheap booby traps. There was nothing down there but the dark and a fortune just waiting for Harry Saunders to go claim it. "All right," he said. "Lead the way." They had only been walking a few minutes, seemingly heading straight down, when the floor suddenly seemed to level off, forming a kind of tunnel. They staggered on the walls, getting narrower, their breathing loud in their ears. Harry was just about to demand to go back when they turned a final corner that opened into a small cave. Harry looked around in amazement. His jaw dropped as he let out a terrified groan. The cave was lit by some kind of glowing fungus that seemed to crawl and undulate with a strange life of its own. Strewn across the floor was the wealth of nations. Gold, doubloons, pearls, and jewels the size of hen's eggs. Rough bars of silver and gold trinkets lay scattered about. Amongst all these treasures, an obsidian altar rose in the center of the room. Upon it lay a large black book. It could only be the fabled Necronomicon. "Sweet God," Johnny muttered. "It's here, Harry. We actually found it." "No," Harry shouted, lurching at his friend. He span him about. "We have to leave this place, Johnny. We have to leave right now. Can't you feel it? This place is evil. We have to leave," he said again, half dragging his friend with him. "Leave?" Johnny shrugged him off angrily. "It's here, Harry. The book's right here. You can have the rest. Take it all. But the book's mine." "Help me." The voice was nothing more than a sibilant whisper, yet both men slowly turned in the direction from which it had come. With a trembling hand, Johnny raised the torch and shined it on the back of the cavern-like room. There, slumped in a throne-like chair, sat a man, a creature that had once been a man. The thing wore the remains of a tattered suit, torn from the waist up. Clinging to its rotting frame was some kind of loathsome leech or parasite. As the two men looked on in horror, the thing tore a strip of rotting flesh from the creature's side, revealing yellowed ribs. Black blood oozed from the opening, and the creature let out a cry of agony as it stumbled to its feet, reaching out, imploring the two men. "Help me," it pleaded. "Help me feed it. It's hungry. Always hungry. Help me feed it. Help me feed my son." "No!" Harry screamed in denial.
Turning, he fled into the darkened passage, Johnny right behind him. Even over Johnny's whimpering, Harry could hear it coming, hear it dragging its rotting body after them, trapped forever in its own version of hell. They were halfway up the stairs when there came a clattering from behind and a cry of pain. Harry spun around. Johnny was down, sprawled on the steps, his face a grimace of pain. "My ankle! Oh God, Harry, don't leave me here!" A pale arm shot out of the darkness and wrapped itself around Johnny's throat as the thing that had once been Lucas Van Draven pulled itself up onto his body, and for a moment, Johnny heaved and bucked, gagging and choking. Then his eyes rolled up in his head as he fainted dead away. Now there was only Harry, face to face with his terror from the dark. He scrambled backwards as the thing reached for him.
"Come with me," it chuckled. "Down into the dark. Such things I will show you. Such sweet agonies. Come," it said, reaching, straining. "You will live forever."
"No!" Harry screamed, scrambling to his feet. He turned and ran, bursting from the tunnels. He ran through the night-shrouded crypt out into the night. He fled, screaming, his mind broken. In the graveyard, all was still. An owl hooted in the wind, sighed through the trees. Overhead, a pale moon shone a silver light over the now silent tomb of Van Draven. "Shit!" Jason Burnett shouted, sticking his thumb into his mouth. He had been working on a particularly nasty blackberry patch when a large hand had fallen heavily on his shoulder, causing him to jerk in surprise and rake his hands amongst the waiting thorns. He turned, meaning to rain down curses on the offending person, but the words died on his lips, and he saw to whom the offending hand belonged to. Jason didn't know the man by name, but he had seen him strolling about the tattered tents and rusting caravans that had suddenly appeared with the coming of the gypsies. He wasn't exactly hard to miss. The man must have stood nearly 7 feet tall, with a mane of flowing black hair streaked with silver. He wore a large gold hoop on his left ear, but it was the scars that the eyes were the most drawn to. The man's face was a mass of scars, the worst running from the top of his forehead all the way past the empty socket of his left eye and petering at the bottom of his stubble-covered chin. It was this terrible wound that Jason Burnett was trying to drag his eyes away from when the man began to speak. "We've come to help you with your festival," he said, in a strange accent, revealing broken, blackened teeth. Jason winced, trying not to recoil at the reek of the stale tobacco washing over him. "You mean Feast Week?" he replied, somewhat bemused. "Yeah," the man said, flashing his rotten teeth. "Just so, we have come to help you with your Feast Week." "Sorry, it's volunteers only, and we can't pay you for your trouble." At this, the other man straightened, his bushy eyebrows crushing together. "Did I mention money, town man? Also, there is mistrust between men from town and the traveling folk. I offer help only to show goodwill and to thank you for letting us stay, if only for a little while." Jason, who was head of the village committee and who was working furiously with local authorities to roust the gypsies out of the village before the start of Feast Week, could only smile weakly and offer a none-too-sincere apology. "Sorry, friend," he said, holding up a restraining hand. "Not too many people, even here in the village, want to do such tiresome labors on a hot Sunday, and especially for free, so you understand my misgivings." "Of course," the big man smiled, taking a step back. Jason noticed, however, the man's smile never quite reached his eyes, and he realized in that moment that not only did he dislike this man, but feared him a little too. "So it's decided," he continued, holding out a large, nicotine-stained hand. Jason reached for the hand, but was grasped by the forearm instead. "My name is Radek Lulpine. I'm king amongst the traveling folk." For a moment, Jason was tempted to bow and call the other man Your Majesty, but considered it unwise and simply introduced himself as Jason Burnett. His mind was racing now, a mile a minute. It was already late May, and the tourists had started a slow but steady trickle into the village. The last thing that Jason and the rest of the village council needed was a bunch of gypsies hanging around the village or stinking up the harbor with its picturesque lighthouse and outstanding views of St. Austell Bay. Luckily, they had decided to camp in the back fields of School Hill, far from the center of the village, which gave Jason Burnett an idea. There was a coastal path nearby, leading from Mavagizzy to nearby Pentawan. At this time of year, the path would be overgrown with nettles, brambles, and tall wild grasses. He would put the gypsies to work clearing that path. This would serve two purposes. One, it would keep them close to their own encampment, and two, it would keep them busy just long enough for Jason to convince the local authorities to roust them out of the village. Smiling, Jason took the other man's arm. "Let's talk." It was early the following evening as Jason was enjoying a well-deserved pint after a busy day of erecting flags and laying bunting when John Stampton barged into the lantern. He didn't look about, he just hurried across the room to where Jason sat at the bar. His face was flushed, and Jason noticed the other man's shirt was drenched with sweat, as if he'd come on the run. "What's the matter?" he asked, turning on his bar stool to more readily face the other man. For a moment, John Stampton said nothing, but just stood there, puffing and panting, as he tried to catch his breath. His first words, however, turned Jason's blood cold. "The Van Draven house." "What about it?" Jason asked, hopping off his stool. "I saw them hanging around there." "What?" Jason exclaimed a little too loudly before grasping the other man's shoulder and hustling him outside. "What the fuck are they doing up there, and why didn't you move them along?" "I didn't feel like I had the right," John squirmed. "You're part of the village council, John, same as me, and you know it." "I know it," Jason said, not quite able to meet the other man's eyes, "and I ain't afraid of a few gypsies, if that's what you're thinking. It's that damn house, Jason. I ain't going anywhere near that place." Jason sighed. "All right, John. I'll go up there, I'll take care of it. But don't go shooting your mouth off. The last thing I need is people from the village getting wind that these people are rummaging around up there." "Okay, Jason," the other man said, almost fawningly as Jason turned and headed up the hill. "But we need to get them away from that house," he called after him, "before anything else happens to them." Jason didn't turn. He just raised a hand in solitude and headed on his way. 10 minutes later, he was heading down Beach Road past the well-kept houses towards the coastal path. The Van Draven house was at the end of the row, a little apart from the rest of the houses, a large manor estate surrounded by its own grounds. It sat facing the cold waters of the Atlantic like some dark sentinel from another time. Built in 1831 by Lucas Van Draven, the house was a place of murder, suicide, and madness. A dark blot, a stain on the village, cursed and shunned by all, and now the goddamn gypsies were mooching around the place. Jason had just hoped and prayed that they hadn't somehow managed to find a way inside, because he sure as hell wasn't going to go in after them. He was here now, just passing the old place, when he heard voices coming from around the back of the house that bordered on the coastal path. He hurried on a little faster, listening intently. There were voices, all right, coming from a crumbling piece of wall that led into the Van Draven grounds, and one of them was definitely the voice of a small child. That decided him. The Van Draven estate was no place for children, or anybody else for that matter. Cursing, he boosted himself onto the wall and just stopped. His mouth agape. Part of the gardens had been completely cleared away, stood out in stark contrast to the overgrown trees, thorn bushes, and general neglect of the rest of the grounds. Jason was just about to hop down and march over to where a group of the gypsies stood, gathered about, their backs towards him, when Radic Lupine suddenly appeared in front of him like some evil jack-in-the-box. "My friend!" he exclaimed, leaping on the wall, driving Jason backwards. He would have taken a nasty tumble if Radic hadn't landed beside him, gripping his shoulder in one massive arm. Jason shook the other man off angrily, stepping away. He straightened his shirt with quick, angry jerks. "The hell are you doing in here?" he demanded, his anger overriding his fear of the bigger man. "What you asked us to do," Radic replied, ignoring the anger in the other man's voice. "See," he said, walking quickly towards Jason, both arms outstretched. Jason had no choice but to retreat further down the path away from the Van Draven house. "Look," Radic said, nodding over Jason's shoulder. Jason turned reluctantly and glanced down the path, but quickly turned back.
Very good,
he said, not so easily distracted.
Yes,
Radek beamed.
My people have been working very hard.
You didn't answer my question, Jason interrupted.
What are you doing at the Van Draven house?
Radek sighed as if bored with the whole conversation.
My friend, what harm has been done?
Yes, I know that perhaps this place is the private property, but
it is old and long abandoned. The grounds were a mess and clearly visible along the path from behind the crumbling walls. So I told my people to clean the place a little so that you will see how hard the people of Radek work for your village, yes? Tell me, my friend, how have we offended you?
Jason felt his anger evaporate, leaving him feeling small and petty. The gypsies had done a damn fine job of clearing the path so far, and what they had done to the Van Draven grounds had been almost fucking miraculous. It was the house. The goddamn house. It got under your skin, into your psyche, and Jason began to wonder if madness was catching.
I'm sorry, Radek, he said, offering a sincere apology. But you shouldn't be in that place. It's dangerous. The house is old, and many bad things have happened there.
A sudden voice piped up from behind the old stone wall, speaking in a language that Jason didn't understand. Radek's reaction was immediate as he scurried to the wall, leaving Jason hanging in mid-conversation. He reached down behind the wall and scooped up a little girl. Jason guessed her age to be no older than 7 or 8. She had flowing white hair, and her eyes were covered with a filthy-looking bandage. Nevertheless, when Radek placed her gently on the ground, she moved with a speed and grace that belied any form of handicap.
Is the child blind? Jason asked, as he watched her hurry away.
Yes, Radek replied, his chest swelling with pride. Even the least of Radek's people is a good worker, but it is of no mind. We look after our own, as we always have. You were saying about the house, is it dangerous? I'm thinking you mean old. How is it you say? Unstable? It will collapse all about us?
Yes,
Jason seized upon the idea. It was as good an explanation as any, and a damn sight easier to explain.
Yes, he said again, peering up at the old house. This place is very old, should have been condemned many years ago, and besides, you've cleared the part of the grounds that can be seen from the path. No need to endanger your people any further.
Quite right, Radek replied, turning back to the wall. He let out 2 sharp whistles, almost immediately, as if they had been poised there all along. The other gypsies began to scramble over the wall, an assortment of rusty-looking tools slung over their shoulders. Radek spat something at them in the same musical language the little girl had spoken, and they hurried on a little faster. Radek waited until the last man was over, then patted Jason on the shoulder and swiftly walked away. Jason stood there and watched him go, before heading back to the village, trying hard not to glance at the Van Draven house as he passed. Still, he felt buried in its shadow as he hurried away. The next 2 days passed in a blur of committee meetings, hurried phone calls, and long hours of general preparation as feast week loomed ever closer. Jason had just gotten off the phone and was contemplating a nice warm bath when there came a loud knock at the door. With a sigh, he crossed the hall and reluctantly opened it. John Stampton stood there, the setting sun blazing behind him, lending him an almost ethereal quality. Jason had not seen John since that day in the lantern, but here he was again, and Jason had the sinking feeling that he was here with more bad news.
"They're up there again," he blurted. "Old Mary Fairweather saw them as she was walking her dogs alongside the coastal path. Heard them. Singing. Carousing like they were having some kind of party up there."
"Son of a bitch," Jason exclaimed, slamming the door behind him.
"I told them to stay the fuck out of there."
John was just about to reply when Jason turned on him, grabbed him by the arm.
"You're coming with me this time, John. You're just as much a committee member as I am. Maybe they'll listen to you. They sure as shit aren't listening to me."
Okay, ease up, Jason, for Christ's sake. I'm coming along, ain't I?" John said, shaking free. Jason let him go, mumbling and cursing to himself as the other man fell in beside him, sullenly rubbing his wrists. Neither man spoke to the other until they had traversed the harbor, cresting School Hill, and hit Beach Road. There they stopped, watching as the sun began its slow descent into the sea, lending the Van Draven house a kind of blood-hue glow. "Let's get this done," Jason said, squaring his shoulders. "I don't want to be anywhere near this place in the dark." "So what's the plan?" John asked in a small voice. Jason Burnett was his friend, and the man had a big heart, but it was best to tread carefully around him when his temper was up. "I'll tell you what I'm going to do," he said, setting off at a pace. "I'm going to tell them to get the fuck out of here. That smooth-talking son of a bitch lied to me." "Okay," John said, hurrying to keep up, "but maybe best not to go in there screaming and shouting. Hey, Jason, we don't want to upset anybody." The thought of shouting and screaming at Radic Lupine made his balls feel tight and uncomfortable. If Jason heard him, he gave no sign, just kept going on with his head down, muttering to himself. He was tired and pissed off. He could do without all the extra hassle. He would tell Lupine to get the hell off the grounds and threaten him with the law if he ever came back. Enough was enough. The shadows had just started to seriously lengthen by the time they arrived at the crumbling section of the wall where Radic's party had last entered the Van Draven grounds, and once again Jason could hear voices coming from the other side. He was just about to start clambering over when two burly-looking gypsies suddenly emerged from the shadows. They were both big men, not as big as Radic Lupine, but far from small fry either, and for some reason they were both wearing rather unpleasant smiles. Smiles that Jason Burnett felt very uncomfortable with. He was just about to ask where the heck Radic was when a large fist came crashing out of the darkness, and he went away for a little while. He didn't come out of the darkness gradually, but snapped awake, the sounds of screaming piercing the dark veil of unconsciousness. He tried to stand, to focus, but was dragged back down into a seated position, his arms cruelly twisted up his back. It was nearly full dark now, and the Van Draven estate was lit by flickering torches. In front of him played out a scene from a man's worst nightmare. John Stampton was being dragged toward some kind of stone altar. No, that was wrong. Not an altar, but a chair. A kind of stone throne that sat facing the ocean. The last rays of the setting sun blazing across the cold waters. The poor man was stark naked and covered in blood. Runic-like symbols had been carved into his quivering flesh. He screamed again, the terrified shriek of a trapped animal, but the gypsies, dragging him along, only laughed at his feeble efforts to escape. Jason, seeing his friend's fate, began to struggle, but was held easily in place by his captor's enormous strength. He only realized it was Radic himself who held him captive when the man began to whisper in his ear. "Now you'll see something, town man. A ceremony that has not been held for 1,000 years. "Why are you doing this?" Jason stammered. "Because it needs to be done. Once this place was ours and belonged to our people, a sacred place. But that was before the Romans came with their false gods and their scattered people, burning our sacred places, and then, after them, the disciplines of a lamb god, Jesus, who killed our priest and converted the people with their lies, their false promises of heaven, until only a few of our sacred places remain. This was one of those places, or at least it was until that monstrosity was built," he said, nodding towards the Van Draven house. "Our oracle tells us that the sacred stones that once sanctified this place were destroyed, crushed, used in the very foundations of that terrible house, and you wonder why it's cursed," he snorted. But Jason barely heard a word. He only had his eyes for the tableau unfolding before him. Jason Stampton was mercifully passed into unconsciousness. This seemed to bother the surrounding people not one bit, as they flung his bleeding body onto the crumbling throne and secured his hands and feet to its ruined frame with bits of rope and frayed twine. "See, she comes," Radic hissed from behind him, just as a small girl appeared from the shadows. She stood alone, dressed in a pure white robe. The stark white bandages wrapped around her eyes shone like a halo around her head. Jason instantly recognized her as the blind girl that he had seen move with such eerie grace only a couple of days before. As he watched on, the girl savagely ripped the bandage from her face, and the surrounding people gave out a collective sigh. Jason, however, began to scream. He screamed long and loud until cursing Radek managed to stuff a sweat-stained rag deep into his mouth. "Silence, town man," he hissed. "Your time to scream will come soon enough." But Jason couldn't help it. The girl's face was terrifyingly alien. Both of her eyes were white with cataracts except for the third, which sat in the middle of her forehead, just above the bridge of her nose. This eye was black and pupilless, and as Jason watched on, his muffled screams ignored, it began to ooze blood that ran down the girl's pale face like crimson tears. "Radek," the girl snapped. "Bring me the knife." Radek quickly signaled to another man, and for just a split second, Jason was free before another strong pair of hands clamped down on him. Radek, meanwhile, had scurried across the clearing and was down on one knee, offering up the sacrificial knife to the waiting girl, who took it from him reverently, chanting in her small voice until the rest of the people joined in, defiling the night with her guttural singing as if offering up a prayer to the gibbous moon that now sailed overhead. As the girl approached the stone chair, the chanting increased, becoming wild and untamed. Some of the people began to convulse, lost in the ecstasy of the moment. Others fell to their knees, tears openly running down their faces. The girl raised her hand and the crowd fell, immediately silent. She was up on the chair now, standing on the seat between John's splayed legs, knife poised above his throat. She muttered something, an incantation, or perhaps some kind of prayer. Either way, the moment the words left her lips, John's eyes flew open. He had time for one last terrible scream before she brought the knife flashing down, slashing him deep across the throat, rupturing arteries and tearing through sinew. Blood began to spurt, and she flung herself backwards onto Radek's waiting arms. She immediately struggled free and fell to her knees, taking up her terrible chanting once again. Jason felt his bladder let go as the chair began to vibrate, and then smoke, and eventually the stone started to melt, run and crawl adherently into John's poor dead body, dissolving him, eating him, making a part of the whole until he was completely gone. And the chair sat there, renewed and revitalized. The girl stood, bloody knife in hand, and the cultists went wild, cheering and surging forward and falling at her feet. As she approached the swaying Jason, the lumbering Radek, cursing and kicking the baying mob out of her way, stood proudly by her side. Jason struggled, eyes going wide with terror as he saw the bloody knife still clenched in her small fist. She followed his gaze and smiled. "Do not worry, town man. This knife is not for you, though you will find its bite many times before the night is through. At times, you'll wish for death, even beg for it, for pain is as much a sacrifice as death." "Radek," she said, handing him the bloody knife. "Shall we begin?" The sun was just starting to stain the night sky when Jason Burnett was placed upon the throne. He had endured hours of torture at the hands of his captors, but just like the girl had said, he had begged them to kill him, and they carved the ancient runes and symbols of the summoning into his bleeding flesh. At one point, he had began to ram the back of his head into the ground, desperate to escape the pain, but the cultists had held him in place with ropes and strong bonds, ignoring his pleas. He had screamed and begged for help, but no one had come. The night was eerily silent, as if some kind of spell had been cast over the whole village. The night went on and on, perhaps 100 years, maybe 1,000, until at last it was over. And he lay a bloody heap on the great throne, the sea stretching out before him as infinite as the sky. By his side stood the girl, her robes stained with his blood. Before her stood Radek, knife in hand. At some unseen signal, he took up a place behind her as she knelt in the dirt, facing the sea. She began to chant, her voice booming, bouncing off the nearby cliffs as she took Jason's hand, their fingers intertwining, her cries becoming frantic, now pleading, now beckoning.
In front of them, the dark waters of the Atlantic began to heave and stir. The girl let out a scream of triumph, raising their entwined hands into the air. This was the sign that Radek had been waiting for. And without a moment's hesitation, he plunged the sacred knife through the girl's neck, killing her instantly before turning the knife upon himself. Jason could feel himself slipping away now. Blood loss and shock taking him down into the blessed death. The last thing his faded vision beheld was a huge monolith rising from the sea. Something clung to its side, something unspeakable, something reaching towards him. He found the strength for one last scream before darkness drew him under. In the pre-dawn light, a figure arose from the stone chair. Its skin was flawless, and it wore the face of Jason Burnett. It stood facing the Van Draven house for some time as the sun rose in the east. It stepped into the house's shadow, and then disappeared inside.
There was something very wrong with the substitute teacher. Ian knew it as soon as she opened the door to the classroom. This lady was bad news. The intruder seemed to fill up the entire doorway as she stepped into the classroom, impossibly wide and tall, with a long, dark skirt and a matching dress jacket. Her eyes were a little too bright. Her grin was just a little too sharp. Her gaze flickered across the room with machine-like precision, scanning faces and taking in the smallest of details for future consideration. It reminded Ian of a documentary he'd seen when he was a little younger. Some hour-long PBS special about lions in the African savannah. He could imagine her tongue snaking out to lick her chops as she stared them all down, a herd of nervous antelope with nowhere to run. Instead of calling out a greeting to get their attention, the intruder cleared her throat and stomped across the room, thumping her enormous handbag down onto the teacher's desk with a resounding whump that made the entire class flinch in unison. She flashed a ferocious smile and wrote, "Mrs. Blackmore," on the chalkboard, printing her name in a slanting line of angry-looking block letters. "Good morning, class," the looming figure bellowed as she clapped her meaty palms together with a sound like thunder. "I'll ask you to stop talking and give me your full attention, please." The classroom was instantly as silent as a tomb. The frightening woman gave the wide-eyed children a curdled grin and crooned, "Oh, that's much better. My name is Mrs. Blackmore, and I'll be your substitute teacher for today, and tomorrow, and probably for quite some time in the foreseeable future. I'm quite pleased to meet you all, and I hope—" Molly Rogers waved a skinny arm in the air and blurted out, "What happened to Miss Wright? Why isn't she here?" Mrs. Blackmore fixed her with a baleful stare and swooped across the room, her long skirt flapping behind her like the wings of a bat as she closed in on her prey. She leaned in close to Molly and hissed, "Molly Ann Rogers, there are 3 very important rules to follow in my class. Don't interrupt. Don't create a disturbance, and don't be a tattletale. We're not even 1 full minute into the school day, and you've already broken one of the rules." Molly shrank down in her chair, trying to make herself as small as possible. She whispered an apology at the floor. Mrs. Blackmore glared down at her, her left eye twitching with a barely contained fury, and she snarled, "They're always sorry when you reprimand them for misbehaving, aren't they? Mercy, yes, so sorry. Well, you'll hear every excuse in the book when you put one of the bad ones in the hot seat." The substitute stomped her way back to the chalkboard. Pausing at the teacher's desk to hover close to her handbag, she started petting the lumpy old thing like a cat, and her scowl melted into a nasty little smile. The substitute whispered to her bag in a hushed tone, cooing a litany of soothing nonsense words as she scratched behind its handles. The class watched and waited with uncomfortable silence, darting sideways glances at each other as they nervously shifted around their desks. Ian thought the bag's tarnished zipper looked like a mouth. A wide, snarling mouth, its lips wrinkling back to expose dozens of sharp little teeth. Mrs. Blackmore gave the bag a final pat and erupted into action, her skirt swirling around her in rustling whirls of shadows as she busied herself at the front of the room. Looking at no one in particular, she said, "If you really must know, well, it appears that Miss Wright has gone missing." The class stirred with some muted chatter and rustling of restless feet. The substitute plowed on, talking over them in a tone that was brisk and vaguely sympathetic, like a newscaster reporting on some horrible disaster in a distant nation. "No one knows what happened to her, I'm afraid. She disappeared without a trace over the weekend, and now the police are involved. That's how these things go, I suppose. Some poor soul will just up and disappear one day, and they'll never be seen again." Molly let out a high-pitched squeak, her face as pale as milk, and Mrs. Blackmore shook her head in grave disappointment. She turned and began to write a series of math problems on the chalkboard. "It's not an appropriate subject to discuss in a classroom, is it, Molly?" Mrs. Blackmore was speaking to the chalkboard, scrawling numbers and mathematical symbols with tight, swift movements of her wrist. "Why would you interrupt me with such an unpleasant topic? Why would you create such a horrid disturbance during my introduction?" Molly looked like she was about to cry. She screwed up the last of her wilting courage and sniffled, "I didn't mean to do anything wrong. It was just a question." Mrs. Blackmore whirled around and pointed at the trembling girl with a nub of chalk clenched between her fingers. "Just a question," she repeated in an incredulous tone. "Questions can be very dangerous, Molly." "Mercy, yes. Very dangerous indeed. Please stay after class has been dismissed for the day, Molly. I'd like to talk to you further about improper questions and their consequences." "But I didn't mean to—" The substitute dropped the chalk and briskly clapped her hands together, a pistol shot that made Ian jump a little in his seat. He banged his knees against the underside of his desk and bit down on a yelp. Mrs. Blackmore roared, "I don't want to hear any excuses!" And everyone flinched in unison. "See me after class has been dismissed, Molly Rogers. Is that understood?" Tears welled up in Molly's eyes. She wiped them away with her sleeve and nodded. She looked like she was ready to faint dead away and flop into the aisle. Ian didn't blame her one bit. There was something feral lurking behind the substitute's laser precision stare, something unpredictable and wild. It seemed impossible they would actually hire this crazy lady to teach children. But there she was, standing at the front of the room with an off-kilter smirk on her face. "Get your mathematics textbooks and open them to Chapter 6, Mrs. Blackmore growled, and she slammed the teacher's copy onto the desk with enough force to rattle the windows. "You're going to work on your long division skills this morning, all of you," she added, and her eyes fell once again on poor Molly Rogers, who was doing her very best to shrink into non-existence. "There are 3 simple rules in my classroom," Mrs. Blackmore said softly. She was still glaring at Molly. "I expect you all to obey these rules. Each and every one of them." She lapsed into silence and let it drag on for an uncomfortably long period of time, patiently waiting to see if anyone would be foolish enough to draw attention to themselves. Finally, she drew in a deep breath and returned her attention to the blackboard. "Well, don't just sit there," she grunted. "Start copying these problems down in your notebooks. We're going to do this until we get it right." After what seemed like an eternity, the final buzzer rang. Mrs. Blackmore dismissed her class with a curt, "Go on then, get out of here. Not you, Molly." Ian caught up with Scotty and Mariana just outside the front entrance. On any other day, Scotty would be gleefully haranguing the other two with his manic stream of consciousness style of conversational discourse, while Mariana would be alternating between laughing at his antics and barking at him to shut his stupid shithole. But not today. Today, the trio walked together in silence. There was an unspoken elephant in their midst, and her name was Molly Rogers. It wasn't long before Scotty wordlessly pointed out the first poster, an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper with "Missing" printed in large, bold letters across the top of the page. Centered below this was a slightly blurry photo of Miss Wright, sitting in a lawn chair, smiling for the camera, in a pair of cut-off denim shorts and a gray t-shirt. Ian stared at it in morbid fascination as they drew closer. According to the information below the picture, Miss Wright's first name was Lucille. She was 26 years old, she stood 5 feet, 7 inches tall, had sandy brown hair, and she was missing. There was at least 4 posters on every block, multiple Miss Wrights taped to streetlights and stapled to telephone poles. All of them smiling in the sunshine of a forgotten summer. All of them gone, without a trace. Scott slowed his pace and came to a stop as the trio approached the corner where they would split ways and head to their respective houses. He looked at the other two and said, "What, no one's gonna say it? That substitute teacher freaks me out. I'm actually scared of her. I'm not even kidding." Mariana snorted. "No shit. That lady's intense. Is she, 7 feet tall? She takes up the whole doorway."
"Mrs. Blackmore," Scotty intoned, as he wiggled his fingers at them in what he believed to be a spooky manner. "Did you see her petting her purse like it was a friggin' dog or something? What was that about? She was baby talking to her own bag, dude. What the hell was that?"
Ian grinned uneasily at his shoes and said, "She's a substitute, right? She won't be around for long. That bag of hers, it looked..." The image of Miss Wright, sitting in a lawn chair, popped into his brain, and he trailed off in mid-sentence. Denim shorts and bare feet, Miss Lucille Wright. Missing at age 26. But what did that mean exactly? Missing as in what? Just gone? Where? People don't vanish into nothingness and stop existing, so where did she go? "I just hope she leaves soon," Ian finished. And he offered Mariana an awkward, robotic-looking shrug. "She's creepy." Mariana raised an eyebrow and asked, "You okay? You're acting weird." Ian manufactured a weak flicker of a grin and croaked, "I'm fine. Everything's fine."
"Of course he's not okay," Scott interjected. "Do you know this kid? He's nowhere near okay."
Mariana snapped. "Can you be serious for a second? You're dedicated to being as annoying as possible." Scotty offered her a loud ripper of a fart in response and scrambled out of striking distance. He threw back his head and cackled, "Choking my acid die, Mariana! Whoop!" Mariana gave him a withering look of contempt and turned back to Ian. Slowly, she said, "Well, maybe she won't be there tomorrow. I really hope not. That lady scares me." "Yes, that makes 3 of us," Ian muttered. He was thinking about the handbag. He thought about its yawning zipper mouth and the tiny brass teeth that glinted in the sterile glare of the fluorescent lights. Scott broke the silence by letting out a rumbling belch and declaring, "That's what I think of Mrs. Buttmore. Gotta get home. I'll see you guys tomorrow." He turned the corner and swaggered down the street. A skinny, ginger-haired kid walking tall in red Converse shoes and a SpongeBob SquarePants baseball cap. Ian and Mariana both lingered a minute to watch him go. Felt like there was more that needed to be said out loud. Much more. But Ian didn't want to talk. Not now. He wanted to go home. "Miss Wright was really pretty," Mariana said. "Never realized she was so pretty until I saw the posters. I always thought she was old or whatever, you know? She looks different in school." Yeah, she wasn't old. 26 isn't old. Ian could tell that Mariana had a lot more to say on the subject of Mrs. Blackmore, but he didn't want to hear it. He didn't need to, anyway. He was thinking the exact same thing. He took a step back and said, "Well, I should probably get home too. I'll see you later." "I didn't like the way she was looking at us," Mariana blurted. "The look in her eyes, you know? It was weird. It made me think of a story from this old book of fairy tales I had when I was little. It was called Hansel and Gretel. You know the one I'm talking about? So these kids are lost in the forest, right? And they find a house made out of gingerbread and they think that they're saved, but there's a witch living in the house, an evil witch, and she wants to eat them." Ian felt the fine hairs stand up on the back of his neck. He grimaced and shook his head. "No, I don't know. There's something wrong with her though, for sure. Hey, I gotta get going, okay? I'll see you tomorrow." "Molly had to stay behind," Mariana whispered. Ian pretended he didn't catch what she'd said and started to walk away. Frankly, he didn't want to catch it. All he wanted was to go home and curl up under a blanket. He would close the curtains, watch some TV, and not think about Miss Wright, Molly Rogers, or anyone else for that matter. He would curl up in a safe little hidey hole, and the morning would take care of itself. "I'll see you later," Ian chirped over his shoulder, and picked up the pace until he was almost jogging down the street, thumbs hooked in the straps of his knapsack to keep it from bouncing around on his back. There'd be no more of that kind of talk, not today. It was officially blanket time. Ian was dismally unsurprised that Molly Rogers didn't come to school the next day. Ian did his best to ignore her empty seat. Looking at it made him feel like a bird was fluttering in his chest, hammering around in a panic to fly away and escape. It was best to not think about it. Try as he might, however, Ian couldn't stop himself from staring at Mrs. Blackmore's handbag. It stared right back at him, its brass button eyes full of animal cunning. The more he looked at it, the more it seemed to Ian that the bag had a face, a crumpled, hateful little troll face, a patchwork golem made from shadows, stains, and creases in the ancient leather. The illusion was completed by that wide, unsettling zipper mouth. Today it was partially unzipped, giving it a lopsided, degenerate leer. Ian didn't like it at all, not one bit. He was scared of his new teacher, but he was even more afraid of her handbag. Just before first recess, Mrs. Blackmore made a heinous discovery. Richie Gamble was chewing gum in class. This unforgivable act of rebellion was deemed disruptive behavior, and Richie was ordered to stay behind when the bell rang for recess. When recess was over, Richie was nowhere to be seen. No one asked where he went, or even dared to mention the fact he was gone. No one said anything at all. For the rest of the day, the classroom was as silent as a tomb. When the 3 o'clock bell rang, everyone drifted out like a ghost, all of them striving to remain unseen and unheard. Mrs. Blackmore positioned herself by the door and glared down at each student in turn, offering each of them a flashing sickle of a smile as they sidled past. There was a clear warning in that smile. There were rules, and the rules were not to be broken. Not ever. Ian slung on his backpack, shoved his trembling hands into his pockets, and steeled himself to walk past the teacher's desk on his way out of the classroom. He wanted to get a better look at her handbag. It was even uglier up close, and smelled awful. It reeked like a wet, moldy basement. Beneath that, there was the faintest hint of advanced decay. Ian had a nasty mental image of a pile of rotting corpses, all of them churning with maggots, moldering in the dark. It made his stomach roll. As he shuffled past the desk, Ian swore he heard a faraway babble of intermingled voices, as if a radio was playing something in the distance. The voices were too far away for their words to be intelligible, but it sounded like they were all screaming at the top of their lungs. Mrs. Blackmore snapped, "Is there something you need, dear?" And Ian's heart lurched. His only coherent thought was, "Oh shit, 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 shit." Ian looked up into those wide, wild eyes. He felt the blood drain from his face. He shook his head and stammered, "No, not, nope, I was just, I wasn't, I was just leaving." Ian tried to smile. He thought, "Good going, dummy, you don't look guilty at all, that was totally smooth." He steeled himself to walk past her and focused on the door, casually strolling along like everything was right and fine and normal as could be. Mrs. Blackmore's sickle grin collapsed a little further into a feral snarl with every step he took. Ian attempted to slink around her, a big, terrified smile plastered on his face as he turned himself sideways to avoid physical contact. He opened his mouth to say, "See you tomorrow," and the substitute's hand darted in with the speed of a cobra strike, seizing him by the shoulder and stopping him dead in his tracks. It felt like he'd walked into a giant and invisible blob of crazy glue. The soles of his shoes were stuck to the floor, and he couldn't move a single muscle, couldn't even blink. Mrs. Blackmore's broad, angled features filled his line of sight, blocking out the ceiling with the black curtain of her frazzled mop of hair. In a breathless rush, she told him, "There are 3 rules in my classroom, Ian. Don't interrupt. Don't be a disturbance. And the most important rule of them all, don't be a dirty little tattletale." Ian struggled to speak, making a faint moaning sound in the back of his throat. Mrs. Blackmore very slightly relaxed her grip on his shoulder, and Ian was suddenly able to utter a raspy little whisper. His voice was barely audible over the hammering of his heart. "I don't know what you're talking about," he gasped. "I didn't do anything." She offered a curdled grimace and crooned, "Not yet, but you will. I've been in this business for a long, long time, Ian. Mercy, yes, a very long time. I know the bad ones better than they know themselves. And there's simply no question, no doubt in my mind at all. You were a very bad boy. An awful boy. A putrid little tattletale." I'm not," Ian squeaked. I wouldn't do that, honest. Please let me go." The substitute studied his pale cheeks and bulging eyes, and Ian could see that she didn't believe him. His mind was screeching, "Run, run, 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 run," but he couldn't lift his feet off the floor. He could barely even swallow. Mrs. Blackmore shook her head in mock sadness. "If they ever discover my secrets, do you know what they would do, Ian? They would hunt me to the ends of the earth. They would bind me in chains of silver. They would burn me alive." Her fingers clamped down hard into his flesh, and Ian fell mute once again. He could scarcely draw a breath. The only movement left unchecked was the ferocious pounding of his heart. "That won't do, Ian. No, that won't do at all." Mrs. Blackmore raised her other hand in front of Ian's face, and she carefully traced an elaborate figure in the air with her finger. As her fingertip looped and whirled before his eyes, she chanted, "Asleep you'll be, until red you see, and then you'll sleep forever." Ian stared at the empty space where she'd traced the rune, and wheezed out a soft groan. He could see the shape twisting and twirling hypnotically in his mind's eye. A complicated series of lines and swirls that glowed red with potential secrets. The rest of the world fell away in strips and shards, and all that remained was the rune, whispering its irresistible demands in a tongue he couldn't quite understand. "Go on," Miss Blackmore crooned, and she released her death grip on his shoulder. Ian was abruptly free of the invisible force that was holding him in place, and he stumbled away on rubber legs, taking big, shambling strides out the door and all the way down the hall to the front entrance. Scott and Mariana were waiting for him outside, but Ian pushed right past them and kept striding along. His eyes rendered blind, his ears struck deaf to all sound save for the whispering of the rune. The people around him were nothing but vague shadows and inaudible background noise, dull flickers of motion in a world made of layers of nothing. It was all distant and completely unimportant to his mission. He couldn't stop moving his legs, nor did he want to. His legs walked him across the schoolyard, putting one foot in front of the other, all on their own, and there was nothing he could do but come along for the ride. He heard Scott yell, "Ian! Hey, dickface!" But it didn't matter. Scotty was unimportant. His words were faint buzzings of a housefly in a distant corner of the room, easily ignored. Just a few more steps and I'll sleep forever, Ian thought. And tears started rolling down his cheeks. Won't that be nice? From somewhere far, far away, Mariana shrieked, "Ian, stop!" But there would be no stopping. Not until he saw red. A big, beautiful wave of red would come crashing over him, and then he would sleep. Mercy, yes. 4 more steps. 3 more. 2 more. Now he would sleep. His eyes would close, and he would sleep forever. Scotty thundered, "Ian!" directly behind him, and he was abruptly hauled off his feet by a mighty tug on his knapsack. He fell hard onto the sidewalk, and a split second later a lifted Ford pickup truck screamed past at 30 miles over the speed limit, the driver laying on the horn as the brakes locked up with a tortured screech of rubber on pavement. The truck fishtailed wildly and scraped against the curb, leaving a long scuff across the cement as it shuddered to a halt. Ian stared at the truck in a daze. 1 more step. Just one. He would have been reduced to a grisly smear on the road. He took in a shuddering breath and croaked, "Holy crap. Holy fucking shit." Mariana was suddenly standing over him, her face frozen in a shocked expression that matched his own, almost perfectly. She slapped him weakly on the shoulder and croaked, "Are you serious right now? You almost died, dumbass! What the hell?" Beside him, Scotty reached over to slap his other shoulder, this time hard enough to sting, and he hissed, "The fuck, Ian? What's wrong with you?" Ian could only look back and forth between them and shake his head. He felt sick to his stomach. If Scotty had reached for him just a bare millisecond later, there wouldn't have been anything to grab. Ian would have been gone. A young man in jeans and a plaid shirt jumped out of the pickup and wailed, "Oh my God, is he dead?" A swarm of parents quickly surrounded the driver in a boiling cloud of righteous fury. He warded them off with outstretched arms and shouted, "I don't know what happened. My truck kept picking up speed. I couldn't slow down. I said I don't know what happened. Get away from me." A portly woman in a pink tracksuit detached herself from the milling ranks of the lynch mob and stormed over to check on Ian. She knelt down and shook a finger at him, her face a puffy blob of orange-tinted bread dough and oversized sunglasses. "I thought you were dead," she screeched at him. "If your friends didn't grab you, you would have been killed. Why weren't you paying attention?" Ian barely recognized what she was saying. He was staring at the fan of papers the woman was holding in her other hand. Her shrill, nasally whine faded to a faint drone as he blinked at them. A stack of 8x5s by 11 sheets, with "missing" printed across the top in large, bold letters. Miss Wright would soon have company. Molly Rogers was now starring in her very own poster. She was 5 feet tall, weighed exactly 85 pounds, and she was missing. The woman reached to seize Ian by the arm, and he surged to his feet, knocking her over and scattering her papers in the wind in the process. Ian ignored her high-pitched squawking and started to run. He ran all the way home and collapsed on his front porch with a burning stitch in his side. He lay there for a long time, panting for air and mewling from the pain with a cramp in his side. "Until you see red," he wheezed out loud. And he'd seen red, hadn't he? Actually, yes, the pickup truck was painted a deep, glossy red. A red as freshly spilled blood. Despite the greasy sweat that was rolling down his face and soaking his clothes to his skin, Ian broke out in goosebumps. Mrs. Blackmore's attempt to make his death look like an accident had failed. She would be coming for him. But what was he supposed to do? The substitute was a lioness, clothed in rustling shadows, an elemental force that clunked along in square-toed leather boots. She tried to make his death look like an accident and nearly succeeded, but next time, she wouldn't bother. Ian would simply cease to exist just like the rest of them, and his picture would appear on a stack of posters the very next day. He was a loose thread, and it was certain that Mrs. Blackmore wouldn't tolerate a loose thread. When a monster hides in plain sight, camouflage is everything. Her existence depended on skepticism of rational minds. It depended on no questions being asked and no suspicions being allowed to take root in the stony soil of an adult's barren imagination. Her existence depended on 3 rules, and rule number 3 was the most important of them all. There was only one thing he could do, and that was to break her precious rule. He had to tattle on her as loud as he could and hope for the best. The front door opened and Ian's mother poked her head out to stare at him with a puzzled expression. She asked, "Why are you lying down on the porch? Come on, get inside, get washed up. Supper's gonna be early tonight." The door swung closed again before he could answer. Ian hugged his knees to his chest and murmured to himself, "She already knows I'm alive. She's gonna come after me." As soon as he said those words out loud, it dawned on Ian that Mrs. Blackmore had somehow known every student's name on the first day. Every single kid in the class. She'd never taken so much as a quick peek at the attendance list, not once. But she'd still known every kid's name. How? Ian already knew the answer to that question. Her handbag had told her. It was alive. Horribly and impossibly alive. From inside the house, Ian's mother bellowed, "Get in here and wash up! Supper's ready!" Ian hauled himself to his feet and opened the door with stiff, clumsy fingers. He'd never been less hungry for dinner his whole life. He didn't know how he was supposed to convince his parents that Mrs. Blackmore was a witch. But he had to figure it out right quickly, because he had only one shot at making them believe his story. After that, his pleading would fall on deaf ears. And then I'll sleep forever, Ian thought. And he blinked away the tears that threatened to start pouring down his face. He took in a deep breath, said a quick prayer to whoever might be listening, and stepped inside to face whatever might happen next. You're pretty quiet over there, bud. Ian didn't look up from his plate. He hadn't eaten anything yet, and he didn't intend to either. He had never been less hungry in all of his life. He muttered, "Yeah," and resumed pushing his potatoes around with his fork, painfully conscious of his father's prying gaze. Now that it was time to blow the whistle, he felt numb all over. He suspected he was probably in shock. Ian wasn't sure what that even meant, but he knew he was ready to start screaming at any second. "Well?" Ian's mom prompted. "You want to tell us what's on your mind?" Ian was suddenly struck by doubt. Was he doing the right thing? What if he didn't say anything? What would Mrs. Blackmore do if he came strolling into the classroom tomorrow morning like nothing had happened? She'd put me in her handbag, he thought. That's what she'd do. She'd shove me into its mouth and then I'd be missing. He took a deep breath and tried his best to summarize the events of the past 2 days, struggling against tears as he stammered and sniffled his way to the end of the story. When he was done, Ian gradually became aware that an ominous silence had descended over the table. His mother was staring at him with a bubbling mixture of anger and dismay. She skinned her lips back from her teeth in a furious little grin. "Let me ask you something, Ian, okay? How old are you?" Ian gaped at her with his mouth hanging open. He hadn't seen his mom look this angry in a good long while. He'd been so consumed with terror, he didn't even consider his parents might think he was out and out fabricating the entire story. He sputtered, "Okay, I know it sounds like I made it all up or something, but I swear I'm not lying to you, Mom. Why would I do that? Please, come on." "I know you're very upset. I understand that," she said quietly. "We're all very upset. Believe me. You've been in school with Molly Rogers since kindergarten. We've talked to her parents on many occasions. What I don't know is if you fully understand the gravity of this situation. Do you?" "You're not listening," Ian shot back, and his voice broke on the last syllable. "They didn't get taken by, some weird guy or in a van or something. It was Mrs. Blackmore. I swear it's true." His mom gritted her teeth and hissed, "Okay, I'm listening. Run it by me one more time, okay? Go ahead." "His substitute teacher is an evil witch," Ian's dad grunted. He was staring at his son with an expression of distaste, as if he were looking at something unsavory he'd found clinging to the sole of his shoe. "She steals people and puts them in her handbag. Oh, and she cast a spell on him that made him walk into traffic. Did I leave anything out, Ian?" "A witch!" Ian's mom yelled, and she smartly rapped him on top of his skull with the handle of her butter knife. He clapped his hands over his head and opened his mouth to start hollering, but he was immediately shushed with a violent wag of her finger. "Answer my question. How old are you?" 11, Ian sniffled. His eyes were wide and wounded. He simply couldn't believe his parents thought that he was making the whole thing up. "It wouldn't matter if I was 57 years old, though, because I'm not lying to you, Mom." "You're accusing a substitute teacher of freaking witchcraft! For Christ's sake!" she snapped. "Think about that for a second, okay? What the hell is wrong with you?" "I'm not lying," Ian blubbered. "She fed them to her purse. There's more people in there too, not just Miss Wright and Molly. I heard them screaming." His mom clenched her teeth and spat. "What is this? Are you looking for attention or what? How do you think Molly's parents would feel if they heard you saying this ridiculous bullshit, huh?" Ian groped for something to say in his defense. Anything. And he started to cry instead. He shook his head and sobbed. "I'm not lying to you. If you don't call the police right now, she'll get me too." "Oh, enough," his mom exclaimed. She flung the butter knife down in disgust and glared at him with her lip curled into a snarl. "I have half a mind to call the school tomorrow and arrange a meeting with you, me, and the substitute teacher and the principal. How would you like that, Ian?" Ian shoved his chair back from the table and sputtered, "What? No, she'll..." "Shut up, Ian," his father growled, and he glared at his son with hands clenched on the kitchen table. "I'm shutting this down right now. If I were you, kiddo, I'd just admit that I was lying and let it go." Ian's vision was blurred with tears, hot and acidic as they rolled down his face and dripped off his chin. He'd find no help here, not at his own table. He took in a shaky breath and wheezed. I was lying. I'm sorry. It was a dumb thing to do. I'm really, really sorry. May I please be excused?" His mother rolled her eyes and barked. "I think it's time for you to start growing up, don't you?" "Yeah, sure," Ian sniffled. "Can I please leave now?" His mother nodded without looking at him. Ian fled the dinner table and hid away in the sanctuary of his bedroom. He pulled the curtains shut and sat on the floor with his back against the wall. It was comforting, somehow. It made him feel safe. A warm and cozy feeling that would soon be in very short supply. Telling his parents about Mrs. Blackmore had been a mistake. Telling any adult would be a mistake. They wouldn't believe it unless they saw her in action with their very own eyes, and that would never happen. Mrs. Blackmore would take extra care to dial down the weird when speaking with a concerned parent. She was undoubtedly very skilled in the art of fooling grown-ups into not seeing her true nature. How did she get hired for the job in the first place? Certainly not by acting like an off-kilter psycho. Maybe she just cast a spell on the person that hired her, Ian thought as he shuddered. Yet another detail he hadn't thought about. As far as he knew, the entire school staff could be under her power, including the janitor. In fact, it was possible. No one could see her for what she really was unless she wanted them to. Adults and kids alike. She might have a pleasant and unremarkable face for the rest of the world, and another one solely for those who she intended to shove, whole and screaming, into the bowels of her handbag. "Because it's like when they're all really scared," Ian muttered to himself. "It makes them taste better." Ian heard his cell phone vibrate from inside his daytime prison in the top drawer of his dresser. He wasn't allowed to take it to school because his mom was convinced he'd use it to cheat during a test. It was a text message from Mariana. "Are you okay? I can't believe you didn't get run over today. What happened?" Ian stared at the message, and he struggled to come up with an answer that she would both understand and accept. Finally, he squinted his eyes against the tears that wanted to flow and typed out, "She made me do it. I couldn't stop." Immediately, Mariana texted back, "Are you talking about Mrs. B? Because I would believe that. I think she's a witch." Ian let out a low, anguished groan and responded, "She's the one who kidnapped Mrs. Wright. Molly, and all the rest of them too. Lots of people. She has them in her purse. I heard them screaming in there." Mariana started typing, then abruptly stopped. A few seconds later, his phone started to ring. "Ian," she said carefully, "I think I believe you, but I just want to make sure you're not messing with me. Are you? Because I'll kick your skinny white ass if you're just making this up to mess with me. No joke." Ian clenched his teeth and growled, "I'm not. Do you think I almost got run over to prank you? Holy crap, give me a freaking break." Mariana sputtered. Okay, I'm just saying. I mean, that lady is a freak. Of course I believe you. It's really weird, you know? None of the other teachers seem to think that there's anything weird about her. Like, I saw her talking to the principal today, and I swear he was looking at her like she's a hot movie star or something. I mean, I could practically see hearts in his eyes. It was really weird. "I think she looks and sounds a lot different to other grown-ups," Ian said softly. "I think she looks the way they want her to look, you know? Kids are the only ones who see her, the real her. Like, who would ever hire that lady to work at a school? She's..." Ian trailed off, grasping for the words that would best convey his troubling and ill-defined hunch about the true nature of their substitute teacher. He settled with, "She's almost like a cartoon or something. I don't know how to describe it. It's like she's a villain from a Disney movie." "A caricature," Mariana interjected with a soft, musing tone. "Like a caricature of a witch from a fairy tale." They both lapsed into silence for a moment, both of them unsure of what to say next. Finally, Mariana let out a shaky breath and said, This is so freaking scary. I hate it. You're telling me, Ian croaked. She's gonna come after me. I broke the third rule. I told on her to my parents. It doesn't even matter because they think that I'm lying for attention or some stupid shit. I don't know what to do. Mariana barked. Well, don't just sit there and get killed. Call the police. I mean, don't tell them she's a witch or something like that. Tell them she tried to kill you. In a less confident tone, she added, they'll have to come check it out, right? That's their job. That's a terrible idea, Ian grunted. What am I going to say? Like, hello, police? My teacher tried to kill me, so can you please come to school tomorrow morning and shoot her or something? They'll come and talk to her, and they'll talk to my parents, and then everyone will deny everything, and I'll be screwed. I can't prove she did anything wrong. It's just my word against hers. At that instant, Ian's mom suddenly came bursting into his room, making him utter a shrill little screech of terror as she flung the door open. She jabbed a finger at his phone and demanded, "Give me that phone right now. I heard what you said, and that is not happening." Ian immediately ended the call, but he didn't hand over his phone. Like hell, he was about to do that. No way. He forced himself to return his mother's furious stare and said, "You shouldn't be eavesdropping. I deserve some privacy." She snorted in disbelief and slowly shook her head at him. "You can have all the privacy in the world when you're living out on your own. Until then, you're living in my house, under my care, and there will be no secrets. Now give me the phone." He held his phone behind his back and said, "No, what for?" "Because I said so, Ian," she hollered. And despite his best effort to stand firm, Ian flinched. For as long as he could remember, his mom's words had been the law in their house, and the reason behind every sharp command and illogical rule was because she said so. But not anymore. Ian abruptly decided, nope, not anymore. He jumped to his feet, slid open the window screen, and tossed his phone down the slope of the roof. It skittered across the shingles and landed in the gutter with a shockingly loud bang. Ian looked back at his mom, his eyes wide and afraid, and he panted, "You want my phone, Mom? Fine. Go out there and get it." Momentarily struck dumb by the wholly unexpected and monumentous act of rebellion. Finally, she gasped, "Why, you horrible little shit. Why did you do that? Do you know what you just done?" Ian smiled bitterly through a sudden gush of tears and sniffles. "You're the least of my problems right now, Mom, okay? Just go away. Just leave." His mom shook her head at him again and murmured, "You're grounded." She had a stricken expression on her face, like she'd just experienced a devastating and unforgettable betrayal. "Don't come out of your room tonight unless you have to use the bathroom. Do you understand?" "You're grounded, Ian." "Sure," Ian sighed. And he gently pushed her out of his room, another act of defiance that would have previously been unthinkable. She looked like she wanted to raise her hand to him, as she had done on so many other occasions in the past. But she didn't quite dare. Not this time. And as far as Ian was concerned, never again. "Grounded," she said in a broken whisper, and Ian closed his bedroom door on her without another word. Perhaps his dad would come up the stairs to mete out some misguided justice after she was gone, but Ian didn't think so. He was pretty sure she'd stay away from him for the rest of the night because somewhere deep down, they knew he was telling the truth. They knew, and it had frightened them. So they'd gotten angry with him instead, because it was easier to be angry than to be scared of forces beyond their control. Such was the strange and unspoken dichotomy of all parents. They were bound by the laws of adulthood to protect their children. But whenever a threat arose that made them feel powerless, well, they just got really mad at their kids instead. Ian would never understand that, not in a million years. But it was true. Later on, under the cover of darkness, he carefully crawled down the slope of the roof and fished his phone out of the gutter. It had survived the ordeal with only a few minor scratches. Ian found himself peering down at the clump of bushes below and wondered if he'd be okay if he was ever forced to jump down. The thought came out of left field, and it made him shiver a bit in the cold night air. Sure friggin' hope so, he thought. He crawled back into his bedroom, wriggling through the open window like a pajama-clad worm and lowering himself onto the floor as quietly as possible. He had a few unread messages waiting for him. One from Mariana, and it said, "Your mom's being a huge bitch. Are you okay?" He answered, "It's all good. She's gonna chill out for now. We had a talk. Anyway, I have a plan. I'm gonna play sick tomorrow and stay in bed until everyone's gone. Then I'm gonna call the school and ask for the principal. I'll tell him Mrs. Blackmore tried to kidnap me and I almost got hit by a car when I was trying to run away from her. I'll ask if I can come talk to him in his office, and you and Scotty come with me to back me up, please?" Mariana blasted back, "What the hell, Ian?" in a jumble of angry-looking all caps. "No, you idiot, call the cops. As if the principal's gonna care what Scotty says. What's wrong with you? Just call the police." Ian smiled wanly at the screen and typed, "The police won't take me seriously, but they'll listen to the principal. He's a grown-up. I'm just a kid. Sucks, but that's the way it is." "Well, yeah, I guess," she agreed reluctantly. "Message me after you talk to him, okay? He'll come to the office with you." Ian promised he'd let her know how it went as soon as possible, and they both said goodnight. He checked the second text message and slowly shook his head. It was from Scotty, who messaged, "Knock, knock." It was followed almost an hour later by, "The punchline was Doctor Who, get it? You say who's there, I say doctor, and then you say Doctor Who. God, you're such a dickhead for not answering. It's a good one. You wrecked it." He tucked his phone in his pocket and crept out into the dark hallway, carefully trying to avoid creaky spots on the floor as he made his way to the bathroom. He shuffled back on his tiptoes, pausing in front of his parents' door to make sure that he could hear his father quietly snoring. Satisfied that they were asleep, Ian slipped downstairs to fetch his running shoes out of his gym bag. He had a nagging and worrisome notion that it would be best if he were prepared to skedaddle on a moment's notice. Just as he was easing his bedroom door shut, Ian felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He fished it out, looking at the screen, frozen just as still as a marble statue. His face drawn back into a tragedy mask of shock and dismay. The phone number came up as unknown, and the message only had a single word. Ian read it over and over again, his brain frozen in a tight loop of brute panic. The word, of course, was tattletale. Ian turned his phone off and shoved it beneath his pillow. He lay on his back and stared up at the ceiling, his mind racing a million directions at once. He hardly closed his eyes at all that night. "You're not sick. Quit faking and get the hell out of bed." Ian's mom was standing in the doorway with her arms crossed and her foot tapping in impatient rhythm. Up until yesterday, this would have been enough to send Ian scrambling to do her bidding, but it wasn't going to be like that anymore, and certainly not today. He groaned, "I don't feel good. I can't go today." It was not exactly a lie. Ian felt awful. He hadn't slept more than 10 consecutive minutes throughout the entire night. "Ian, I don't have time for this," she snapped. "I know what you're doing, I know why you're doing it, and it ain't happening. Knock it off, get up." Ian put the blanket over his head and mumbled, "No, I'm staying home. See you later." She growled, "If I don't pull out of that driveway in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to be late. If you make me late, Ian, so help me Jesus, I'll..." She trailed off, suddenly unsure of herself. She rubbed her palms against her eyes and said, "I can't believe you, Ian. Tell me something. Who's going to watch you today, huh? Your father's already gone, and it's way too late for me to call in. For God's sake, kid, I really can't believe you." "You don't have to," Ian whispered. "Just go to work. Leave me alone." She groped for a response. Her mouth turned down in a grimace of sour dismay, and she finally settled with, "Okay, fine. Fine by me. If you hurt yourself somehow, it's your responsibility." She glanced at the clock hanging on the wall and muttered, "I have to go. We'll talk about this later." Ian pulled the curtains open to watch his mom leave, his face drawn and exhausted in the golden morning sunshine. She cast a troubled glance up at his window as she hurried down the driveway to her car. She looked vulnerable and diminished in the muted light that filtered through the gathering storm clouds. Ian discovered that he kind of felt bad for her, which was pretty funny when you consider that... Wait, what? Ian blinked up to the sky. It had been fair, bright, and blue just a few scant heartbeats ago, but now it was blanketed in a rolling wave of threatening clouds. What the hell? He looked back down at his mom and gasped. Mrs. Blackmore was suddenly towering over Ian's mother in the driveway, gripping the smaller woman by the shoulders as she whispered into her ear. His mom listened and nodded woodenly down at her feet, her arms dangling at her sides. Her purse slid off her shoulder and fell onto the asphalt, releasing a scatter of change, old tubes of lip balm, and other purse detritus in a jingling wave. His mother didn't even seem to notice. She was lost in the spell, a puppet of the substitute's iron will. Mrs. Blackmore took a step back, smirking to herself as Ian's mom turned and got into her car with jerky, disjointed movements. Ian threw open his window and shrieked, "No! Mom, don't go! Mom!" She stuck her arm out of her window and waved at him like a marionette. Her eyes appeared to be completely rolled back into her head, two white ovals glaring sightlessly from behind a slack, expressionless mask. She smiled up at his window, a mechanical twitching of her lips, as she started backing out of the driveway. Ian bellowed, "No, don't leave!" But it fell on deaf ears. 6 seconds later, her car was rolling down the street. Mrs. Blackmore was looking up at his window. Her eyes gleamed and flickered in the murk of the gathering storm. She raised an arm high above her head, and when she dropped it to her side, a driving rain fell from the sky in a heavy curtain. Lightning licked across the racing clouds, briefly illuminating the front yard in stark relief. And Ian saw Mrs. Blackmore was carrying her handbag. She advanced up the driveway with a brisk, confident stride, looking up at his window the entire way to the front porch. The rain curved away from her on all sides, bending against nothing in a perfect dome of dry air in the midst of the downpour. She paused in front of the steps and made a slashing motion with her hand, summoning another bolt of lightning that struck a transformer down the street with a tremendous bang and sizzling pop. The world outside his window immediately disappeared beneath a heavy veil of rain and shadow. A hot jolt of sheer panic slammed up Ian's spine, making every muscle fiber in his body stand at rigid attention. They were coming for him. Mrs. Blackmore and her trusty handbag. And he would soon disappear. Downstairs, the front door smashed open beneath a powerful kick from a square-toed boot, and the howling wind slammed it against the wall. Ian froze and listened intently, a film of greasy sweat glistening on his forehead. He was abruptly seized with a burning need to urinate. Heavy footsteps clomped across the living room and approached the staircase. Wonk, 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 wonk. They paused at the bottom step and Mrs. Blackmore called out, "Are you hiding under your bed, Tattletale? The bad ones always hide. Mercy, yes. You can just about set your watch to it." While his unwanted visitor taunted him from the foot of the staircase, Ian was frantically pulling on a pair of windbreaker pants over his Spider-Man pajama bottoms. As she ran, cackling up the staircase, he jammed his bare feet into his running shoes, zipped his phone into his pocket, and scrambled to the bedroom window. Rain slapped his face in a cold, stinging barrage as he slid and crab-walked his way down the slope of the roof. The drop to the bushes below seemed a heck of a lot further than it had the night before, but the alternative was infinitely worse. Mrs. Blackmore popped her head out of his bedroom window, her eyes blazing with malignant glee, and she screeched, "People go missing, boy! People go missing all the time!" Ian flinched away from her, a scream on his lips, and the sudden movement made him slip and fall into the shrieking winds. There was a second of whirling confusion, a high-pitched shout of pure terror, and then gravity slammed him deep into the prickling depths of a boxwood shrub. Crunch! Mrs. Blackmore rolled into the howling wind. "You get back here right now! You bad little bastard! Get back here!" Ian flopped out of the bush and lurched to his feet. He took off in a shambling run, kicking up splashes of rainwater with his heels as he fled down the street. A bolt of lightning ripped out of the clouds and struck a large elm tree across the street, pounding flash of doom that made Ian stumble in his tracks. He screamed against the ferocious gale that was trying to push him back, and kept on running. From somewhere, not far behind, Mrs. Blackmore howled into the rain with murderous, elemental joy. The hunt was on. As much as she hated bad children who break the rules, Mrs. Blackmore adored the hunt. "Run as fast as you can, you nasty little beast," she bellowed triumphantly. "It doesn't matter.
I'll find you.
Sobbing and choking for breath of the merciless downpour, Ian floundered his way to the corner. He splashed through a particularly deep puddle, and from one stride to the next, found himself slapping soggy footprints onto a perfectly dry sidewalk. He squinted against the unexpected dazzle of early morning sunshine, and his full-on sprint petered out to a confused, stumbling walk. In the space of one footstep to the next, the storm had vanished. The sun was shining, and the sidewalk was milling with people escorting their young ones to school, and Mrs. Blackmore was nowhere to be seen. Ian suddenly felt faint. He put his hands on his knees, struggling not to vomit from a combination of terror and shock and adrenaline overload. Cold rainwater dribbled from his sagging clothes and pattered down onto the warm concrete beneath his feet. He was completely drenched, but there wasn't a single cloud in the sky. When the nausea passed, Ian stood straight up and panted to himself. Holy shit balls, that was way too close. He was answered by a quick blip from the horn of a passing vehicle. He realized that people were staring at him as they drove by, their expressions ranging from mild concern to belligerent suspicion. He realized how odd he must look, sopping wet, gaping in slack-jawed amazement at a perfectly unremarkable day. His earlier need to urinate came back with a sudden vengeance. He was about 20 seconds away from involuntarily wetting himself, an unfortunate mishap that he simply did not need right now. Gritting his teeth against the screaming in his bladder, Ian darted across the road and made a beeline for a narrow copse of trees between two houses. He scrambled into his sparse sanctuary and peed for what seemed like an eternity, leaning against a tree while his entire body trembled in relief. She actually scared the piss out of me, Ian wheezed, and he let out a peal of shrill, unbalanced laughter. Across the street, a suburban dad type in flip-flops and cargo shorts paused to stare at the shrubby patch of trees with a disapproving frown. His two young children were too involved in their conversation about the relative merits of various superheroes to note his dad was no longer moving forward, and they both crashed into his legs with terrific force. The man stumbled from his sudden impact, his face flush red with embarrassment. He snapped an angry rebuke at his children, a finger pointed stiffly at their surprised little faces. Then he cupped his hand around his mouth and shouted, "Whoever's smoking dope in those trees, you better knock it off before I call the cops." Ian resisted a powerful urge to leap out of his hiding, give suburban dad a finger, and yell, "People go missing, didn't you know that? They go missing all the time." Instead, he hunkered down in the weeds and waited for Mr. Nosy to go away. Ian did need the police to come, hell yes, but not to hassle him for being a public nuisance. He needed them to be willing to listen. He needed to make them understand that... His phone started to vibrate in his pocket. Ian looked at the screen and uttered a low groan. It was a call from an unknown number. Ian was pretty sure he knew who was on the other end. He answered without saying anything, and an all-too-familiar voice chuckled into his ear. "Hello, brat. Oh, I'll be back for you soon, not to worry. But I have another errand to attend to in the meantime. Loose lips sink ships, as they say. Would you like to see what it is?" The call abruptly ended. And seconds later, a text message with an image attached. It was a picture of Mariana's house. Mariana was walking down the front steps, looking down at her phone, with her backpack slung over one shoulder. Ian whimpered, "Oh shit," and immediately tried to call her. There was a series of odd clicks in his ear, and then a wailing cacophony that made him cry out in surprise. He dropped his phone, and it shimmered like a heat mirage in the weeds, then bubbled and melted into a colorful paste of ooze that sank into the dirt. Ian stared at the remains in disbelief. "Mariana," he whispered. "She's coming for you." Ian hastily changed out of his wet pajama bottoms and came bursting out of his hiding spot, leaving them behind on the ground beside his melted phone. He yelled, "Mariana!" at the top of his lungs and took off running down the street. "Look out! She's coming for you!" Mariana shaded her eyes and frowned at her phone in the bright morning sunlight. She'd just gotten a text from Scotty saying, Come meet us at the dragon tree before school. Ian wants to tell us something. She messaged back, be right there, and she headed for the park with leaden feet. Her stomach was fluttering and flip-flopping with anxiety. Trooping into the principal's office to confront him about Mrs. Blackmore had seemed like a great idea last night, but her resolve appeared to have shriveled up and died overnight. The absolute last thing she wanted to do was step foot inside the school. At the same time, scuttling back to the house and hiding under the bed wouldn't make the situation go away. Mrs. Blackmore would steal another classmate today, and tomorrow, and every day until she was forced to flee to another town and another identity. She would continue with her grisly harvest until someone finally gathered the courage to stand against her. Unfortunately, that someone was going to have to be Mariana and her two dorky friends. The dragon tree was an enormous weeping willow in the south end of the park. As the three of them got older, the dragon tree looked less and less like a dragon every year, but the name had stuck. It was a convenient meeting spot that afforded a modicum of privacy beneath the hanging folds of its branches. The perfect headquarters for three kids who all lived just a few blocks away from the park. Mariana entered the park through the north gate and headed for the tree at a brisk pace. She dreaded hearing whatever it was that Ian wanted to tell them. There was very little chance it would be good news. She saw Scotty peeking out from between the sagging branches, a pale, skinny oval of a face topped with unruly red hair. She waved at him, and Scotty stared at her blankly in return, not smiling or waving back. He abruptly pulled back and disappeared behind the foliage, leaving Mariana with her arm in the air and a greeting on the tip of her tongue. Mariana slowed to a stop, a frown creasing her brow as an inexplicable chill made gooseflesh stand on her arms in the warm sunshine. That wasn't very Scotty-like behavior at all. Something must be wrong. She dodged around a group of smaller kids and approached the dragon tree with screaming nerves. She braced herself for bad news and stepped through the branches, blinking owlishly as her eyes adjusted to the relative gloom on the other side. Scotty was standing nearby, leaning against the trunk of the tree and staring at her with that blank expression on his face. Mariana looked around and asked, "Where's Ian? I thought he was supposed to be here." Scotty looked at her and said nothing. Mariana waited for a response, then yelled, "Earth to Scott, hello? What's wrong? Why are you..." Mariana trailed off as Scotty's head suddenly detached from his body, drifting off his shoulders and floating to a soft landing on the ground near her feet. His body melted away into scattered shadows, there and gone in a heartbeat. Mariana gaped at the empty spot where he'd just been standing. She reached down with trembling hands to pick up his head, which was actually a white balloon with a bunch of lines scrawled in red marker for hair. His face consisted of 2 dots for eyes and a single slash for a mouth, both hastily drawn with a black marker. She instantly recognized the scent of the marker ink. It smelled exactly like the markers they used in school. And was the balloon a leftover from Molly Rogers' birthday 3 weeks ago? Was it? A large hand clamped down on her shoulder, and Mariana's thoughts scattered into a cloud of incoherent panic. The hand twirled her around, and Mariana found herself looking up at Mrs. Blackmore. She sneered. "I'm sorry to ruin your fun, but the reality is that dragons were just sickly little worms, hardly bigger than a crocodile. Do you think that old, blowhard St. George would have managed to kill a lizard the size of a willow tree? Oh, please. The man was long past his prime and utterly riddled with syphilis. What was Miss Wright teaching you empty-headed little cretins anyway? Certainly not the facts, that's for sure." Mariana couldn't move. Not one single muscle in her entire being. She could only look on helplessly from the windows of her eye sockets, a prisoner in her own body. "Still, you're a good deal brighter than most of the others, aren't you?" she crooned. "Your mind, your spark so bright. Mercy, yes. Such a fine addition to my collection." Mariana was trying to scream, but her throat was locked up tighter than a bank vault, and her tongue was pinned on the roof of her mouth. All she could manage was a low, burbling groan that was lost beneath the noisy background of morning traffic, tittering songbirds, and the stream of children's laughter who were cutting through the park on their way to school. Mrs. Blackmore gave her a curled smile and a knowing nod. "The bad ones always kick up a fuss when it's time to go in the bag. They try and scream and run, and every once in a blue moon, one of you horrible little brats gets away from me." Mrs. Blackmore leaned in close, her eyes glinting with dull flickers of red and green in the gloom, and she snarled. "But rest assured, dearie, it's never for long. I'll get your friends too, both of them, and into the bag they'll go, brat, just like you." Mrs. Blackmore held up her bag, its leering zipper of a mouth gaping wide in anticipation. Mariana heard a distant cacophony of countless souls, all of them lost and wailing in the dark. The substitute grabbed her by the back of the neck and grunted, "Get in there, bright one! Get into your new— Ow! You nasty little beast!" Mrs. Blackmore jerked her hand away and did a mad little dance of pain, shaking her hand in the air and then clutching it close to her chest. She squealed, "Take it off! Take it off right now and get in the bag!" Mariana touched her necklace, a simple chain made of silver, and she pulled it out of her shirt, holding it in front of her like a cross in a vampire movie. Mariana began to advance on Mrs. Blackmore, who fell back with a frightened snarl on her lips. She grunted, "You don't like this much, do you?" And Mrs. Blackmore violently shook her head no. "It burns," she panted. "Hateful silver! I'll tear off your ears for doing that! There was a dull thud, and Mrs. Blackmore fell to her knees, clutching the back of her head with a startled squawk of pain. Ian was standing behind her, raising a second large rock above his head with his lips twisted in a desperate grimace. He brought it down with all the force he could muster, and Mrs. Blackmore fell onto her face in the dirt. Mariana shrilled, "Oh my God! Did you just kill her?" "I wouldn't bet on it," Ian gasped. "Come on, let's go." They fled into the sunlight, the soles of their sneakers slapping the pavement in a frantic rhythm as they ran for their lives. Behind them, Mrs. Blackmore crawled out from beneath the dragon tree and screeched, "Go ahead! Run as fast as you can! I'll find you!" Ian said, "Call Scotty," and he put on a burst of speed. Mariana pulled out her phone and dialed Scotty's cell number, still running as she held the phone to her ear. She listened to it ring on the other end and panted, "Answer your phone, idiot! Answer your stupid phone! Come on! She's coming!" Unlike either of his friends, Scotty had slept like a baby the night before, and he hadn't thought about Mrs. Blackmore even once that entire evening. Mariana had called to tell him they were going to meet up in the morning to talk about the substitute, but he honestly had no idea why. She was a weird, spooky lady or whatever, sure, like, really weird. But what were they supposed to do? Call the weird lady police and have her tossed in a weird lady jail? They didn't have any evidence that she'd done anything wrong, for crying out loud. For someone who was supposed to be smart, Mariana could be awfully dumb. Scotty was honestly more concerned about Ian. Poor guy almost walked into traffic like a zombie, and he didn't even take the bait for Scotty's joke last night. Obviously, the boy wasn't feeling right in the head, because that joke was friggin' mint. Anyone could have seen that, even a humorless ass monkey like Ian. Scotty ate his usual breakfast that morning, a mixing bowl of Count Chocula cereal, and he bounced off the front door with his customary manic zest for life. He was supposed to meet Mariana and Ian at the front entrance before school started, but he was already thinking that maybe he'd just dodge into the side door and catch up with them at recess. Maybe Mrs. Blackmore wouldn't even be here today, who knows? She was a substitute. They came and went like the tides. Scotty rounded the corner and nimbly dodged around a cranky-looking man with a slight limp. He had two small kids trailing behind him, both with sullen expressions that spoke of a recent yelling from dear old Dad. The man looked at Scotty and snarled, "Watch it, not in the mood right now, buddy." Scotty shot back, "That's what your wife says, buddy," and skipped away from the onslaught of righteous indignation that followed. When he was a safe distance away, Scotty looked back and hollered, "Stop trying to touch my bathing suit areas! What the hell, dude?" The man flashed as red as a beet and hurried on his way. Scotty crossed the street, chuckling at his own sharp wit, and then something unusual caught his ear. He stopped to listen, his smile fading a bit, and he heard it again. Bang! Ring! The tinny ring of a tarnished old bell floated through the mid-spring air. A moment later, Mrs. Blackmore came rolling into view in an old-fashioned penny-farthing bicycle. Scotty scrambled behind a mailbox and watched in slack-jawed shock as she zipped past on her comical bicycle and rolled down the street. She was wearing leather driving gloves and a pair of aviator goggles. The hem of her dress snapped and fluttered behind her as she pumped the pedals with her square-toed boots, grinning her ferocious grin as she rang the bell with childish glee. She thundered, "Excuse me, sir," and zoomed between Dad and his children with scant inches to spare on either side. They didn't even seem to notice her. Her towering bicycle growled at them with a whirring of its spokes, an unprecedented beast on wheels. Mrs. Blackmore pedaled around the man and his children in looping circles as they marched out of view, cawing mad laughter and ringing the bell. She cried, "Has anyone seen a red-headed boy walk past here by any chance? He's a very bad boy, you know. He and his friends are all nasty, horrible little tattletales." The man and his children kept walking. None of them showed any reaction at all to this bizarre spectacle, not so much as a puzzled glance over their shoulders. A sudden metallic taste of fear stung the inside of Scotty's tongue. This was more than just weird. It was simply not possible. There was no way this was actually happening. Mrs. Blackmore quickly tired of harassing the man and his children and pedaled away down the street, ringing her bell and heckling passers-by along the way. No one reacted to this insanity in the slightest. She was invisible to them. "Where's her bag?" Scotty muttered, and he realized that Mrs. Blackmore was currently sitting on the damn thing. Her handbag had transformed into an old-timey bicycle. A spidery and gothic-looking contraption that was straight out of the days of cholera and heavily waxed mustaches. As he watched her turn the corner, Scott nimbly wondered if her magic satchel could also take on the shape of a broomstick. He scampered into the street and flapped his arms like a maniac at oncoming traffic. He needed to vacate the area and needed to do it right now before Mrs. Blackmore circled back around the block. Sooner or later, she'd find him, and no one would see it happen. No one would hear his screams. A black SUV hybrid screeched to a halt. An irate-looking woman with mirrored sunglasses rolled down her window to yell, "What the fuck, kid? Get out of the road!" Scott ran up to the passenger side door and frantically tugged on the handle. "Let me in!" he pleaded. His mind raced to find a substitute of evil witch lady on a huge bike, something that didn't sound quite as batshit crazy. He took a deep breath and hissed, "Some guy running around naked under his coat!" The lock clicked open and Scott scrambled inside. He slammed the door, shouting, "He's coming after us! Go!" Scott pretended to point out the fictional sex deviant as he advanced on them, but the driver of the SUV didn't even turn her head. Instead, she let out an ear-piercing shriek and stomped on the gas. "What happened?" she demanded. "Did he get you?" Scotty gasped. "He didn't get me. I ran away. I need to talk to the police." "I'll take you there," the woman exclaimed. Her voice was strained to a potent mixture of fear and outrage. "I can't believe he came after us like that. Did you see that? He had his thing out." "I know, it's crazy." Scotty was only half listening to the driver's excited babbling. He was too busy keeping an eye peeled for Mrs. Blackmore. "Tried to get us." "That's what they do," the driver explained, and she pounded the horn with the heel of her palm, making Scotty almost jump out of his skin. "He's not gonna get away with it. What's your name, kid?" It's Ian," Scotty said. And despite the situation, he had to suppress a grin. "My friends call me Spanky, though." The woman patted his head absently, her attention temporarily diverted by a Jetta that was ambling along at 10 under the limit. She grunted. "Pleased to meet you, Sparky. My name's Candace." In the same breath, she roared, "Get out of the way, dumbass! Some people have places to go!" Scotty's explosive new acquaintance forced her way into the right lane and aggressively overtook the offending Jetta, riding on the bumper of the car ahead of her until she could cut out in front of her nemesis with hardly more than a few feet to spare. The Jetta blasted its horn in indignation. Candace responded by sticking her arm out of the window and flipping the bird. She roared, "Eat a bag of dog shit, fuckface!" To Scotty, she muttered, "Can't wait to file a report against that sick bastard, Spanky. Not the Jetta, the other guy with his thing hanging out. I'm not leaving until the cops take our information." "Yeah," Scotty nodded. "They'll get him. Cops will..." "Oh, hey! Turn left to the stop sign. It's faster that way." Scotty was staring out his window in open-mouthed horror. They were pulling up to a T intersection, and down the street to their right, Mrs. Blackmore was performing a perfect handstand from the handles of her bicycle as she rolled along the center line. Her skirt was standing up straight in the air, defying gravity in a darkly comical show of modesty. Unreality washed over him, threatening to drown him in a sludgy wave of nervous exhaustion. Candace turned left without question. She was too busy recounting the details of their imaginary brush with a predator, presumably to get things straight in her mind before they spoke with the police. Scotty just kept nodding his head and saying, "Yeah, I know, right?" or "I think so." Whichever seemed more appropriate when a pause in her diatribe demanded a response. All he wanted was for the lady to shut up for a second and give him a chance to gather himself before he started talking. If he had started screaming, he didn't think he'd be able to stop. They hit a red light a few minutes down the road, and Scotty's entire being went wire-taut with tension. Candace patted his hand again and assured him, "You're safe, kid. No one's following us. I've been watching." A shabby-looking man in a grimy old sun hat shuffled into the intersection and began to wander down the line of waiting vehicles, carrying a plastic bucket in one hand and clutching a gas station squeegee in the other. Scotty watched his progress with narrowed eyes. One of these people," Candace scowled. "He better not touch my truck. No, thank you." The man lurched up to the SUV and motioned at the windshield with his squeegee. Candace answered with a sharp blast of her horn. He flinched in surprise and slouched away, clearly mouthing, "Fuck you too, lady," as she at her through the window as he shambled out of view. Scotty's phone started vibrating in his pocket. It was Mariana, and she sounded out of breath. "Where the heck are you? Listen, plans have changed. We're not meeting at school anymore. She's after us. We're going straight to the police." "All right, I'm on my way," Scotty snapped back at her. "I had to flag down some lady in her truck to get away. She's taking me to the police station right now." "Who's that?" Candace demanded. "Was that perv bothering someone else too? Oh, speaking of bothering, that bum is coming back. He can just stay the hell away from my truck." Candace was glaring daggers into her side view mirror, her upper lip curled in disgust. She unrolled her window and bellowed, "The fucking light is about to change, asshole!" There was a blur of motion outside, and Candace's head jerked back from the force of a tremendous blow. Whunk! Her eyes rolled back, and she fell forward against the steering wheel, blood pouring from a deep indent in her forehead. Scotty flinched back against the passenger door and let out a high-pitched scream. Mrs. Blackmore leered at him triumphantly through the driver's side window, the homeless man's sun hat cocked on her head at a rankish angle. Her grimy bucket had been replaced by her handbag. She reached through the window and stabbed the unlock button with a blunt fingertip. Clunk. "Hello, young man," she boomed with a homicidal good cheer. "It's time to get in the bag, my boy. Hop in!" Scotty threw open his door and hit the pavement running. The heavy clunk of Mrs. Blackmore's boots drew ever closer as he sprinted for the nearest escape route, a low wooden fence that bordered someone's backyard. He vaulted over it with the grace of an Olympic gymnast and dashed through an obstacle course of rusting tricycles and faded plastic toys. Behind him, there was an explosive crack as Mrs. Blackmore came bursting through the fence like a bulldozer, sending a shower of splinters and chunks of lumber flying through the air. She bellowed, "There's nowhere to run, brat!" And Scotty wailed with terror. He scampered through a series of newly planted flower beds in the front yard and blindly ran into the street. He charged across the path of a full-sized cargo van and narrowly missed getting plowed over by 3 windmilling steps. Behind him, there was a tremendous bang, and the driver locked up the brakes, sliding into a screeching halt in the middle of the street. The shaken driver leapt out of the van and bellowed, "Hey, kid! Did y'all just throw something in my van, you little piece of shit?" Scotty didn't spare a breath to answer him. He ran another 4 blocks before he staggered to a halt in front of a variety store, his lungs burning like fire in his chest. He couldn't run anymore. He had to hide. It was going to take a lot more than getting hit by a cargo van to stop Mrs. Blackmore. A lot more. The elderly man behind the counter took his terrified expression and grunted. "My God, boy, what happened to you?" Don't tell her I'm here," Scotty panted. "She'll kill us both." He scrambled past the counter and headed for the back of the store. The man behind the counter started after him and hollered, "Where do you think you're going? You, boy, come back here!" Scotty whirled to face him and shouted, "Listen to me. A lady's gonna walk in here in a minute, okay? A tall lady wearing all black. Don't tell her I'm here. If you do, she'll kill us both. I'm not kidding, mister. I'm sorry for yelling, but this is not a joke." The clerk stopped in his tracks, stunned to uncertainty by the sheer panic in his voice. Faintly, he asked, "What is this again?" There was no time to make a story up on the fly. Not this time. The elderly gent in the forest green trousers was simply going to have to swallow the truth. "She might look like someone else," Scotty croaked. His voice was raspy and dry. "She could wear something that belongs to someone else and look exactly like them. She can make herself invisible. She can do lots of things, mister. You won't be able to stop her." Slowly, the old man asked, "And why would this woman be chasing you?" Scotty almost said, "Because I'm a tattletale," and he burped up an unsteady giggle. "She calls herself Mrs. Blackmore. I doubt that's her real name. She's chasing me and my friends because we know the truth about her. She steals people. She puts them in her handbag. You're pulling my leg, boy, the clerk grunted. It's nonsense. What happened to you? Tell me the truth. Scotty stomped his foot and shrieked, This lady's gonna kill you. She'll rip you apart and she'll do something even worse to me. You have to hide me somewhere until she's gone. Please, she's coming. The old man gawked at him through thick, square lenses of his glasses. And after a stunned moment of silence, he said, Go in the broom closet. Last door on the back. There's nothing to steal in there. Scotty was already closing the door to the broom closet behind him. The clerk rapped lightly on the other side and told him, I'll wait 15 minutes before I call the police. Not 1 second longer. Scotty croaked, She'll be here any minute. Don't say a word. Before long, Scotty heard the muted ding of a bell as someone came into the store. The clerk's soft sole shoes whispered across the faded tile as he huffed his way back to the counter. Scotty held his breath and listened. Yes, how can I help you? A husky voice drawled. Can I ask you something, sir? Scotty bit down on a scream. It was the driver of the cargo van. He recognized his voice, but was it really the driver? He doubted it. He doubted it very much. Looking for my son. Me and him had it out this morning and took off running. I'm worried about him. Have you seen him? Scotty cowered in the very farthest corner of the little closet, standing in the mop sink and hugging himself as tightly as he could. Don't tell her, he thought. Come on, man, please don't tell her. Slowly, the clerk said, Your son, what does he look like? Scotty forced himself to peek through the crack between the door and the frame. He saw Mrs. Blackmore standing in front of the counter. She was stuffed into a pair of blue overalls. The arms and legs were both several inches too short for her, exposing pale, veiny wrists and shins. They looked a lot like the overalls the van driver had been wearing. They were covered in large, irregular patches of maroon that appeared to be bloodstains. The trusty handbag dangling from her hand like a kitten being carried by the scruff of its neck. Her bag appeared to be frowning at this undignified treatment. My son is about this tall. He's got bright red hair. Might look kind of banged up. I smacked him for cursing at his mother. That's why he ran off. Mrs. Blackmore shook her head in mock sadness. He was always a good kid, real good kid. I'm worried it might be drugs. Scotty's gaze flicked to the convex mirror mounted in the upper corner of the room, and he did a double take. In the mirror, Mrs. Blackmore appeared to be a burly man in his early 40s, heavily bearded with a touch of gray in his hair. The coveralls he was wearing were free of rips and clotted splotches of dried blood. The handbag was a stainless steel lunch pail. He thought, I could see her because she doesn't know that I'm looking. The old man cleared his throat and said, I apologize, sir, but I cannot help you. Scotty felt his knees go weak in relief. Thank you, oh my God, thank you. I haven't seen your son, the old man continued, but if I do, who should I contact? Mrs. Blackmore held up a finger to silence him, her face suddenly alert. She sniffed the air like a dog that caught an interesting scent, her nostrils flaring as she skinned her lips back from her teeth. No, you've seen him, you filthy liar, she sighed. He's been in here. I can smell him. Scotty's stomach dropped into her shoes. Of course she could smell him. Why not? She was a predator, wasn't she? The old man took a step back from his side of the counter, his polite smile frozen on his face. He sputtered, What is that? I can smell him, Mrs. Blackmore repeated. He stinks like a nasty little troublemaker. She seized the front of the coveralls and tore them away with one quick, hard jerk of her arms. Rip! She threw them aside and crowded close to the counter. A monolithic figure draped in flowing sheaves of black. The clerk stared up at her darkening, gleeful face with eyes like saucers. He gasped, Gott im Himmel. Oh my God. And Mrs. Blackmore pantomimed a bored yawn. No one's seen him since Moses, she sneered. I don't think he comes around much anymore. The old man croaked, Are you a witch? And Mrs. Blackmore's ill-tempered smirk melted into a frown. She plopped her bag on top of the lottery ticket display and planted her hands on her hips. Mercy, that's an offensive slur, Mr. Grouper. I'll have you know that I am not in league with the devil, as far as I can tell. The devil doesn't even exist. I'm just in tune with the natural world around us. That's all. It just so happens that your definition of the natural world is a lot different than mine. The clerk looked completely shocked. He whispered, "How do you know my real name?" "Mute as a rock, blind as a stone. The root where you stand," she chanted, and the clerk ceased in function. It was as if he'd been turned off with a switch. He was alive and animated one second, and a motionless mannequin the next. Mrs. Blackmore turned her back to him and sniffed the air again. She smiled. "I know you're in here, boy," she called out. "Once again, you put me in a difficult position. I can't allow this man to live, can I? His death will be on your soul, my child, not mine. And poor Candace. She may have been a quarrelsome scold, but she didn't deserve to go out like that." Mrs. Blackmore clicked her tongue in scorn. "If it weren't for you, she would still be alive. Do you see now? Do you see why you must follow the rules? Loose lips sink ships." "I'm fucked," Scotty thought, and tears started to leak down his cheeks. "I'm so completely fucked right now." "You can't hide from me, child," she called out. "I was once forced to serve as a bloodhound for an Irish war king. It's been a long time, but I assure you I can still track a scent." Mrs. Blackmore began to literally follow her nose, snuffling at the air as she shuffled to the back of the store. She dropped to her hands and knees in front of the cold case, sniffing at the floor as she grinned through her hair. "The king would offer condemned criminals a choice. They could place their heads on the chopping block, or they could try and evade the hunt and possibly win their freedom. He would release them at the edge of the forest, and then I'd be set on their trail. I was better than any hound the king had ever owned, or so he was prone to saying when he was in his cups. For 18 miserable years, I led the hunt with my nose in the dirt, and my robes dangling through the dead leaves. I ate scraps from the bastard's supper table and slept in a kennel. I suffered these indignities and bided my time because I knew that no king is infallible forever. Their time will always come in the end." Mrs. Blackmore rose to her feet and sauntered toward the broom closet, her booted heel clunking on the floor in a deliberate rhythm. Mr. Gruber stood frozen in the background, gazing at nothing, with his features hanging in a slack non-expression. Scotty crammed himself back into the corner of the broom closet, standing in the mop sink with the cold water tap digging into his back. He could hear his teeth chattering behind his lips. "When the king was disposed by his rival, I decided to stage a hunt of my own. He thought he'd thrown me off his scent by crossing the river, but the poor old bugger slipped on the embankment and broke his leg. He soiled himself and screamed for his mother when he saw me coming for him, and I don't blame him one bit. There was 18 years of humiliation to answer for, a heavy debt he paid in full." The light beneath the door disappeared, blocking out a towering shape on the other side. Mrs. Blackmore pattered her fingertips against the door in a rapid rhythm, mimicking a drum roll. It ended with a wood-cracking blow from her fist. Patter, 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 wham! Ian flinched and stifled a whimper. "The king suffered 1,000 deaths on that day." "Oh, mercy, yes, the poor dear suffered quite terribly." The closet door slammed open, and Scotty squealed in terror. At that precise moment, there was the muted jingle of a bell as someone walked through the front door. Not just someone. It was a uniformed police officer. The cop tossed out an absent-minded, "Morning, Heinrich," and strolled past the counter without a second glance at Mr. Gruber, who was still frozen in place like a grotesque mannequin. He swaggered up to the coffee counter and started fixing himself a large coffee. Mrs. Blackmore gaped at him in disbelief. "Crazy out here today, old fellow," he said, stirring milk into his brew. "The wackadoodles are out in full force. All kinds of shit's going on out there." "Officer!" Scotty screeched. "Watch out, she's gonna kill you!" The cop whirled in the direction of the voice and drew his gun at the same time, dropping his coffee and hauling his sidearm from its holster in one smooth motion. He found himself pointing a gun at a square-jawed woman in indeterminate age, tall and broad in her flowing black garments. He'd been on the job for close to 15 years, and in that time, he'd developed a sixth sense for bad guys and wackadoodles. He immediately knew that this woman was in one or both categories. "Why didn't I lock that damn door?" Mrs. Blackmore snapped, and she started advancing on him. The cop pointed his firearm at her and said, "Lady, I don't know what your story is, but I think you better stay right where you are." He cast a quick glance over at Mr. Gruber and snapped, "Heinrich, what the hell's going on here?" The cop trailed off when he noticed Mr. Gruber's bizarre state of non-animation. Mrs. Blackmore was still clomping along, steadily closing the distance between them with a big, scissoring stride. The officer curled his finger around the trigger and bellowed, "Stop, or I will shoot! Get down on the ground!" "Do as you please, sir," she grinned, and the cop squeezed off 4 rapid shots in response. At the same instant, Mrs. Blackmore dissolved into a cloud of black mist. The shots hit the cold case with an explosion of glass and a rainbow of fizzing liquids. As fragments of glass and carbonated sugar water rained onto the floor, the mist shot forward in a rolling wave, and in the blink of an eye, it resolved as Mrs. Blackmore. She yelled, "Gotcha, Flatfoot!" and seized the hulking cop's forearm. She folded it backwards at the elbow. Snap! And the cop let loose a quavering, high-pitched scream. The gun fell from his nerveless hand, and he whirled from the door, his broken arm flopping uselessly at his side. The substitute cackled feral laughter and hammered him with a brutal punch to the kidneys. Whump! The cop's scream was abruptly cut off by a straggling grunt. He dropped into the fetal position and writhed on the floor. Mrs. Blackmore tutted at him in a disappointed tone and pinned him with a boot heel on his throat. He gagged and yanked at her foot with his good hand, his legs kicking spastically as she struggled to escape. She threw her hands up in exasperation and called out, "Look! Do you see, Scott? Do you see what you've made me do, you nasty little brat? This is very inconsiderate. Killing everyone in the whole damn town is not how you live to see your 6,000th birthday." Strangling beneath the unyielding pressure in his throat, the cop gagged, Get off my neck!" Mrs. Blackmore ignored him. She summoned Scotty to come out of his hiding place with a lazy twitch of her finger. A schoolmarm preparing to pete out corporal punishment against a defiant pupil. Her eyes flashed a blazing scarlet and she snarled, "You should have been crushed beneath the wheels of that van, my boy. That would have been merciful compared to what I have in store for you." She twisted her foot with a grinding motion, and the cop abruptly went limp. Scotty burst into tears, and Mrs. Blackmore started to laugh. "Oh, they do cry, don't they? They do cry when the end is near." She stepped off the policeman's neck, still grinning, and she slowly made her way back to the broom closet. Scotty stuffed himself into the corner again and covered his face with his hands. The end was near, and there was nothing he could do to save himself. It was time to get in the bag. Ian ran out of gas in front of the Eastgate shopping plaza and stumbled to a halt. He wheezed. Far enough. And hunched over to catch his breath. He gripped his side and gasped. "Can't run anymore. Gonna pass out." Mariana waited beside him impatiently, tapping her shoe in a nervous rhythm as Ian struggled to not puke on the sidewalk. He was paler than milk, and his eyes were glassy with shock. "I hit her with a rock. She's gonna be really mad now." "She was already pretty mad," Mariana said faintly. "I don't think it matters." Ian forced himself to stand up straight. The nausea had passed, but the stitch in his side still hurt like fire. He spat out a sour wad of phlegm and asked, "Do you think she went after Scotty?" Mariana shook her head slowly. She said, "I don't know. I got a text from him as I was leaving the house. He told me to meet you guys at the Dragon Tree. I haven't heard from him since." "That probably wasn't him," Ian croaked in a wooden tone. "It was her." Mariana pressed her lips together in an unhappy line and said, "Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Can you at least walk now? The police station isn't that far from here." Ian's answer was interrupted by the sound of gunshots from somewhere in the plaza. followed by a high-pitched scream. Ian and Mariana both ducked down, and Mariana whimpered, "Where did that come from?" "I think it came from the store with the old guy who always wears the same green pants. It must be a robbery or something." Mariana shook her head. "When do we ever have an armed robbery in this town? Now I have a feeling it's got something to do with our favorite substitute teacher. Let's sneak up and have a look." They scrambled up to the corner of the building and pressed themselves flat against the wall on either side of the entrance. Ian carefully leaned over to have a peek through the glass door. He whispered, "It's her. She's got her foot on someone's neck. I think it's a cop." There was a muffled scream from inside the store. Ian made a face and pressed himself back against the wall. "I think she just killed the cop." The second scream was definitely Scotty. "We gotta go on the count of 3. Are you ready?" "No," Mariana said in a small, miserable voice. And she slipped off her necklace with trembling fingers. "Start counting." Mrs. Blackmore filled the doorway of the broom closet, blotting out the light and plunging Scotty into darkness. He squinted his eyes shut against his own terror and yelled, "Fuck off and leave me alone!" Mrs. Blackmore opened her mouth to issue a witty retort, and there was a soft ding as someone entered through the front entrance. She gritted her teeth in frustration and hissed, "Oh, for the love of Pete! Keep forgetting to lock the damn door!" She turned to confront the new interloper and looked genuinely surprised to see Ian and Mariana walk up to the snack food aisle. She narrowed her eyes and said, "What's this? Why aren't you hiding beneath your beds, you fools? Have you gone daft?" Mariana let the silver chain slither out of her hand, and she started to whirl it around in a tight circle. She advanced on Mrs. Blackmore with her teeth bared in an unconscious snarl. Ian trailed close behind her with a large can of fruit cocktail mix clutched in either hand. Mariana yelled, "Get away from us!" And Mrs. Blackmore flinched from the commanding tone in her voice. She didn't understand what was happening. Even though she had terrorized these children to their very core, the fire of the fight still burned in their eyes. It had been so long since anyone dared to stand against her. Mrs. Blackmore had forgotten something very important. The bonds of true friendship are more powerful than fear. She backed away from Mariana's twirling chain, her handbag braced in front of her like a shield. She sneered, "Do you think you can defeat me with a necklace, my girl? Mercy, no. You put that down right now, right this instant, and get in the damn bag." While her full attention was focused on Mariana, Ian seized the opportunity to launch one of his fruit cocktails. It whizzed through the air and bounced off her forehead with a dull thud. Cutting off her words and making her stumble into mid-step, Mariana darted in without hesitation and whipped her across the face with the chain. There was a sizzling pop when the silver made contact with her skin, and the substitute howled in agony. She rammed through a display of snack foods to escape the unexpected assault, sending bags of peanuts and potato chips flying in all directions. She stamped her foot in a childish rage and bellowed, "How dare you! How dare you do that to me!" She drew out the last syllable in a scream of childish outrage, and then abruptly collapsed into a shapeless, writhing cloud of mist. It reared up and surged towards the door, a boiling river of nightmares and midnight. There was a tremendous crash as the door exploded in a spray of twisted metal and broken glass. And then she was gone. The two of them stood amongst the wreckage and stared at the ragged hole in the wall that used to be a doorway. Ian took in a deep, shuddering breath and moaned, "I don't want to do this anymore." Mariana pushed past him and cautiously ventured outside. The sidewalk was covered in a litter of glass. A scattering of people were drifting closer to see what was going on, some of them already filming with their cell phones. Mariana grunted, "Oh crap," and darted back into the store. Ian was herding an extremely shaken-looking Scotty to the front of the store. His hair was a sweaty, tangled mop, and his blue jeans had been torn wide open at the knee, revealing a large scrape that was still oozing blood. Scotty wheezed. "She almost got me. I think I pissed myself a little bit." Ian gave him a clumsy side hug and crowed, "You almost got her. You should have seen the look on her face. She couldn't believe we were standing up to her. She didn't know what to do." Mariana grimaced and shook her head. "We surprised her. She won't be surprised next time." Scotty hauled his phone out of his pocket and said, "Next time? It ain't gonna be a next time. What are you even talking about? I'm not gonna do shit except call 911. You know, like a normal person. Are you freaking crazy?" Mariana vaguely motioned at the body on the floor. She said, "They can't stop her. The goofy witch costume and all that stuff? That's not the real Mrs. Blackmore. It's just an act. She looks like a scary cartoon character, but the real Mrs. Blackmore is a lot worse. She isn't human anymore. Scotty waved his phone at her and snorted. I don't know, Mariana, that kinda sounds like a good reason to call the cops. Quietly, Ian said, her bag's alive. They're almost like partners or something. She feeds it, and the bag powers her magic. It's her familiar, Mariana replied. Her brow was furrowed in thought. They need each other to exist. Scotty pointedly cleared his throat and motioned at the entrance. An older man in jean shorts and a Bermuda shirt was standing in the shattered doorway. He was recording the aftermath of their encounter with his mouth hanging open in disbelief. Scotty whispered, Let me handle this. He jumped in front of his friends and shrieked, You're violating our rights! In a voice that could be heard from miles. The man flinched back and tried to speak out in his defense, but Scotty just dialed the volume a little higher and yelled over him. When it became clear the wild-eyed kid with the red hair wasn't about to quit anytime soon, the man wisely decided to tuck his phone away and beat a hasty retreat. A mingling wail of multiple sirens began to rise in the distance. Mariana took each of her friends by the hand, gave them a firm squeeze, and said, We better leave before they get here. Let's go. Ian pulled his hand back and exclaimed, Wait a second! Scotty's right. We should tell the cops and let them figure it out. We're just kids, you know? We can't do this alone. No, Mariana said faintly. They won't know how to fight her, and they'll let her get away. Scotty threw up his hands and groaned. We don't know how to fight her either. What are we gonna do? Throw some more cans at her? I don't want to die, Mariana. What's so hard to understand about that? Ian gave Mariana a grim look and said, He's got a point. What are we supposed to do? She said something about getting wrapped in silver chains. If that's the only way to beat her, we're screwed. If she talked about it, it's probably happened to her before, Mariana countered. She's still here, so it obviously didn't kill her. No, we have to make it so she can't ever come back again. Yeah? But how, Mariana? Scott demanded. I think Ian's right. If we try to take her on, we're screwed. Both of you just listen for a second, Mariana pleaded. Okay? Just listen. Look, do you remember how the dragon tree really did look like a dragon when we were little? We used to pretend it was alive. Even now you can still see it if you stretch your imagination a bit, right? Imagination is kind of like magic. It's way stronger when you're a kid. In another 10 years, we'll be all thinking about finding a career and paying our bills. We won't be able to see the dragon anymore. When you're an adult, you start worrying all the time. And it kills the magic. I mean, you're not wrong, Scotty said impatiently. But what's your point? Mariana gave an unhappy smile and answered, Mrs. Blackmore goes after kids because she needs that magic inside us. I think we can use it against her. Scotty gaped at her in disbelief and sputtered, This isn't a friggin' movie, Mariana. Like, we're not just gonna defeat the bad guys because we believe in ourselves. It's just stupid. We can't do this. We're just kids, Mariana finished. She took a deep breath and said, I get that you're scared. Me too. I don't want to do this, like, at all. It's not fair. But responsibility isn't always a choice. And things aren't always fair. Scotty wiped a shimmer of a tear from his eyes with the collar of his t-shirt. He cleared his throat and croaked, Yeah, well, that's dumb and it sucks. As gently as possible, Mariana told him, We're all growing up, Scotty. We won't be kids for much longer. It has to be us. And it has to be now. If we don't stop her, she'll just keep doing what she's doing forever. And it'll be our fault for not standing up to her when we had the chance. Scotty pressed his lips together in a tight line. He sniffled. Still dumb and it still sucks. But okay, fine. Where are we going? Ian said. I bet she probably went back to the school. It would be too suspicious if she just left without a word. Yeah, and maybe grabbed a few more kids while she's at it, Mariana muttered. Not if we can help it. Here, give me a second. Mariana grabbed a notebook and a pen from a display of impulse items beside the counter, and she quickly wrote something down. She examined her work, then added a few more hasty strokes with a pen before carefully tearing out the page. She folded it into her pocket and said, Okay, let's go. Hey, what about him? Scotty asked and pointed at the cashier. The old man was still frozen in place, one hand clutching the counter, the other raised to ward off Mrs. Blackmore's touch. Mariana hesitated and then said, I think he'll be okay. We'll see. A fire truck came screaming past as they hurried down the street, followed by an ambulance and 2 police cruisers. Ian turned his head and watched them go by. His feet felt like they were made of lead, but he didn't feel nauseous anymore. And that was a start. He looked at Mariana and asked, What if we don't win? What happens then? Mariana didn't respond, but she didn't have to. They all knew the answer to the question. If they failed to defeat Mrs. Blackmore, there would be no fairy tale ending. "10 minutes later, they were standing in front of the school's main entrance. Scotty turned to the other two and said, Does this look, different to you guys? The entrance did indeed look very different. The big double doors appeared to be much taller and narrower than they were just yesterday. They were set far back in a deep, dark alcove that reminded Ian a little too much of a cave. He peered into the menacing gloom and felt his heartbeat quicken. He sighed. Yeah, she's definitely here. Okay, let's get this over with. They stepped out of the warm sunshine and into a damp, clammy twilight of rancid smells and deep shadows. Mariana opened the flashlight app on her phone, revealing crumbling brickwork that was shrouded in multiple layers of spiderwebs. The spiders were pale, bloated, poisonous-looking things, some of them almost as big as her hand. Their eyes glinted a deep crimson in the white glare of the flashlight. Scotty grimaced and rubbed his hand on his jeans, a compulsive gesture of disgust. Holy crap, look at those things! Like golf balls with legs! Mariana curled her lip and delicately brushed a thick mantle of spiderwebs away from the door handle. She wiped her hand on the leg of her pants and said, Ignore it. She's trying to get under our skin. Listen, we go straight to Mr. Delvin's office, okay? Just ignore everything around you and keep moving. The door swung open with an ominous squeal of corroded hinges. The floor, walls, and even the ceiling of the vestibule appeared to be crusted with a copious amount of dried blood. It smelled like rancid meat and copper. Ian could taste it on his tongue. Keep going, Mariana said briskly, and she pushed her companions through the interior doors that opened into the main corridor. It was pitch black in the corridor, and the feral stench of the air made the stink of the gore-spattered vestibule seem like freshly laundered bedsheets in comparison. The puny glow emanating from Mariana's phone could barely penetrate the all-encompassing darkness, leaving them blind beyond the radius of 6 or 7 feet. Mariana whispered, Keep going. But there wasn't much conviction behind her words. The other two turned on their flashlight apps, and they continued, slowly revealing a madhouse nightmare of a hallway, with no doors, light, or discernible features of any kind. Just endless white walls boxing in an endless white floor, capped by a seemingly infinite stretch of white ceiling tiles above their heads. Scotty turned to shine his light behind them, and he asked, So, what if this just keeps going forever? Ian glared at him. Don't say things like that, he grunted. That isn't helping. It's getting smaller, Scotty insisted. Are you telling me you can't see that? Ian muttered. It's not getting smaller. Stop freaking yourself out. Scotty retorted. Look at this, dumbass. I can almost touch the ceiling now, and that smell. It smells like ass in here, my guy. It smells like the monkey house at the zoo. He's right, Mariana interjected. The hallway is getting smaller. Ignore it. She's messing with us. Scotty gasped. I don't like this kind of shit. I don't like feeling closed in. You guys know I got really bad claustrophobia. I think you mean claustrophobia, Ian corrected. Then Scotty rounded on him with a wild look in his eyes. He snarled. Thanks, Dr. Douchebag. You know what I meant. It's like smaller in here, and it's dark, and it reeks like my grandma's bathroom when she takes her Metamucil. Can't you smell that? Fuck this bullshit. F-U-C-K, fuck this stupid shit. Mariana whirled around and yelled, Keep it together! Scotty flinched. He was struggling not to cry. She lowered her voice and said, The only reason she's doing this to us is to make us turn back. If she's trying to make us turn back, it's because she's scared. And if she's scared, do you know what that means? It means we have a chance. A chance, Scotty repeated. He didn't sound particularly impressed, but he was no longer teetering on the edge of panic. Yeah, sure, okay. Yeah, I think I'm okay, He trailed off, then whispered, "Be quiet for a second. Do you hear that?" Ian held his breath and listened. Somewhere up ahead of them, a child was softly weeping in the darkness. They all gave each other a look of dread. And then Mariana was lunging to catch Scotty by the back of his shirt as he turned to run. She grabbed him up in a bear hug and hissed, "It's just an illusion. It's a magic trick. Whatever it is, it's not real." "Says you," Scotty whooped breathlessly. "I don't care. I don't want to see it." The sniffling and moaning was drawing closer. Ian called out, "Who's there? Who is that?" A small, frail shadow stepped into the puny glow, and they all screamed in unison. It was Molly Rogers. Her flesh appeared to be partially mummified beneath the dirty rags of her clothes, and her teeth were poking out from behind the dried-out strings of her lips in a ghastly grin. In a low, grating voice, she said, "I'm all alone in the dark, and it hurts." The faceless crowd was forming behind her, filling the narrow space with their dragging footsteps and groans of torment. There were hundreds of lost souls standing in the gloom, and maybe even thousands. They were dead, but they were also somehow hideously alive and aware. The smell was almost unbearable. "You can still save yourselves," Molly pleaded, and she reached for Mariana with a bony, withered hand. Mariana drew away with a sharp exhalation of disgust. Ian stepped in front of her and stammered, "We might be scared, but so are you, Mrs. Blackmore. We're still coming for you." Molly's skeletal face contorted with rage. She shook her bony little fists and cried out, "Come for me then, brat! You'll die like all the rest. You'll suffer in the dark!" In the space of a heartbeat, the trio abruptly found themselves standing in front of the door to the main office. The lights were on. Students were milling through the hall on their way back from recess, and everything appeared to be business as usual. Ian peered into the office through the glass. Everything looked normal enough at a casual glance, but he knew Mrs. Blackmore was waiting for them. She was afraid of them, but she was angry too, and she didn't like loose ends. Scotty looked immensely relieved. He waved a hand to their surroundings and asked, "Is she still here? I mean, everything looks normal to me. Maybe she left." "No," Ian murmured. "She's still here. Look at the door to the principal's office." From their vantage point, it was possible to see down the short hall that led to Mr. Delvin's office. The generic composite wood door had been transformed into a forbidding medieval doorway, replete with a rounded arch and hardware that was hand-forged from iron. "Right," Scott said dejectedly. "Okay then, tally-ho." They pushed through the door and breezed past the reception counter, all of them striving to avoid making eye contact with the office staff. No one appeared to notice them. They slipped down the short hallway to Mr. Delvin's office and stood before the sinister door with eyes like saucers. Scotty whispered, "Okay, so what's the plan?" Mariana grasped the iron ring pull and whispered back, I don't really have a plan. Are you guys ready?" The boys looked at each other and reluctantly nodded. Mariana took a deep breath and fought the urge to bolt out of the office. None of them were ready, including her, but it was far too late to worry about that now. "Here we go," she said, and she pulled open the door. The wild-eyed trio burst inside like a SWAT team, startling Mr. Delvin and making him drop his pen with a sharp gasp of surprise. The mild-mannered principal stared at their wide eyes and trembling lips, and he asked, "What are you doing in my office? Something wrong?" Mariana held up her necklace in a threatening manner and hissed, "I know it's you hiding behind that stupid bow tie. You've got nowhere else to run." The principal's mouth dropped open in shock. He sputtered, "What on earth are you talking about? What's going on here?" Completely wired on fear and adrenaline, Scotty shouted, "We know it's you!" and pounded his skinny fists on Mr. Delvin's desk for dramatic effect. A framed picture of the principal's children fell to the floor with a sound of breaking glass. "Where's your bag, bitch, huh? Why don't you just haul out that disgusting bag of yours and shove it up your ass, because you are history!" Mr. Delvin gaped at the three wild-eyed intruders and shuddered. "What in the world are you... Where's my bag? What does that even mean? And you, why are you waving a necklace at me? Explain yourselves immediately." Hesitantly, Mariana asked, "Mr. Delvin, is it actually you?" Who did you think I was?" the principal demanded. His expression of complete shock was slowly being replaced by red-faced anger. "Of course it's me! You think someone else actually wants to impersonate the principal of a public school? I can assure you that no one in the entire history of the world has ever wanted to do that." Ian could feel himself wilting on the spot. He tried to speak, but nothing came out except for a vaguely apologetic squeak. "You have something to add, Ian? I'm all ears over here, people. Explain yourselves." Scotty clasped his hand together in a pleading gesture and gave Mr. Delvin the puppy dog eyes. "We're really sorry. For real, but there's something you need to know before you get mad, okay?" "Young man, you just called me a bitch," Mr. Delvin thundered. "You broke a framed picture of my children, for God's sake." Mariana clenched her necklace tightly in her fist, her brow wrinkled with a suspicious frown. She tapped the desk with her knuckles to get the principal's attention and asked, "Did Mrs. Blackmore come to see you today? Was she just here?" Mr. Delvin glowered at her and snapped, "It isn't your place to ask that sort of question, but yes, she left about 10 minutes ago. She had an unexpected emergency and had to leave immediately. Now I have a question of my own, people. Why were you all marked absent today?" Before anyone could answer, there was a muffled thump as something fell off the unburdened shelf beside the desk. Mr. Delvin scooted his rolling chair over to the corner of his desk and said, "Oh, that's unfortunate. Must have forgotten her purse. She'll have to come back for it." He tried to sound casual, but the principal's mood has visibly brightened at the prospect of seeing Mrs. Blackmore one more time. The kids each gave each other a knowing look. Mariana said, "Okay, this might be a strange question, but what does that bag look like?" Mr. Delvin looked uncertain. He said, "Well, it looks like a woman's handbag." "Not sure what you're driving at, Mariana." She gave him a grim look and asked, "How about Mrs. Blackmore? What does Mrs. Blackmore look like?" "What does she look like? She's... A muddy look of confusion swept over the principal's face, and for a fleeting moment, he looked lost and afraid. Then he smiled to himself and said, "Oh, she's in her early 30s, about 5.5 feet tall. Think she's of Mediterranean descent. Gorgeous smile." Mr. Delvin was no longer speaking to anyone in particular. He had lapsed into a sort of a waking dream state. His eyes rolled slowly back in his head, and he live-streamed the inner monologue of his own subconscious desires. "She looks a lot like someone I used to know," Mr. Delvin mused to himself. "A neighbor from down the street. She's a fine-looking lady, and I mean, everything was right where you wanted it to be." The principal rested his hand on the bag as he spoke, mauling it with an increasing intensity as he poured out a long-repressed fantasy about a woman who'd probably never even known his name. The bag emitted a soft, warning growl, but Mr. Devlin didn't seem to notice. He was lost in his own darkness. He wrung his hands together and panted. "She was a curvy gal, like a pin-up girl. I just wanted to lay my hands on her, you know? I needed it. And so that's exactly what I did. I followed her home one night. When she got to her door, I put my hands on her neck, and I squeezed. As he said the word squeezed, Mr. Devlin clenched a sweaty handful of the ancient leather and violently twisted it. The handbag let out a sharp yipe in response, and the principal's hand abruptly disappeared as the zipper clamped around his wrist with a ferocious crunch. Mr. Devlin sprang up from his chair and fell on his ass on the floor, holding his spurting appendage and screaming at the top of his lungs. The kids lunged for the door, but of course, it wasn't really a door at all. It was Mrs. Blackmore, unmasked, ancient, and terrible to behold. Her face was a bloated, wrinkled mess of warts and random tufts of hair, and 2 tusk-like canines protruded from her lower jaw like a boar. Her eyes were the worst, however. They were just 2 empty sockets, a couple of gaping caverns that crawled with tiny spiders and centipedes. Mrs. Blackmore yelled, "Ah!" like a karate master, and slapped the necklace out of Mariana's hand. Quick as a jungle cat, she bent down and swept up the shrieking children in the cage of her massive arms, clutching them together like a jumble of dolls as she executed a shuffling dance of glee. "Oh, I've got you!" she cried out in triumph, and she swung them around with a whirling spin on her heels. "Oh, mercy, yes, I've got you good this time. Now watch what happens when bad children break the rules. Watch!" Her handbag leapt off the principal's desk with its brass jaws gaping wide. It landed over Mr. Devlin's balding head with a wet plunk, briefly muffling his hysterics before the zipper snapped shut again, crunching through his neck in a great gush of blood. The bag fell onto his lap, letting out a deep belch as blood gouted from the stump of his neck and stained his white dress shirt in a rain of crimson. "The adults disappear bite by bite," she crooned, "but the children must go in whole. It takes a very long time to get used up in the belly of the beast. There's much suffering." The bag shuffled across the carpet like an inchworm and hunkered at her feet with its jaws hanging open. Ian heard a multitude of screams echoing from its depths, wafting out in an odorous breeze of sulfur and decaying flesh. Mrs. Blackmore squeezed her armload of captives together until they were gasping for air, and she purred. "Who's going in first, Do I have any volunteers?" Mariana struggled to turn her head and speak. Mrs. Blackmore tossed the other 2 aside and held Mariana in the air like a toddler. She whispered, "You first? Very well, bright one. Your light will be the fuel for many tricks and glamours. Mercy, yes." "You've already lost," Mariana croaked. "You can't feel it? You're done." Mrs. Blackmore narrowed her eyes and threw the girl onto the floor, making her bag shuffle out of the way with a cranky growl. She leaned over Mariana and barked, "What's this nonsense? What do you mean?" "I cast a spell on you," Mariana quavered. "It's the most powerful spell I can imagine. You're finished." Mrs. Blackmore stared at her in disbelief. She sneered, "Don't make me laugh. You don't have any magic. You're just a child." Mariana pulled a crumpled piece of paper out of her pocket and held it out for Mrs. Blackmore to see. She said, "No, it's you. You don't have any magic. You're just a thief. You stole it from kids like us. We have the power, not you. See for yourself." Mrs. Blackmore snatched the paper from Mariana's hand and snapped, Let me see that. What's this foolish game you're... What is this?" She trailed off, her mouth dropping open in shock. The paper fell from her hand and fluttered to the floor. Mariana had written, "Mrs. Blackmore doesn't exist. TIDTIND. "No," she muttered. No, it can't be." "True if not destroyed," Mariana said in a husky whisper. "Nothing can beat that. You're finished." Mrs. Blackmore bared her blunt, decaying fangs and shouted, No, you can't do this to me! No!" Mariana smiled up at her, and at that moment, she didn't look like a child at all. She looked like a battle-hardened warrior queen, weary down to her very soul, but victorious at last. Mariana grinned her triumphant grin and snarled, "Oh, mercy, yes." Mrs. Blackmore's face drew down a rictus of agony. She screamed at agony up at the ceiling, her entire body shaking like a skyscraper caught in the throes of an earthquake. She bellowed, "How dare you!" and exploded into a million fragments of nothing. Blam! The interior of the office was belted by a blast of cold, fetid air. And then, she was gone. Her handbag reared up and let loose a mournful howl. It waggled over to the spot where its mistress had disappeared and flopped down, whimpering piteously as it rolled around on the floor. Mariana spied Mr. Devlin's pen lying beside a leg of his desk. She scribbled another line on the piece of paper and snorted, "She's gone, and so are you. Look at this." Beneath Mrs. Blackmore doesn't exist, she added, and her stupid handbag doesn't exist either. The handbag flinched back and squealed in pain. It started violently trembling, still squealing like a tea kettle, then exploded in a thunderclap of displaced air. For a brief instant, Ian thought he heard the voice of the lost rise through in a rapturous song of redemption and release. And then, all was silent. Ian, Scotty, and Mariana all sat there on the floor for a while, looking at each other in deafening quiet. Finally, Scotty let out a weak laugh and said, "You're both crying." Mariana wheezed, "So are you, dipshit." She clambered to her feet and waved her hand at the door. "How is no one pounding on the door right now? Didn't they hear any of that? What, are they deaf?" "Magic," Ian groaned, and he pulled himself off the floor. "No one knows we're here, and they shouldn't know. Look at Mr. Devlin. How are we supposed to explain that?" Scotty turned away and shook his head. "I'd rather not look, thanks. Think we could just sneak out of here without getting caught?" "Sort of doubt it." Mariana gingerly stepped through the mess of blood and papers on the floor. She looked out the window and said, "Remember when we would pretend the dragon tree could fly us around the world like an airplane? We'd stand under the branches and it would fly us anywhere we wanted to go, remember?" "Sure," Ian sighed. "What's that got to do with..." "Wait, you're kidding me." Ian and Scotty both rushed over to the window. They looked outside with a mixture of amazement and wonder on their faces, and Scotty mumbled, "No way. No way. No freaking way." The dragon tree was waiting for them out in the schoolyard. It was sitting on its haunches with a patient expression on its giant lizard face, looking at them through the window with its mild yellow eyes. "Come on," Mariana said softly. "One last ride. Anywhere you guys want to go." Ian pushed the screen out of the way and said, "Home. I want to go home." "Me too," Scotty piped up beside him. "I just want to go home." Mariana nodded in agreement. "Me three," she said. "I want my mom in my bed. Let's all go home." They crawled through the window and approached the dragon tree in a state of awe. It gave them an inquisitive look, and Mariana said, "We're all pretty tired. We just want to go home." The dragon tree considered this and gave her an understanding nod. The trio of friends gathered beneath its mighty wings for the very last time, and the dragon tree launched straight up into the sky. Ian started to laugh as the ground receded below, and then they were all laughing. They hooted and hollered and laughed like loons as the dragon tree flew them away. But they weren't rejoicing because they were embarking on an adventure. They were rejoicing because the adventure was over, and they could finally go home again. Jacob Masterson sat in the wilderness, listening for the small, quiet voice of his God. For 3 days, he had knelt, a Bible clasped in his right hand, his pistols piled up before him. He was close to the edge now, his body a dried-out husk, yet still he would not drink. If this was his time, then he would die here, waiting for the word. Another day and night passed, and still he would not move, even when the storm hit, and wind walked and talked all about him like a living thing. Why was he here? Was it a penance for Gerecke? Was it the voice of God he was waiting for, or that of the devil? Finally, with a groan, he slumped over before falling on his back, his hazy blue eyes blinded by the desert sun. "North," the wind whispered. "Go north." "Thy will shall be done," Jakob groaned as he crawled like a broken snake towards his waiting supplies. God was wrathful, and all atoned in the end. "Gerecke," Jakob whispered as the cold water burned his lips. "Damn it, Gerecke." 3 days before, Jakob had stood upon a hill looking down at a small cattle town. The sun at his back, and his poor, tired horse beneath him. He had ridden the mare hard for a full day and night. Now he was here, looking for a man. Not just any man, but a killer. A murderer of innocent women and children. That's what Jakob did. That's how he served God. He hunted down the evil of this world and brought it to justice. Sometimes it was men. Sometimes more than men. Long ago, he had been a preacher, and in some ways, he still was. His chapel was the desert and lonely places. The coyotes and wolves, his flock. He dwelt in the badlands and border towns, listening, always listening for the word. Sometimes it came on the winds, sometimes in his fevered dreams, but it always came. And Jakob followed. "Get on," Jakob urged the mare forward, not liking the look of this place. One half the town was in complete darkness, the other lit up like a Christmas tree. It was quiet, too. No cows snorted or stamped their feet, not a single cricket chirped with the setting sun, and most unnerving of all, not a single sound of human habitation could be heard. No raised voices or bawdy singing coming from the local saloon, no laughing children or giggling wives. Nothing. "Whoa," he said, pulling up outside a swinging sign. "Gerecke," the sign read. "Check your guns at the city limit." "Fat chance," Jakob said, clambering from his saddle to tie the mare to a nearby hitching post before he retrieved his rifle. He was just about to enter the town when a heavy hand fell upon his shoulder. Jakob dropped his rifle and span about, drawing his six-shooter in one fluid motion. The man before him didn't move. He didn't even flinch. "Now, who the hell are you?" Jakob asked, taking in the man's rough-looking appearance and straggly beard. "Best not to go in there," the stranger said, nodding his shaggy head towards the darkened tower. "Why is that?" Jakob asked, sliding his finger from around the trigger. "Not here," the man said, heading into the darkness. "I have a camp up in the hill not too far. We can break bread and talk a little." "All right," Jakob said, holstering his gun and retrieving his rifle before falling in beside the stranger. "I'm Jakob. You have a name?" "Ben. But you can call me Bear," the stranger replied. "Oh yeah, and why they call you that?" The man shrugged. "Some say I have the strength of 10 bears." "Well, you sure are big enough," Jakob said, taking in the man's huge shoulders and deep chest. Again, the man shrugged. "There are many kinds of strength." "Yeah," Jakob replied, glancing over his shoulder at the receding town. "Yeah, there are." 20 minutes later, the two men were sat in a smoke-filled tent, a roaring fire between them. The nights were getting colder now, and Jakob was happy for the fire's warmth. "I'm looking for a man," Jakob began, but the stranger waved that away and handed Jakob a slab of bread and some dried meat. "It is customary to eat first before discussing matters of a serious nature." Jakob nodded and accepted the offered food before bowing his head and saying grace. Ben also took up the prayer, his deep voice making it sound almost musical. When the prayer was finished, Jakob raised his head. "You a Christian?" he asked. "I have been from time to time."
"Fair enough,"
Jakob said, finishing his meal and taking a small flask of whiskey from inside his duster.
"Have a drink?"
He offered the flask, but the man only drank sparingly before handing it back. Jakob smiled and took a long, hard pull, the fiery liquid warming him all the way down to his boots before lighting up a smoke.
"You said it was best not to go into town, but I've been told there's a man in Gerecke that needs some killing, and I mean to do it. If the man you seek is in Gerecke, then that man is dead, or worse. Not many things are worse than death,"
Jakob said, crushing out his smoke.
"although I have seen such states from time to time."
The stranger nodded his head.
"Yes, you have the look of a man that has rode hard and seen much. That's why I want you to help me destroy this evil." "What evil are we talking about?"
Jakob asked. Ben did not answer immediately.
"You said you've seen a few things worse than death. What are these things you've seen?"
Jakob knew the man had something that he wanted to tell him, but thought that he would have trouble believing it, so Jakob dove right in. If the man thought him mad, Jakob would leave him to his business and go on his way.
"I've seen many things while serving the Lord. At first, it was just the plain old evil that lives in the hearts of men. Murderers, rapists, thieves. When a man needs killing, the Lord sent me on my way, but there have been times when the Lord has sent me up against things that was not men."
Ben leaned eagerly forward.
"Tell me of these things that have put such a look in your eyes." "I've seen men that can turn themselves into great beasts, dead men who stalk the night, feeding off the living in New Mexico. I killed a bruja that cursed her village. She was sacrificing a babe on the altar when I gunned her down, but even then she wouldn't lay still until I stuffed a few pages of the good book into her screaming mouth. Took her head. After I'd finished, the villagers threw her body into a river. Said it's the only way to keep her spirit from returning." "And you've killed many of these creatures?" "A goodly few, but thankfully, they're far and few between." "You must love your God very much to perform such miracles in his name." "Nope," Jakob replied. "He's cold and cruel and wrathful. Even when his own son was dying, he wouldn't take the cup from his lips. So what chance does Jakob Marston have? I follow him because he demands it of me. But I don't much like it."
For a moment, the big man seemed to reflect on this.
"Yes, God can be cruel," he said. "Was it God that sent you here?"
"No," the big man replied before reaching behind him and pulling out a small leather bag, which he tossed to Jacob's feet.
"It was death."
Immediately, something in the bag began to twist and turn.
"What is it?" "Something of the evil of which you speak,"
the big man sighed. Jakob eyed the bag wryly before quickly scooping it up. Instantly, a feeling of revulsion like nothing he had ever felt before shot through his body, and with a cry, he threw it down, emptying the contents onto the hard-packed floor. It was a hand, but not like anything Jakob had ever seen before. He was huge, spade-like, covered in black scales. The multi-jointed fingers tipped with razor-like claws.
"What is it?"
Jakob asked, never taking his eyes from the now crawling monstrosity.
"I am not sure. It shifts and changes,"
Ben replied, grabbing up the claw, which convulsed, grasping at his wrist. With a curse, he wrenched it free and stuffed it back into the sack.
"See how it twists and turns? It knows its master is near. I used it to track the beast here to this place. I believe it is some kind of shapeshifter. And what happened to you? Jakob asked, crushing out his smoke. You were attacked, weren't you? By this beast, the shapeshifter. How did you survive? I fled, Ben said, looking Jakob straight in the eye. My courage gave out and I ran like a coward into the forest, while that thing attacked our camp. There were maybe 30 of us. A small logging camp, to be sure, a few strong men, their families, desperate to make a few dollars off the land. But then this stranger arrived. We took him in, and he repaid us with murder and madness. So you fled. And then how is it you possess this creature's hand? I returned, of course, Ben replied, straightening his shoulders. I prayed all through the long night. The screams of the dying and the creature's terrible laughter and howling echoed through the dark. That's when I heard a voice telling me to return to end this madness, and so I did. How to describe the things I saw that night as I emerged from the forest? The whole camp was ablaze, lighting up the night sky. There were pots and pans strewn about the blood-soaked earth. Bones and chunks of flesh lay scattered all about, and there, dancing amongst the flames, that creature, laughing and gibbering, covered in blood of my loved ones. A madness came over me, and I charged the beast, axe raised as I leapt to the flames. The thing spun around, but it was too late. I was already upon the beast, slashing at its loathsome flesh. Screeching, it raised a clawed hand to protect its scabrous head, but I lopped it off. Hot black blood sprayed across my face, driving me on to greater madness. Eventually, my wild swings backed the creature up against a tree. I raised my arms for the killing blow when the creature's face began to ripple and change. My own wife's face looked up at me. Great tears and sadness ran down her face. You abandoned us, she sobbed. You ran away, and now we are one with the beast. I knew it for a ruse, but still I hesitated, and in that split second, the creature fled howling into the night. And you tracked it here using that thing, Jakob said, nodding towards the still squirming sack. Yes, Ben replied. The creature is here in this town, spreading its madness. I've heard screams these past few nights and the sound of gunfire. And you did nothing? No, he said, settling down by the fire. I was waiting. For you. The next morning, the two men set out. Jakob cleaned and blessed his pistols, reciting the Lord's Prayer over them again and again, splashing the gleaming metal with blessed water. He also carried a rifle across his back and a small black Bible from which many pages were missing. Ben walked beside him, a large axe in his hand, a huge buck knife hanging at his waist. What should we expect? Jakob said as they approached the outskirts of town. Madness, the big man replied. There is something you should know. This creature, whatever it is, spreads madness and death. When I buried my people back at the camp, I saw signs of mutilation, self-mutilation. The big man swallowed hard. It's like this thing gets into people's minds and drives them crazy. Jakob drew his pistols. Well, we'd better get to it then. Ben said nothing, but trotted to keep up as Jakob lengthened his stride, eager to smite the evil that now haunted this town. They passed a saloon, its dusty bat-winged doors creaking in the growing wind. You know, Jakob said, glancing around, for a place of madness and death, kind of quiet. You don't think it knows we're...
But that was as far as he got. Suddenly there was a scream and the street began to fill with howling people who flooded like locusts from the nearby houses and buildings, their clothes torn, their chomping jaws bloody and foaming. Jakob's hands began to do their deadly dance, gunning down the screaming mob. By his side, Ben let out a war cry and waded in, cutting down men, children, and women alike. Jakob's smoking guns clicked empty, and with a curse, he backed into the saloon, his nimble fingers ramming gleaming cartridges into the smoking chambers. A man suddenly lunged from behind the bar. "Surprise!" he screamed through bloody teeth.
"Fuck you!"
Jakob replied, smashing a nearby bottle of whiskey across his face. The crowd was nearly upon him now, tearing at his clothes. With a cry, he vaulted the bar and ran across its length, firing into the screeching crowd as he banged through the back door and into the street, praying Ben was still alive. He rounded the corner of the building, one down boot heels kicking up dust. As his fingers automatically rammed more cartridges home, the crowd was thinning now under the onslaught of Jakob's guns, but still, on they came. Praying, Jakob stopped and turned just as a naked fat man rounded the corner, his dick swinging in the wind beneath the belly filled with flesh of his neighbors. Jakob did not hesitate but pulled the trigger, blowing the top of the howling man's head off. A woman was next, her face covered in bite marks, her eyes black and doll-like. Jakob gave her more of the same. Now only a few stragglers remain, an old man waving a cane with bloody teeth, a small child wielding a large butcher's knife, and a naked girl, both nipples bitten away and her breasts covered in blood. Jakob gunned them all down without mercy, knowing they were all cursed, possessed by some terrible evil. As Jakob watched on, a final opponent charged. A man dressed in a miner's clothes, wielding a splintered chair leg. The man swung high, but Ben ducked low, slicing his knife across the snarling man's guts. The man carried on, betrayed by his own furious swing, leaving the back of his head exposed. With another maniacal laugh of glee, Ben brought down his axe, whistling into the back of the man's head, ending the fight in a welter of hair and blood. He didn't stop there, but he fell to his knees, arms pistoning up and down as he started to chop the man into tiny pieces. "Ben!" Jakob cried, wondering if the big man had lost his mind. "For the love of God, stop! He's dead! They're all dead!" For a moment, he turned and stared at Jakob, his eyes blank. But then he gave himself a shake and his eyes cleared. "Yes," he said, taking a shuddering breath. They are all dead. But not the creature. We must find it. And perhaps any survivors." Jakob added, "Survivors? Perhaps, but it is unlikely. No one in my camp survived." "Maybe not," Jakob said, holstering his guns. "We have to check anyway." "Yes, I suppose. There is a church at the end of town. Perhaps some of the townsfolk may have fled there. We should check it out." "All right," Jakob said. "Lead the way." A few minutes later, they were stood outside a small wooden church, all white boards and peeling paint. The doors were firmly shut, but already Jakob could hear murmurs from within. "Okay," Jakob said, turning to the big man, eyeing his blood-soaked muscles. "Let me handle this. He'll take one look at you and die of fright. You just hang back until I sort out the whole affair." "Yes," Ben replied. "This is your domain, creature, not mine." Jakob ignored that and hurried up the stairs before banging on the door noisily. "Hello inside! Open up! It's safe now." "Go away, creature," a wavering voice answered. "We know your tricks. We're safe in the house of God." "It must have been here," Jakob whispered, but the big man was not listening. He only stared up at the cloud-covered sky as if wishing he was somewhere else. "My name is Jakob Marston. I'm a preacher. I've been sent here to help you." "Go away, creature," another voice spoke up. "You cannot enter the house of God." "God damn it," Jakob hissed to himself. "You're too goddamn scared to listen to reason. Looks like the hard way then." Drawing his pistols, he unloaded them into the door. From inside came the screams of women and frightened children as he brought a booted foot down onto the now busted lock and kicked the door wide open. A gunshot rang out and something plucked at his sleeve. But Jakob ignored it and walked inside, ignoring the milling people in the room. He dipped his fingers into a nearby font and made the sign of the cross. He turned back to them, eyeing a man half hidden behind a pew, a shaking rifle in his hand, a dirty Roman collar around his neck. "You must be the preacher, I reckon," Jakob said, watching the man carefully. "Like I said, I am here to help you." "You're not that thing," the man replied, lowering his rifle. "It can't come in here. It's tried to lure us outside before with empty promises, even mimicking the voices of loved ones, but we all knew it for a lie." Parishioners, yeah. He looked desperately at his parishioners, who nodded their support. "How many are you?" Just what you see here. Just me, my wife, and Jenny and Joseph from a little ways down the street, and their 2 boys, Michael and David. The rest of the town went insane, attacking each other, biting and tearing. We all fled into the church and locked ourselves in. And that same night, that thing turned up at the door. At first it threatened us, and then it started to offer us things. I sent the others away so they wouldn't be tempted. "What did it offer you?" Jakob asked, but the priest only shook his head, his cheeks flushed. "It's no matter. We didn't heed the voice of the devil." "That's good. You can't stay here. We need to get you and the children to safety." "We can't leave here," the preacher said, shaking his head violently. "The townspeople are all dead. My friend and I took care of them." "What friend?" the priest asked, trying to look around Jakob. "Ben, come in here for a moment," Jakob yelled. But there was only the sighing of wind from the outside. "Ben!" he called again, heading outside, but the big man was gone. "Goddamn fool. Might have gone to find the creature. Come on, grab your things. We're heading out." "We have a camp nearby in the hills. You should be safe there. I have to hurry back and help my friend." For a moment, the priest seemed torn, but the look on Jacob's face took no argument, and he gathered his people together and hurried outside. As soon as the last person stepped outside, there was a resounding crash as the church doors were slammed shut. Jakob turned on his heels, hand dropping towards the butt of his gun, but hesitating when he saw Ben, who stood on the steps, beaming down at him. "Ah, Jakob," the big man grinned. "What a marvel you are. I've been trying for days to get these little rabbits out of their hole, and you come along so trusting, so forthright, and pop. Out they come." He giggled incessantly, his face growing elongated, his body becoming impossibly thin and scaled. "Mother of God!" Jakob cursed. "Ben!" "Ben is dead," the creature hissed through crooked teeth. "May he burn in hell forever. Look what he did to me." It screeched, holding up its ragged stump of an arm from which black blood still oozed. "I was fulfilled. All I wanted to do was go back to sleep in my dark cave and wait for Mother Moon to awaken me once more. But not now. Not when I am not complete. I need these people," it said, hulking forward. "I must be restored before the long sleep. So sorry," it chuckled, running a blackened tongue over its drooling lips. "God-cursed son of a bitch!" Jakob growled, slapping leather. He drew his gun, but there was only a dry click. Screeching, the creature leapt forward, barreling into Jakob, sending him crashing to the ground, his pistols flying out into the dust. For a moment it loomed above him, and Jakob was sure that he was dead, but the creature leapt away, chasing down the fleeing townsfolk, who ran in panic-stricken circles. By the time Jakob managed to climb to his feet, it was all over. Blood and body parts lay strewn all about. Only the beast remained, whole and intact once more. "Children,
always tastes the best, it said, sucking on its bloody claws. So young, so tender. But Jakob wasn't listening. He was already running, full tilt, back towards the church, his arms pumping, duster coat flapping out behind him. The creature gave a cheating howl and lunged after him. Jakob was almost at the steps when the creature leapt for his unprotected back. Lightning fast, he spun about and dropped on his back, pistoning his legs upward. He caught the creature high in the midriff and, using its own momentum, catapulted it up and forward, straight through the church doors. Instantly, the creature began to scream and wither, thrashing on the floor, smoke streaming from its burning back. Jakob jumped onto his feet and, smiling, paced into the church, his grimy fists clenching and unclenching. "Rejoice," he intoned. "Rejoice in the Lord, O you righteous. Praise befits the upright." Reaching down, he grabbed the screaming creature by the back of its neck, avoiding its swiping claws and dragging it toward a nearby font. "I will instruct you and teach you in the ways you should go. I'll counsel you with my eyes upon you," he quoted, smashing the creature's face into the font, submerging its scabrous head into the blessed waters, which instantly began to bubble and steam. The creature went wild with its thrashing. With a curse, Jakob pulled a silvered knife from his belt. It stabbed the creature's side over and over again, drenching himself in its vile blood, its body twisting and turning, but Jakob bared down, pinning the thing in place until at last, bloody and defeated, it lay still. Jakob released the creature, letting the remains fall to the floor. "Requiem aeternam dom est domine et lux perpetua leteo est," he intoned, making the sign of the cross over the smoking remains before stepping outside into the blazing sunlight. He stayed in Gerecke for another 2 weeks, burying the dead where he could find them, before venturing into the desert. Many had died by his hand, innocent and cursed alike. Now was a time for reflection and atonement. But now that time had finished. He had come out of the desert, weak but cleansed, the voice of God ringing in his ears. North. Go. North. And so he had, following the Santa Fe Trail from New Mexico deep into Comanche territory and beyond. At first, he slept rough, the smoke from his small campfire bringing on haunting dreams. His days nodding on his saddle, and for a time, he stayed with a wagon train, trading the protection of his guns for food. Another time, he stayed with a group of prospectors who were heading north, the smell of gold dust filling their minds with a strange kind of fever. North. Go north. And so he had. He'd followed the Santa Fe Trail from New Mexico deep into the Comanche territory and beyond. At night he slept rough, the smoke of his small campfire bringing on haunting dreams. His days nodding on his saddle. For a time he stayed with a wagon train, trading the protection of his gun for food. Another time he stayed with a group of prospectors who were also heading north, the smell of gold dust filling their minds with a strange kind of fever. After many months in the saddle, he left the scrub lands and desert behind, entering the lush green flatlands of the Midwest. That night he dreamed of a great lake surrounded by low-lying hills and spruce forest. He woke with a name upon his lips. Hell Creek. It took Jakob another 3 days to locate the town. He had been directed from a rancher named David Bayan, who he'd met on the road. The man was thin as a weasel, with a rat face to boot, but his disposition was sunny. The two men rode together for a little while until they came to a crossroad. There, the skinny rancher had taken the path bearing to left. He had instructed Jakob to follow the path to the right that came out at the lustrous town of Hell Creek.
Jacob had waved the man farewell and hurriedly followed the path for some miles until at last he crested a small hillock, revealing the town below. From what Jacob could see, the town was aptly named. The town was bisected, almost split in half, by a small river that seemed to run straight through the middle. The side had been shored up with concrete, making a kind of small canal, which was spanned by a couple of rickety-looking bridges before it seemingly vanished underground. The town looked like something straight out of a fairy tale, and yet the whole scene made Jacob feel nervous. There was something here, something in the air, a kind of heaviness that made it difficult to breathe, like trying to breathe in a mouthful of syrup. "Well," he said to himself, "you're not gonna find out shit, sat here with your thumb up your ass. Get along, horse," he said, nudging the animal forward. But the big mare wouldn't move. Even when Jacob nudged her with his spurs, she wouldn't budge, but grew belligerent, snorting, pawing at the ground. Okay, Jacob said, dismounting and stroking her neck gently. "That's a girl," he crooned, taking her by the reins. He gently pulled her forward. At first she resisted, but after some cajoling and more than a little cursing, she reluctantly came along. The first building Jacob came to as he entered the town proper was a jailhouse. A man stood outside, and slender, chugging on a cigar as he watched Jacob approach. "Morning," he waved, coming down the stairs and heading straight towards Jacob, who noticed the glittering star upon his chest. "Morning," Jacob replied, not liking the way the man's eyes roamed over him, lingering on the guns at his hip. "Afraid you have to check those shooting irons. Town ordinance, I'm afraid. No firearms inside the city limits." Jacob's eyes stayed on the man's own revolver. The other man followed him, grinning, and held out his hand. "Sheriff Marty Williams," he laughed. "I get to keep mine. Perks of the job." Jacob took the offered hand, which was soft and oily. He pumped it once and let it go. "Jacob. Name's Jacob Marston. Funny," he said, glancing around at the men passing to and fro. "Looks like a lot of these men are breaking the town ordinance." "I know them," the sheriff said, his eyes remaining, but his hand had dropped almost casually towards his gun belt. "But I don't know you. So, give 'em up, turn yourself around, go find another town to drink at. We ain't much for strangers anyway." "Okay," Jacob shrugged, unfastening his gun belt and handing it over. "I'll take the rifle, too," the sheriff said, nodding towards Jacob's horse. Jacob sauntered over to his mare, grabbed up the rifle and handed it over. "Had everything?" the sheriff asked. "Just my knife. You want that too?" "No, you can keep it. You can collect these," he said, hefting Jacob's gun, "when you leave. You just stay out of trouble while you're here. It's a good town with good people, quiet place. That's how we like it. You understand?" "Sure," Jacob replied. "All I want is a hot meal and a bath. I won't stay too long." "Well, that's just fine. Have yourself a good day, Jacob." "There a church in town?" "No," the sheriff replied over his shoulder. "Burned down some years back." "And you didn't rebuild it?" Jacob called after him. But he was talking to fresh air. The sheriff had already gone, slamming the door behind him. One of the first things Jacob noticed as he crossed the street towards the local hotel and eatery was the women. Not because he hadn't been with one for a while, although he hadn't, but because they all seemed pregnant. Everywhere he looked, there was a round belly. From the earliest teenager girl right up to the woman far past their prime, all seemed to be carrying a heavy load. "Well," he thought to himself a little ruefully, "probably not much else to do in a little spat shit burg like this." For now, he put it out of his mind. He was hungry and filthy from his long months on the road. But all he wanted now was a hot meal and a warm bath. Later, he would head down the street, see if he could find this ruined church of theirs, and have him a little look around. His bath was like his meal, warm and barely satisfactory. His room was more of the same. A bed, a dresser, and not much else. Still, it was better than the hard-packed earth and a saddle for a pillow. Unable to resist the pull of sleep, Jakob laid down and was almost instantly asleep. He woke sometime later with the setting sun. The noise from the local saloon had become a rancorous background noise. Still, he was glad of it. If the bawling, singing, and drunken laughter had not woken him, he may have easily slept through to morning, and there was still much to do. Like, take a look at this burnt-down church of theirs. Not that there was anything unusual about a burnt-down church. Most of the houses, if not all the town, would be made from lumber. It was the fact that they had not rebuilt their house of worship that troubled Jakob. A church was a meeting place for the community, a beacon of hope in dark times, a place to cleanse the soul and seek forgiveness. Yet the denizens of Hell Creek had left theirs to rot for 2 years. It smelt wrong to Jakob, and he decided to check it out before he lost too much of the light. Hurrying down the stairs, he headed into the street and across a small wooden bridge to the local saloon. Whiskey had a way of loosening the tongues. Jakob had many questions. Pushing through the batwing doors, Jakob felt the atmosphere thick with cigar smoke, and the smell of cheap whiskey perfumed the air. For a moment, conversation faltered, and Jakob could feel many eyes upon him as he sauntered across the room to the beer-soaked bar. "Coffee," he said to the mustachioed man behind the bar. We don't sell coffee, stranger," the fat man sneered, wiping his hand on a filthy apron. "Only beer or whiskey. We may have a soda pop round here somewhere if you fancy it." That drew a few laughs from the group of nearby men at the bar, but Jakob ignored them. "Whiskey, then," Jakob said, his blue eyes drilling into the barman's face. "And be quick about it." The barman's smile wilted under the icy gaze, and he hurriedly poured Jacob's drink, sloshing a goodish amount on the bar before quickly scurrying away. Jakob turned and faced the room, but nobody met his gaze, and soon the piano player struck up another tune, breaking the ominous silence. Slowly, conversation started back up, and the denizens of the town went back to their drinking and debauchery, leaving Jakob alone to scan the room. He was on his second drink when he noticed the girl in the corner. She was dressed gaily, all feathers and tight corsets, and Jakob guessed correctly that she was one of the whores that worked the establishment. But unlike the other girls who flitted from customer to customer, trying hard to ply their trade, this girl sat alone, looking sullenly like a half-empty glass of beer. Jakob could clearly see the reason why. The girl was pretty, and had one hell of a scar running from her right eye across the bridge of her nose, petering off down the side of her left cheek. Someone did quite the number on her, Jakob thought, as he approached, trying not to draw too much unwanted attention. "Hi," he said, taking a seat beside her in a quiet corner. "Name's Jakob." "Annabelle," she said, smiling thinly. "You too broke to pay for a good whore? Wondering if you can get a discount for this one?" she said, gesturing to her face. "You do." "I don't mind paying the full price," Jakob smiled. "I have more than a few scars of my own, and they bother me none." The girl smiled to think on this for a while before taking his hand and leading him upstairs to her room. They had barely got through the door when the girl started to strip. "Okay, full price is $5. You can wash your pecker over there," she said, nodding her head to a wash bowl and jug. "How about $10 and you get to keep your clothes on?" The girl stopped fumbling at her corset and just looked at him. "Lord God, what now? What kind of crazy shit you into, mister?" Jakob laughed at this and sat down on the bed, hat in hand. "No crazy shit. Just a little information's all." The girl laughed, harsh and unpleasant. "Damn, mister, I don't know nothing about nothing around here." "The simple thing. I just want to know where the local church is, that's all." "You're going to pay me $10 and get directions to an old burnt-down church?" "Yep," Jakob replied. "That and your silence. I don't want anyone to know that I'm looking into things." "What things?" the girl asked nervously, her eyes shifting around the room. "There's nothing to look into." "Mayhaps there is. Mayhaps there isn't," Jakob said, standing up.
But I intend to take me a look anyways. You're an outsider here, like I am. You don't need no scar across your face to tell me that.
I haven't been here long. I came looking for my sister. We worked in a cattle town about 30 miles from here. Well, that was before this happened.
She gestured to her face.
She said I was bringing her down, and so she left heading for Hell's Creek and new clientele. She didn't invite me to come along, so I stayed here in Stetson for a while. I missed her, so I took a stagecoach to town, but by the time I got here, she was already gone. At least that's what the sheriff said. I was convinced to stay in the end, she said, looking at the floor. Nobody ever leaves here. Not really.
What do you mean? What's going on in this place?
Keep your $10, the girl said, suddenly standing. St. Mark's, or what's left of it anyway, is at the west end of town, about 3 streets over, right on the outskirts. You may find somebody there who can help you. I'll keep your secret, but you should leave this town, Jacob. Just as soon as you can. No good can ever come from this place.
And just like that, she was gone. Only the smell of her cheap perfume marked her passing. Jacob sat for a while, taking in her words before heading into the street, turning west through the growing shadows. 20 minutes later, he stood before the ruin of St. Mark's, which slumped in the darkness underfoot at Jacob's approach, as with a sigh he took in the devastation. "Someone did quite the job," he whispered to himself, crumbling a piece of burnt charcoal under his nose, not surprised by the smell of gasoline he found there. A tittering cackle came from the shadows, and Jacob's hand flew to his waist. Finding nothing there, he drew his knife from the back of his jeans. "Who's there?" he called into the darkness.
"Put up your pig sticker, preacher man. Old Marjorie won't hurt you."
"Come out where I can see you,"
Jacob said, his eyes searching the darkness. "The knife," the voice replied. "Put it up, preacher, and come inside." Jacob took a deep breath, sheathed his knife, but kept his hand near as he entered the ruin. A light flared and grew brighter as an oil lamp was lit, driving back some of the gloom. Jacob squinted through the darkness, making out a hunched figure wrapped in tatty old blankets in one ruined corner. As he drew nearer, he saw that it was a woman, filth streaked with matted white hair.
"Who are you?"
he asked, stopping only a few steps away.
"How'd you know I was a preacher?"
"The voice of the dead. I hear him, you see. Cries of all those poor dead children."
"What dead children? What happened in this place?"
"Seen you," the woman sighed, a shudder racking her scrawny frame. "A pale horse, rider in the wilderness. A man driven mad by God. I seen you wash in flames, preacher. Marjorie knows. Marjorie has the sight."
"You're mad."
"Mad?" she hissed, thrusting her face into the light, revealing gaping sockets where her eyes should have been. Jacob swallowed hard, but said nothing. "Yea," she said, retreating back into the shadows. "Driven mad by the followers."
"What followers? Make sense, woman."
"Cathon!" the woman screamed. "They took me down into the darkness. Look!" she said, leaping to her feet, throwing off her lice-ridden blanket, revealing her nakedness beneath. There was a flash of steel, and the woman thrust a rusty-looking blade deep into her abdomen, drawing it across, disemboweling herself. "Look!" she cried, thrusting her filthy hand inside her ruined stomach, blood pouring from her mouth, cascading down her legs like a waterfall. "Empty! So empty!" There was a sudden loud boom, and a smoking hole appeared in the dying woman's forehead. Jacob spun about with a cry and looked straight into the barrel of the sheriff's revolver. "Take him," the sheriff said. The 2 burly-looking men who came on grinning as Jacob backed up, drawing his knife. "Tut, tut!" the sheriff laughed. "Never bring a knife to a gunfight, boy. Now put it down, or I'll shoot your legs out from under you." For a moment, Jacob was tempted to fight. But with a curse, he threw his knife into the dust. Tie him up, hands behind his back, nice and tight. Tonight he shall witness the glory of Cathod before I offer him up as a sacrifice to the Old One. The hell are you talking about? Jakob cursed as the two men roughly tied his hands behind his back, the rough hemp rope digging rudely into his flesh. Who is that? You'll see, Sheriff sneered. You'll see much and know an agony of delicious pain before this night is through, so I promise you. That I promise you. Bring him, he said to the two men. Congregation awaits. The town was all but deserted, as Jakob was half marched, half dragged through the night. Even the body saloon was dark, silent, and not a person moved through the streets. Eventually they arrived at the steep-sided canal, where a small barge lit only by a burning oil lamp awaited them. Get in, Sheriff said, pushing Jakob hard over the edge. With a grunt, Jakob landed hard, groaning. He sat up as the other men leapt aboard, shoving him back down. Get us there, the sheriff said. The other two men hurriedly took up the oars and began to row through the brackish waters. Soon the stars appeared and were replaced by slime-covered bricks, as the small boat entered a shadowy tunnel leading beneath the silent town. What is this place? Jakob said, straining at his bonds, but the question was answered by a booted foot. Open your mouth again. I'll cut out your tongue, Sheriff said, grinning at him ghoulishly. Your heretic voice will not desecrate these sacred caverns. After what seemed like an eternity to Jacob's tired mind, the small boat came to a swaying halt. He was dragged out and thrust onto the stone-cold floor. Cursing, the two men dragged him back to his feet. What he saw then took his breath away. They were in a large, vaulted cavern. Stalagmites grew all about, and strange black crystal formations lay dotted here and about, twisted into tortured forms. But it was not this that instilled such a deep-seated fear in Jakob. At the far end of the room, lit by flickering torches, was a great temple, built into the very bedrock itself. Huge spiral pillars rearing into the darkness, highly decorated with twisted, tortured symbols that hurt Jacob's mind just to look at. Welcome to the Temple of Chethat, the sheriff whispered into his ear. The Old One awaits inside. It's harvest time, time of reaping and gathering. He grows hungry, and his hunger must be sated. Jakob said nothing as he was led inside. Down a dark tunnel, his eyes were moving constantly, yet he kept his demeanor soft, all slumped shoulders and shuffling feet. A broken man was not so closely guarded and could make good use of an opportunity that should happen to arise. The tunnel suddenly ended, and the sheriff threw open a large wooden door, blackened with age. Behold, he screamed, the Temple of Chethat. Light flooded the tunnel, followed by a hellish chanting, like some terrible drum, charging the air with electricity, making it hard to breathe, causing Jacob's skin to tighten and crawl as he was pushed inside. Everywhere, there were people dressed in flowing red robes, their faces covered in white masks, making them look corpse-like in the flickering light of 1,000 torches. At the end of the room was a large stone altar. Behind it, a massive stone well loomed above a screaming woman who sweated, writhed, and twisted. As Jakob was dragged closer, he saw, to his horror, that the woman was in the deep throes of labor. Stood beside her was the high priest, his robes black as midnight, his mask carved with a single terrible glaring eye. The sacrifice approaches, the priest screamed above the thunderous chanting. Reaching between the woman's quivering legs, he tore the newborn child from her, cutting the birthing cord with a small, glittering knife. At the sound of the child's first hitching breaths, The whole ground began to shake, and the terrible chanting turned into a screaming deluge, as the great jet of filthy water gushed from the slime-encrusted well, rearing like a column into the fetid night air. Before Jakob's terrified eyes, the churning water began to take on shape, to transform until a great and terrible worm reared above him. Along its segmented body, 1,000 blind eyes twitched and turned. "Behold," the priest said, turning to his congregation, "the Great One, Chethat! We bring you sacrifice, great Lord," he said, raising the bawling child above his head. The creature let out a bellow of triumph, turning its swaying head from which glared a single crimson eye towards the now chanting priest. Its fanged mouth opened, revealing row after row of jagged teeth. It lunged forward, snatching the screaming infant up and down its throat, silencing its pathetic screams forever. "Now," the sheriff said, dragging Jakob forward, "you'll make a sacrifice unto him. He'll devour you, heart and soul, and you will live in him forever." "What is this?" The high priest glared down at Jakob. "Another sacrifice, Lord," the sheriff fawned, "for the old one is forever hungry." "So be it. Bring him to me. Let the old one be fulfilled." Jakob still did not struggle as he was dragged on, but his eyes searched frantically for a way out. "Chethat!" the old priest boomed, turning back towards the swaying worm. "Take this one onto yourself. Show him the fate of all heretics." Again, the worm let out a terrible bellow and began his downward strike. Just as Jakob's eyes opened to a nearby oil lamp, with a cry, he pistoned out his leg and shattered the burning lamp against the altar. Immediately, his booted foot and dusty jacket were set ablaze. The great worm tried to rear back, but it was too slow, as with a cry of outrage, Jakob tore a blazing spur across the crimson eye. The great worm screeched in agony and began to mindlessly flail about, crashing into Jakob and his captors, sending them sprawling on the floor, instantly killing the high priest as it writhed and rolled, blind and insane with agony. The room was now in complete disarray. The fire had spread, setting ablaze to the nearby crimson banners, catching on people's clothes as they fled in terror, trying to escape the thrashing worm. Jakob felt the flames burning his back, but did not run, but embraced them, thrusting his bound hands into the flames, ignoring the pain till at last his bounds parted. To his left, the sheriff, torn and bloody, was staggering to his feet. "You," he began, but that was as far as he went. Jakob closed the distance between them in 2 angry strides. His hands, fast as lightning, grabbed the sheriff's guns and shot the protesting man twice through the throat. He did not stop there, but turned his outrage upon the fleeing crowd, adding to their terror as he pumped round after round of hot lead into men and women alike. When the guns clicked empty, he turned around, ignoring the hot barrels, as he waded in, pistol-whipping them down, and beating them with his booted heel as they tried to escape his terrible wrath, all the time making his way towards the waiting exit, dodging the writhing worm. The fallen god, Chethat, whose death throes had started to weaken as the fire burned its vile body, cleansed its filth from the world. At last, he made the doorway and threw himself through the flames, licking at his back. A few of the cultists had also managed to escape and were now fleeing down a small side tunnel. Just then, the earth let out another groan and the tunnel collapsed in a deluge of dust and rubble, burying the fleeing cultists alive. Scrambling to his feet, Jakob jumped into the small boat and grabbed up the paddles, rowing for all he was worth until at last he emerged onto the moonlit night. "Praise God," he gasped, leaping from the boat. And just then there was another great rumbling from deep in the ground as a part of the town suddenly tilted. Then, with a resounding crash and a roar of flames, it fell into the earth. By the flickering flame light, something seemed to move in the murky waters, something long and worm-like gliding through the depths. Jakob blinked his eyes, and it was gone. "Enough," he gasped, staggering away. "For the love of God, enough." Limping through the cold night, he headed to the nearby forest, wondering if his God would ever let him rest. And once again he thought of Jesus asking for the cup to be taken from his lips, and laughed.
"The Lord's far from the wicked,"
he whispered,
"but hears the prayers of the righteous."
The words were taken by the wind and smothered in the darkness. Behind him, Hell's Creek burned through the long night. The evil of Jethat consecrated by righteous flames. Jacob Masterson awoke with a scream locked behind his lips, his body covered in a cold sweat.
"Hell's Creek,"
he mumbled, throwing off his rough blanket before hunkering down by the dying firelight. Overhead there was a sullen rumble of thunder as the storm approached. Jacob looked up into the cold night sky, his nostrils flaring as he smelt the first whiff of ozone. Standing, he stripped off his soiled clothes and knelt. A few moments later, the skies erupted, and the deluge of rain hit, pounding Jacob's scarred, battered body, washing away the filth of Hell's Creek. For hours he knelt, his muscles cramping, his body tensed, steel, shaking with cold. The pounding rain turned into a stinging hail that swept across the land, driven by the howling wind.
"What do you want from me?"
Jacob raised his face to the wind.
"What the fuck do you want from me?"
He jumped to his feet and screamed up at the night sky.
"When will it be enough? Ain't I paid my dues? When can I rest?"
Suddenly a face flashed across his mind. Following corn silk hair and blue eyes as deep as the ocean. It was the face of his long-dead wife, Jane. Another image followed the same face, bloody and torn by ragged claw marks.
"Don't you dare!"
Jacob howled, scrambling for his shooting irons, which hung from a nearby tree. He began to fire them into the sky, his face a rigor of hate.
"Don't you fucking dare!"
Just then, lightning struck a nearby tree, the noise of thunder booming like the end of the world. Jacob cast his now empty pistols into the dust.
"Go on then!"
he screamed, shaking his fist at the sky.
"I dare you! But you better send me straight to hell, because if I reach those pearly gates, I'm gonna spit right in your eye, you hear me? I don't need to be reminded of my debt to you!"
And just like that, the rain stopped as quickly as it had begun. The first rays of dawn pierced the veil of night. Exhausted, Jacob fell to his knees, and then onto his back.
"I'm sorry, Jane. I should have been there."
Slowly he closed his eyes and began to slumber, the warmth of a new day covering him like the very hand of God. Jacob awoke sometime later, the sun high in the sky. With a groan, he staggered to his feet before drinking thirstily from his nearby canteen and slowly getting dressed. He was starting to feel guilty now. It was always like this for him around the anniversary of Jane's death. Still, he had no right to be braying at God like a stubborn mule. The thing was, he did owe God, and perhaps it was a debt that he could never truly repay. For after all, was it not God that had led him to a creature that had so brutally murdered his beloved wife? Was it not God that had shown him the ways of the blessed silver and the cleansing fire? Perhaps, if Jacob had known he'd be signing such a contract with the creature's blood. But Jacob pushed that away. He was no liar, especially to himself. He would have done it all exactly the same. Hell, he would have hunted that vile creature to the ends of the earth and beyond to avenge Jane's death. And if he died and ended up in hell, He would hunt that son of a bitch through the flames of eternal damnation forever. Sighing, he lit up a smoke. Pushing such heavy thoughts away, he saddled up his horse, climbing aboard with a creak of leather. "Go on, get," he said, nudging the big mare forward. But she wouldn't budge. "Come on now, girl," he said, nudging her again with a slight hint of spur, but still she wouldn't move. Okay, Jakob said, a small smile playing across his rugged features. "Reckon you've been having some dreams of your own. Lead the way." He slackened the reins, and immediately she turned in the opposite direction Jakob had been facing and began to amble along. Jakob began to laugh. "Who he heeds wholesome abomination will abide amongst the wise," he intoned, "and humility goes before honor." If the big mare heard him, she gave no sign, but picked up her pace. Soon they were flying like the wind, heading towards the Arizona territories and beyond. The journey was a pretty uneventful affair. Jakob spent his time like he always did, the hot days nodding over his saddle, trying to recover from another restless night on the trail. It was on just such a night he tossed and turned, mumbling to himself that the first bout of trouble really started. Jakob was dreaming of a man plagued by the devil, an executioner surrounded by a swirling black aura. In his left hand he held a hell-bound blade that burned with eternal fire. In his right, an endless stream of blood pouring forth, turning to molten lava as it hit the scorching and blackened ground. "Then I saw an angel," the man said, turning to face Jakob. "Sitting in the sun, with a loud voice he called to all the birds of mid-heaven. Come and gather for the great supper of God, to eat the flesh of kings, captain, the flesh of mighty men, the flesh of horses and their riders. For he has set his mark upon them, the mark of the beast, and they who bear the mark will be cast down, and the birds will gorge upon their ruined flesh." Suddenly the man's mouth shot open, stretching impossibly wide, eating up his face. A mass of ravens issued forth, hundreds, thousands. They screeched as they flew at Jakob, tearing at his skin, gouging out his eyes. Just then a dry twig snapped like a gunshot to Jacob's right, and he flew awake, not sure if he was still dreaming. A man stepped from behind the nearby cactus. His pistol was aimed at Jacob's chest as he entered the firelight's flickering glow. "I got him!" the man cried over his shoulder excitedly. "I got him dead to rights, Henry!" Jakob said nothing, taking in the man's torn and tattered uniform. "Well, that's swell," another man said, emerging from the shadows. This man was larger than his weasel-like friend, all grizzled cheeks and bulging belly. In his meaty arms he carried a double-barrel shotgun. "Don't recall any battles going on around these parts," Jakob said, sitting up, slowly making sure to keep his hands well away from his pistol belt. "Nope," the big man grinned. "And that's just the way we like it, ain't it, Patrick?" he said, glancing over at the other man before turning his attention back to Jakob. "Seems to me these southern boys don't know when to quit, so me and old Patrick here gave ourselves an honorable discharge." The other man yee-hawed at that, but the big man didn't even cut a smile. "So you're deserters then?" Jakob spat into the dirt. "Let me guess. You're just heading home, all righteous like, to tend your crops." The big man laughed at this. "Hell no! Farming's too much like hard work. Me and Patrick, we find taking other people's things a damn sight easier. Even more so when they're dead. So," he said, leveling the shotgun at Jacob's face, "Viva con Dios, stranger." Jakob suddenly burst into an uproarious laughter, catching the big man by surprise. "What the hell are you laughing at?" he asked again. "Sorry," Jakob said, wiping pretend tears from his eyes. "When you stepped out of the shadows, wearing that Union uniform, I nearly shit my britches. Thought the whole damn Union army had come for me on account of that cash box I stole." "Cash box?" the other man said quickly, his eyes beginning to sparkle. "And what cash box would that be?" "Don't mind if I stand by you," Jakob said, not waiting for an answer, as he clambered to his feet, his hands raised. Big man saw the gleaming pistol at Jacob's hip and pulled back both hammers of his shotgun. "Lose them pistols, my friend. No problem. No problem at all," Jakob said, slowly undoing his gun belt and letting it fall at his feet. "Never was too damn good with those smoke wagons anyway. I'm just a thief. My partner who likes to do the killing," he said quickly, glancing over to the other man's shoulder. With a hiss, the big man turned, but only for a second before seeing the ruse for what it was. A simple distraction. But a second was all the time that Jakob needed. With a cry, he threw himself down, drawing his pistols as he landed in the hard dirt. The weasel-looking fella, the one the big man had called Patrick, cried out a warning, firing into the dust all around Jakob, but Jakob ignored him. The other man was now swiveling back around, his face contorted with cheated rage. Jakob took careful aim, bullets flying all around him, and squeezed off a single shot, blowing the top of the man's head off in a welter of blood, brains, and bone. The skinny man's pistols now clicked empty, and with a cry, he cast them down and took off running in great clumsy strides. Cursing, Jakob rolled to his feet, his eyes narrowing at the figure merged with the darkness. "Oh, no you don't, friend," he said, leveling his pistol, which barked off a single shot. There was a cry of pain, and a heavy thud as Jacob's shot found its target. Then there came a loud wailing from the shadows. "Shit," Jakob cursed, snatching up a burning brand from the fire, before stalking into the darkness. He found the weasel-faced man crawling on his belly, leaving a thick trail of blood in the sand. At the sound of Jacob's approach, he flopped over on his back, his hands desperately trying to hold on to his steaming guts. "Please, mister," he sobbed, blood frothing on his lips. "Please don't kill me." Jakob took a look at the grisly wound. "Reckon I already killed you, partner. Best to ease you off on your way." "Wait!" the man screamed. I gotta get right with God first." "All right, friend," Jakob said sourly. "Make it quick. I haven't got all night." The man closed his eyes and began to mumble a quick prayer. Then, when he hit Amen, Jakob pulled the trigger and walked away. A few minutes later, he was sound asleep. In the distance, a coyote howled, and cold stars shone down with an idiot indifference. Apart from that brief interlude, the rest of the journey was blessedly free of trouble. Jakob spent the day reading from his Bible and letting his God-struck horse lead the way. It was on the fourth day, just as they crested a large hill, that Jakob heard the sound of voices raised in anger. Stowing his Bible, he urged the big mare forward until he could see more clearly into the valley below. There was a town nestled in the valley, one of those border towns, all squat white buildings and straw-covered streets. But it was not the town that drew Jacob's attention. There was a small cemetery and the men arguing just outside its leaning gates. "Get on," he said, nudging his horse forward. "Let's go see what the commotion's all about." Just as Jakob drew closer, he saw that there were 5 people in it. 3 men stood stoically outside the cemetery. The one in the middle seemed to be some kind of preacher, the 2 by his side, burly-looking cowpokes, both heavily armed. "You ain't burying your bastard in here," the preacher cursed at the 2 others. A man and a woman, both shabbily dressed. The woman held a small bundle clasped tightly in her chest, and was openly weeping, great tears running tracks down her grimy face. The man with her was tall, with jet black hair tightly braided down his back. He wore a buckskin jacket, which hung loosely on his skinny frame. "Morning," Jakob said, reining in his horse before him. "What seems to be the problem?" "Be about your business," the preacher hissed at him. "I reckon not," Jakob said, easing himself off his saddle. "You heard the Reverend," one of the other men said, cocking his rifle. "Be on your way, stranger." Jakob ignored him, his eyes drifting into the Reverend. The silence drew out until at last, with an irritable sigh, the Reverend spoke up. "These 2, he said, nodding towards the now silent couple, "want to bury their bastard child in the town cemetery, and I ain't having it." "Oh," Jakob said. "And why's that?" "Are you goddamn blind?" the Reverend cursed. "Look at them.
He's a heathen savage if ever I saw one. She is an inbred hillbilly child from the mountains. Their bastard wasn't even baptized. No way they're burying their offspring with the rest of these good Christian folks.
And what do you have to say about all this? Jakob said, turning towards the tall, swarthy-looking man. These lands once belonged to my people, he replied in a deep, rumbling voice. That was before the white man stole it from us. The ground here is sacred. My ancestors still walk in these places, and I would rest my boy amongst them. Jakob nodded and turned to the girl. That your boy, ma'am? He said, nodding at the small bundle she held tight to her chest.
Yes,
she said, her voice hitching.
His name is Solomon.
Gently, she removed the burial shroud from the boy's face, revealing the delicate features within. Good-looking boy, ma'am, Jakob said, tipping his hat solemnly. Looks like you both done yourselves proud.
The girl smiled at that and covered the boy back up, rocking him gently back and forth. Sighing, Jakob turned back to the enraged Reverend and threw back his dusty coat, revealing the gleaming pistols beneath.
Let him pass, he said, spitting into the dirt by the Reverend's feet. Looks like they got themselves some burying to do.
Oh, screw this, the man to Jacob's right growled, raising his rifle. Jakob drew his gun in almost supernatural speed. A shot rang out and the man screamed, dropping his rifle, 2 of his 5 fingers missing. The other man to Jacob's left let out a cry and fumbled for his gun, but Jakob closed the distance between them in 2 angry strides. The smoking barrel pressed hard against the other man's forehead.
I set the mark of Cain upon you,
he said, grinding the hot barrel against the man's flesh.
Now take your partner, get your faces into the wind.
He drew the hammer back.
I don't tell you twice.
With a cry, the man turned and fled, grabbing up his bleeding partner as they headed back towards town. You can't do that, the shocked Reverend blustered, but Jakob had already seized the man by the collar.
These folks are burying their boy in this here boneyard.
But they ain't no Christians.
It's rich coming from you,
Jakob grated, pulling the man forward until their noses were almost touching.
Now you listen good. That boy is being buried here, now, today.
I don't give a monkey's fuck if they ain't Christians. Hell, I don't care if the devil shot them both out of his asshole. The boy is being buried, and you're gonna help. He pushed him roughly away.
Call it a penance. Now grab yourself a shovel, Reverend. If you ain't back here in less than a minute, I'll hunt you down and shoot you for the mangy dog you are.
The Reverend looked into Jacob's face and turned tail, heading for a nearby tool shed. Jakob took out an old, tarnished pocket watch from his jacket and began to watch the seconds tick by intently. You wouldn't really do it, would you? The swarthy-looking man asked.
Mister,
Jakob replied,
I have just about killed everything that walks, runs, or shits upon the face of the earth, at one time or another. One false reverend don't make a lick of difference to me.
The big man nodded at this and held out his hand. My name is Callion. This is my wife, Kate.
Pleasure,
Jakob said, shaking the man's hand.
My name's Jakob Masterson.
Just then the Reverend returned, puffing and panting, a shovel and a pick thrown over one narrow shoulder. Smiling, Jakob snapped his watch shut.
Well, look at that. With a full 15 seconds left to spare. Now,
he said, rapping the barrel of his gun none too gently against the Reverend's ear,
let's find a place to bury this boy.
The place ended up being a weed-strewn corner of the cemetery, next to a crumbling wall, far away from the rest of the leaning markers.
This the best you can do, is it?
Jakob asked, eyeing the squirming Reverend angrily. It is of no matter, Callion interrupted. The ground here is sacred, and my boy will walk with those who have gone before him.
Okay,
Jakob replied.
Looks like you have yourself some digging to do, Reverend.
No, Callion said quickly, snatching up the spade.
It is I who must dig his grave and place the stones upon it. Okay, Jakob said, but the good Reverend here is eager to help. Now go find these folks a goodish pile of rocks and be goddamn quick about it. The whole thing took just over 2 hours. When the last stone was laid, Callian sang songs and muttered prayers in a musical language Jacob couldn't understand, his silent wife by his side. When he had finished, they both thanked Jacob profusely for his help, then walked away, leaving only Jacob and the Reverend behind. "Let's take a walk," Jacob said, heading for his horse, before mounting up and looking down at the other man. "Now listen. Listen good, Reverend. The God I believe in don't give no mind to the color of a man's skin, nor does he care what name a people care to give him. That's what's in a man's heart that matters, and your heart filled with hate. Hell, that savage, as you called him, makes 10 of you false priests. I'm leaving now. I may have cause to come back this way, maybe a week from now, maybe a month, even a year. I promise you this. If that boy's grave has been disturbed in any way, if I find a rock that's out of place, I'll plant you in the ground right beside him. Tell me you're hearing me." "Yes," the Reverend stammered. "No one will touch it. I give you my word." "Your word ain't worth a fart in the wind," Jacob said, nudging the mare forward. "But I'll take it anyway." That said, he rode away, heading towards town. Jacob, however, didn't get very far. He rode through town, right to the very outskirts, lost in his own thoughts when his horse suddenly stopped dead, almost throwing him from the saddle. "What in God's name are you doing?" Jacob asked the now silent horse. "Come on, get where we're going," he said, pulling on the reins. But the horse only tossed her head, pawing at the ground. Now there was a growing dread swirling in the pit of Jacob's stomach. "Here?" he said, exasperated. "This is the place you've been taking me all along? This place where we're already made such good friends? Oh, shit," he said, clambering from his saddle. "Could have warned me." Jacob grabbed up his rifle, strapping it across his back before lighting up a smoke as he really looked down at the town for the first time. The place was like any other border town he'd frequented before, all small, flaking white buildings with timber roofs. The road was nothing more than hand-packed sand, and the people, for the most part, were a mix of Mexicans and white Europeans. From across the dust-covered road came the ragtag sound of a piano, the deep roar of brutish male laughter, and the high-pitched giggle of easy women. Jacob smiled, heading for the bat-wing doors of the saloon, wanting nothing more than a cold beer and some goddamn shade, when a booming voice stopped him in his tracks. "You there, stranger," a voice said, drawing closer. Jacob turned in its direction, seeing a large man step down from the porch of an office building with a gaudy sign reading Stapleton & Sons Railway. Behind him were 3 other men coming on fast. "Shit," Jacob mumbled, recognizing one of the men from his confrontation back at the cemetery. "Maxwell," the big man said, holding out his hand as he approached, looking hot and uncomfortable in his ill-fitting suit. "Jonas Maxwell. I believe you and I have some business, stranger." "That's so," Jacob said, ignoring the offered hand. "And what business would that be?" "Assault and intended murder for a start," the man called Jonah said with a large, shit-eating grin, revealing more than a few golden teeth. "You assaulted one of my men. In fact, you assaulted 2 of them. Good old Carrion is with the doc right now, but luckily, if that silly old fool can save his hand, and if he picks up some kind of infection, then I guess you're going to hang, partner." "That's right," Jacob said, crushing his smoke underfoot. "You going to be the one to try and put a rope around my neck, mister?" "Not me," Jonah laughed. "I am more the management game, and unfortunately the sheriff passed away not long ago. Things are real tense around here at the moment. Don't reckon it would take me much time to whip up a hanging party." 2 more men had now left the railway office and stood leaning casually against its timber frame, their hands suspiciously close to their guns, their eyes watchful. "So what do you want from me?" Jacob said, his eyes trying hard to watch everyone at once. "What makes you think I want anything?" Jacob replied, his grin growing wider. "Let's cut the bullshit, friend," Jacob said, his eyes stopping their endless roaming and fixating on Jonah's face. There was a coldness in him now, seemed to flow from his heart, covering his entire body. His heart slowed and his hands became rock steady, and it seemed that the whole world took on a bright clarity. If Jakob was going to die today, he was going to take more than one of these fellows to hell with him. "What did you say?" the big man growled. "You're in no position to be asking questions or making demands. You're outgunned, son. My boys tell me you're fast. Carrion said he ain't ever seen anything like it, but that boy's prone to exaggeration and nerves. And I ain't. One word from me and you're going to have more holes in you than a Swiss cheese. All right? You die first. I ain't too sure what happens next, but I can damn well guarantee I'm fast enough to take you with me." To Jakob's surprise, the railway man let out a bellow of laughter. "Looks like we have a Mexican standoff then. Lucky for you. I don't want to shoot you. I want to offer you a job." "What kind of job?" Jakob asked, still very much on guard. "A one that pays a lot of money. And if I say no?" "Then," Jonah said, his eyes growing steely, "guess there's going to be some shooting. And it ain't about those boys you shot up. It's about saving face. The railway owns this town, friend. I know this town, and I won't let some bushwhacker from the desert walk all over me. Now you make up your mind. Step into my office, have a nice cold drink, and hear my proposition. Besides, there are kids in the street. We wouldn't want a stray bullet to cut one of them down, would we?" Jakob sighed, knowing he was trapped. "Okay then. Lead the way." "Well, all right then," Jonah said, leaving his men away and heading back to the office, Jakob in tow. "Glad to see you're a man of sense, Mr. Masterson," Jakob said as they entered the building. "Name's Jakob Masterson." The building was dark and cold, all shiny leather and brass fittings. The air smelled of fine cigars and broken promises. "Take a seat," Jonah said, waving towards an expansive leather chair at the opposite side of his large desk. "Drink?" "Sure," Jakob said, sitting down. "Whiskey." "What else?" Jonah laughed, pouring a generous helping from a crystal decanter before sitting down and sliding Jakob's drink across to him. "So I guess you're wondering what all this is about." Jakob said nothing but sipped his drink, enjoying the fine whiskey. "Not a man of many words, are you?" Jonah scowled, throwing back his drink and pouring himself another. He didn't offer Jakob a top-up. "Well, that's fine by me. My daddy always said, a man is born with 2 ears, 2 eyes, and only 1 mouth. You should always use the first 2 more than the other." Jakob nodded at this. "Sounds like a wise man." "Hell no! He was a drunken asshole. But let me get to the point here. I need a job doing. Now I'm willing to pay in gold to get it done. Stapleton & Son have been given a contract to finish up the railway in these here parts. In fact, things were coming along nicely. Well, we had a few stubborn sheep farmers to contend with, but let's say we came to an agreement." "You pay them in gold too?" Jakob smirked. The other man ignored this. "We came to a small cliff. Nothing more than a big pile of rocks, really, so we followed normal procedures and tried to blow the hell out of it. But our blasting uncovered something. When we cleared away the rubble, sticking out of the earth was some kind of stonework, covered in strange pictures, serpents, wolves, that kind of thing. A few days later, this English fella turns up from across the border, where he's been working on a dig site. He took one look at that strange writing and nearly crapped his britches. Got himself some fancy court order from one of his posh friends and damn well shut us down. I don't understand all that fancy paperwork, but our lawyers say it's all legal-like. Next thing I know, he steals half my workers and begins digging. I figured he'd just find a few old stones, be on his way, but that's not how it went down. He found more. In fact, damn well uncovered some kind of pyramid down there. Hell, you should have seen the commotion he kicked up then. Something about how those old Aztecs never built anything this far north of the border. How it was once-in-a-lifetime finds, to change historical perspectives. Damn fool was nearly frothing at the mouth. So what's all this have to do with me? Jakob asked, becoming impatient. Simple, Jonah said, lighting up a cigar and eyeing Jakob through the smoke. I want you to blow it up. You want what? Jakob said, feeling the real sparks of anger. Just like I said. I want you to blow the hell out of it. And there's a lot of dynamite sitting around up there. When this little accident happens, me and the boys will be in the local saloon, sitting right where everyone can see us. Nothing more than an accident. Boom goes the ruins, and on goes the railroad. Of course, you can't do it right away. A few people saw you come in here. Let's give it a week. You can stay at the local boarding house. Till then, I'll even pay for your room and board, he said, tossing Jakob a large purse. That asshole Englishman is living there at the moment, although they say he has come down with some kind of illness. Save us all a lot of trouble if he up and dies. So, what do you say, Mr. Masterson? Are you in? Sure, Jakob said, scooping up the cash. But I hope we're talking a lot of gold for such a big job. You'll be taken care of just fine. The other man grinned as Jakob stood. I'll send a message to you the night that we want it done. Till then, eat, sleep, and be merry. The local saloon has a few whores. They're ugly as sin and twice as old, but they'll do in a pinch. So long, Jakob, he said, dragging some papers across his desk. Jakob knew a dismissal when he saw one, and up and left, squinting at the bright sunshine as he went down the steps and into the street. He had a week, maybe a little more, to get whatever needed doing here done before the big railway man wanted his little errand fulfilled. Jakob, of course, had no intention of doing a damn thing that happy asshole wanted. He had agreed and took the man's money only to prevent more bloodshed. And now he was up against the clock, a week to serve God's will and ride out of town. You must be bored, he said, looking up at the sky. When he got no reply, he headed up the street towards the waiting boarding house. The boarding house was a dusty two-story affair with a cantina on the ground floor. As Jakob entered, the smell of hot cooking chili assaulted his senses, making his stomach growl noisily. At the end of the room stood a sawdust plank bar. Behind it, a woman worked busily, stirring a huge pot on a nearby blackened stove. Jakob walked across the room, not minding the few other patrons, but plonking himself down on a nearby stool and coughing politely. The woman turned to face him and smiled warily, the dark smudges under her eyes evident of more than one restless night. Senor, she said in a thick Spanish accent. I'll be needing a room, ma'am, Jakob said, tipping his hat, and a large bowl of that, fine-smelling chili. The woman shuffled her feet and bit at her bottom lip, and Jakob realized that under the frown lines and tired eyes, she was really quite beautiful. Is there a problem, ma'am? It's money. I have enough money to pay for everything. No, the woman smiled. It's not the money. I need the money badly, but I must tell you the truth. There is sickness in the house. Yeah, so I heard. But it's only one man, correct? The English professor? Yes, he is the only sick one here, but there are others in the village that are also ill. The men who worked up at the temple are all ill. Some have even passed away from some sort of terrible, wasting sickness. Yet their families all seem to be fine. Some say that place is cursed. The professor believes it could be a miasma from the ancient tomb, but it's hard to tell. He raves a lot due to the fever. Certain lights were starting to flicker in Jakob's mind now, and he knew that somehow this professor was something to do with why he had been sent to this place. Well, Jakob replied, doesn't sound like it's too catching. I have business here I must attend to. I'll pay you double for the room. How about that? Okay, the woman replied. But if you get ill, I want no blame. I hear you, Jakob said, putting on his best smile. Now how about a bowl of that chili?
His room was small, clean, well kept, and more than enough for Jacob's simple needs. After his meal, Jakob washed up and tried to read from his Bible, but the words were blurred, and he found himself tired after so many long days on the trail.
"Screw it," he said, yawning loudly. "Just a quick nap, and we'll go see this English professor."
As soon as his head hit the pillow, he was sound asleep. He awoke in the darkness, the scream ringing in his ears. For a moment he thought that he was dreaming. Then the same ear-splitting scream rang out again. Cursing, he grabbed up his gun belt, strapped it on as he ran across the hall and down the stairs. There was a large crowd now gathered in the street. Jakob pushed through the crowd until he reached the front. There he saw a woman, disheveled and wild, surrounded by men. "Chupacabra!" she screamed. "Chupacabra!" One of the men closest to her put a big hand over her mouth and dragged her away, sobbing and screaming. Jakob was about to go after them when a hand fell on his shoulder. He turned around ready to be angry, but it was his landlady from the cantina. He searched for name.
Anita,
he said, drawing her to one side.
What was the name she was screaming?
The woman shook her head sadly. "She's one of the men's wives from the dig site. Her husband's just died. I think the grief may have driven her mad."
"Perhaps. But I would know anyway," Jake insisted. "What is Chupacabra?"
"It's nothing. An old myth. A devil dog that's supposed to drink the blood of goats and even people, often when they're sick or dying."
"Where does this woman live? Take me there."
"No need," she said, pointing across the street. "It's just there, 3 doors down." Jakob thanked her and headed toward the house. The door was still open.
"Hello?"
he called, standing at the threshold.
"Hello?"
When nobody answered, he stepped in, closing the door behind him. The house was small and smelled of poverty. All splintering tables and rough-hewn chairs. A rickety-looking staircase led to the upper floor. Drawing his gun, Jakob headed on up, wincing at every creak underfoot. The palm of his hand started to sweat. The upstairs was more of the same, with rough plank floors and crumbling plaster. He passed a room and glanced inside, but it held nothing but a few dusty-looking crates and half-weaved baskets. The only other room was at the end of the hall. The door had been thrown open. To Jakob, it looked like a dark mouth waiting to swallow him whole. Taking a deep breath, Jakob leapt into the doorway, eyes searching the shadows. But there was only a flickering candle, and the dead man lying in bed, his eyes closed. Jakob thought it looked almost as if the man was sleeping. He stepped in, looking for any signs of violence or struggle. But there was nothing. Approaching the bed, he sat down. That's when he saw the blood. A single drop marred the white sheets.
"Sorry,"
Jakob said, gently removing the sheet, looking for any injuries, but the man's nightshirt was blessedly free of blood. Covering the man's body back over, Jakob grasped the man's jaw, looking for any kinds of hemorrhaging. That's when his fingers brushed the wound at the man's throat.
Well. What do we have here?"
Jakob said, turning the man's jaw and inspecting the wound. There were puncture marks, of that Jakob had no doubt. The bruising around the wound showed that whatever had made them had been driven in with a terrible force. The hole marks were jagged and horribly mangled.
"Teeth,"
Jakob grimaced.
"Goddamn teeth."
Suddenly, the dead man shot upright, scrambling at Jacob's throat, his eyes burning black holes, his face white with terror.
"She's come!"
he screeched, fixing Jakob with a terrible gaze.
"She's come!"
he gasped, his grip falling away. As he sank back down into the bed, his haunted eyes closed. He took one last shallow breath before lying still.
"Jesus,"
Jakob said, quickly checking the man's pulse. There was nothing. If the man wasn't truly dead before, he sure as shit fire was now. That's when Jakob noticed the marks. They were fading right before his startled eyes. Took less than 5 seconds, and they were gone like they had never been.
"Could it be?"
Jakob said, standing.
"Could it really be?"
He hurried down the stairs, grabbing up a burning lamp before heading out to the cold night air. Two men approached, perhaps grieving family members. They saw Jakob leave the house, saw the look on his face, and veered off to the right to let him pass. He headed round the back of the house, and into the brush, burning lantern held aloft.
"Come on, you son of a bitch," he said, scanning the sand.
"There." He grinned, his face almost ghoulish in the lamplight.
"There you are."
He looked at the large tracks that led away from the building. He followed them for some time, watching as the tracks warped and changed with almost every step. Now they were wolf-like. Then they began to thin out and grow longer. As he entered a small grove of sun-blasted trees, the tracks suddenly stopped. Jakob traced his finger around the tracks, now completely human and small, almost like those of a young girl or a petite woman. Standing, he scanned the brush and the tops of the swaying trees, but there was nothing. Only the sighing of the wind, chilling his flesh and whispering like an omen of death in his ear. Jakob awoke the next day, well past noon. His head felt thick, and he cursed himself for a damn fool for sleeping so late. Going downstairs, he grabbed a bite to eat. If what he believed about the creature that was haunting this village was true, he was going to need some supplies, and the only place to get what he needed would be from the church. But first, he wanted to speak to this English professor, perhaps to confront his suspicions more fully. Heading back upstairs, he stood outside the professor's door and listened, but it was all quiet inside. He knocked sharply. "Professor! Hey, Professor, you in there?" He waited. When there was no reply, he simply barged in. The room was barrack neat, and also completely empty. That was, empty of the professor. All his things remained, including a large money clip and a gold watch on the bedside table. The only movement was the blowing curtains as the afternoon wound down towards the evening. Strolling to the window, Jakob looked outside. Seeing nothing, he slammed it shut and looked around for something, anything, that could help him. Some notes or a journal, perhaps. But there was only a few piles of dirty clothes and some mud-stained boots. Heading back outside, he gently closed the door and hurried downstairs. He found Anita there, her hips swaying mesmerizingly as she prepared the evening meal.
"Anita, who'd you say that professor's name was again?"
he said, leaning heavily against the bar. "Engelbert," she said, slicing up an onion. "Alfred Engelbert."
"When was the last time you saw him?"
"Only this morning," she said, looking up a little more concerned now. "Why do you ask?"
"He's not in his room."
"What?" she said, putting down her knife and wiping her hands on a nearby dish towel. "How can that be? I saw him this morning. He was worse than ever, sweating and talking in riddles."
"What did he say, Anita?"
I don't know. I couldn't make out all that much. Something about a woman and eyes in the blackness." Jakob rode hard, heading for the nearby church. At the outskirts of town, he hadn't looked forward to seeing the Reverend again, but in times like this, any port in a storm. Still, by the time he arrived, the sun was starting to set in the west. Only the spire of the church remained in sunlight. Jumping from his horse, he stopped, taking in the atrocity that was spread across the church's front steps. It was the Reverend. What was left of him, anyway. The man had been disemboweled, his pipes and steaming organs spread all about. The air was thick with the smell of blood and shit. From around the corner, there came a strange chanting in a coarse, harsh language. Drawing his gun, he slid around the corner. Kneeling in the middle of the cemetery was what Jakob believed to be the missing professor. He was a small man, bald and bespectacled. He was reading from an ancient-looking parchment, glowing torches all around him. The blood on his hands looked almost black in the growing night.
"Professor, what the hell are you doing?"
The professor's head shot up, and he glared at Jakob. "The ground must be made bitter so her followers may arise. She hears their screams from the ground and comes to free her children from the yoke of Christ God, for her gods were old when the world was still young." Now there was rumbling in the earth, as if the very ground writhed in agony. A nearby grave off to Jacob's left began to tremble and vibrate. Right in front of Jacob's startled eyes, the grave dirt began to flow and withdraw, birthing a flame-eyed monstrosity back into the world, and Jakob knew that he now stood on unhallowed ground. The professor howled in delight and began his vicious chant once again. Another grave began to tremble and churn. "No, you don't," Jakob growled, raising the pistol. He shot the mad professor between the eyes. The newly raised vampire hissed.
Metzitli will kill you slowly for this. Oh, so slowly. My mistress is the goddess of night.
"Fuck your mistress and fuck you too," Jakob growled, firing his smoking pistols into the snarling fiend who loped forward. Jacob's bullets passed through the creature's body as if smoke. Jakob expected as much, but it was an old habit, almost a reflex by now. Turning, he ran for the church. The snarling creature, hot on his heels, he burst through the door, but the creature didn't even slow, following him inside.
You've trapped yourself, fool. This place holds no power over us now. The ground here has been made unhallowed by the blood of that false priest.
Turning, Jakob grabbed up the wooden cross from the altar as the creature approached.
Don't you listen?
The creature giggled obscenely.
Your god's been driven from this place. His symbol is no more than a wooden stick to me now.
Sometimes a stick's all you need, Jakob said, as the creature lunged forward. Quickly, he stepped to the left, and the creature's claws dragged into his arm as he brought the wooden cross down on top of its head, shattering it in two. The creature howled, its vile blood pouring down its face, blinding its eyes. Jakob tried to pull free, knowing the creature would drag him forward with its great strength. Using its own momentum against it, Jakob thrust the now splintered cross up into its ribcage, piercing the diseased heart beneath. The creature let out a single ear-piercing shriek, its fanged mouth tearing its foaming lips to shreds before falling into a bloody heap at Jacob's feet.
If we weren't in a church, I'd piss on your bones, Jakob spat into the dead creature's face. But for now, that'll have to do.
Jakob hurried out of the church and over to the professor's body. Leaning down, he grabbed up the ancient-looking parchment from which the professor had been reading. Not liking the feel of it in his hands, he cursed, throwing it back down, not understanding the strange symbols written there. Kneeling down, he frantically began rummaging through the dead man's pockets. Finally, he came up with a small, leather-bound book. He flipped it open and began to scan the written pages. The journal was well written, and for the first few pages in a good order, but turned into the ramblings of a madman as the writings progressed. From what Jakob could make out, the professor had gone about a mass excavation of the ruins, uncovering a small pyramid-like structure mostly intact and covered with Aztec symbols and strange writing. From what the professor could decipher, the ruin was some kind of temple, a place of sacrifice to the goddess of night and the bringer of death. The writing spoke of a curse within, but unperturbed, the professor cleared the entrance and with a small party ventured within. After that, the pages turned to chaotic ramblings of a madman, talk of blood rituals, and eyes in the darkness, and a voice that called in the wind. Soon after, the deaths had begun, and the professor, now completely insane, had given himself over to whatever evil he had inadvertently let loose upon the world. Standing, Jakob pocketed the journal and mounted his horse, riding through the night-shrouded village until he reached the gleaming railway tracks, following them for about a half-mile before they suddenly stopped. Jakob could hardly believe what he was seeing. The ground here was scorched and blasted. A huge crater lay like a blight upon the earth. In its center sat a gray, crumbling pyramid, shrouded in shadow. Clambering from his horse, Jakob began to frantically search through his saddlebag, knowing his revolver would be of little use in this situation. Instead, he pocketed his Bible and a few glass vials of holy water. He also had his hunting knife, sharp and silver-edged. Strolling over to the crater, Jakob took his crucifix from under his shirt, muttered a quick prayer, and began to climb down a rickety-looking set of ladders bolted to the crater's side. As he descended, a wave of dread passed over him, making the hair on the back of his neck stand to attention and the skin of his arm to break out in great knots of goose flesh. It was as if the temple oozed with every essence of evil. Jakob felt the first real stirrings of fear, but crushed it ruthlessly as he hit the crater floor and headed towards the slouching entrance. Just then, something skittered in the darkness, and Jakob whirled around, hands falling towards his gun. But there was nothing there. Only the sighing of the wind. Yet Jakob had a feeling he was being watched, assessed. Slowly his eyes searched the darkness. He reached inside his jacket and withdrew a glass vial of holy water. Immediately the vial began to glow. the blessed water burning like liquid fire within. Jacob smiled grimly, feeling the power of God.
The unholy will be consumed by his righteous flames,
he said, stepping forward, driving back the darkness, but there was nothing there. If there had ever been.
Jumping at shadows,
Jacob muttered, turning back towards the entrance. He headed inside. The first thing he came to was a set of stone steps, leading down into the Stygian gloom. Taking a deep breath, he headed down. The grime of centuries gritting beneath his run-down boot heels. His own shallow breathing echoed all about him, his body soaked with a cold sweat. After what felt like a lifetime, he reached the bottom. Raising the glowing vial, he pushed back against the darkness.
Mother of God,
he gasped, his eyes growing wide as he took in the crumbling walls all about him. There were skulls, hundreds, no, thousands, imbued in the stone. Their grinning jaws and glaring eyes seemed to follow him as he slowly shuffled past. There was a smell in the air now. A smell that Jacob knew well. It was the smell of death and fly-blown maggots. The smell intensified as Jacob moved forward, before coming towards a small antechamber.
Damn it,
Jacob said, shaking his head sadly as he saw two bodies sprawled inside. Even with the strains of decay upon them, Jacob easily recognized the bodies of Callian and his wife Kate.
I am sorry,
Jacob said, kneeling beside them and entwining their fingers together, trying hard not to look at their ruined throats.
I ain't sure if you're with your gods or mine, but wherever you are, I hope your boy's there with you.
That said, he stood and walked away, his fear replaced with a deep, burning anger. He turned another winding corner before coming to an abrupt halt. Before him was another set of stone steps leading down to a large subchamber, lit by hundreds of flickering candles that cast writhing shadows amongst the massive stone pillars. At the back of the room lay a huge obsidian throne. Sat upon it was the most beautiful woman Jacob had ever seen. She was completely naked, apart from the heavy gold bands that decorated her upper arms and her ankles. Her skin was the color of honeyed caramel, and her hair black as raven's wings, where it cascaded over one perfectly rounded shoulder. At the sound of Jacob's approach, she raised her head. The illusion of beauty shattered as she glared at him through crimson eyes. "Why have you come here, mortal?" she hissed at him through fanged teeth. "Have you come to make a sacrifice of yourself unto the goddess?"
"You ain't no goddess,"
Jacob growled, ascending the steps.
"You're nothing more than a blood-sucking parasite with a jumped-up opinion of yourself."
"You dare mock me!" she screeched, leaping to her feet.
"Sure. Come get yourself some, bitch!"
With a scream of outrage, she flung herself at him. Jacob didn't even see her move, and then she was upon him. There was a sound of crunching glass, and she leapt away, howling in pain, her flesh smoking as the holy water burned like acid. Jacob wasn't even sure what had happened until he realized that in the ferocity of her attack, she had crushed the vial of holy water he had been carrying between them. She was fast, incredibly fast, and Jacob realized he was only still alive through the grace of God.
"How does that feel, bitch?"
he said, drawing his hunting knife with one bleeding hand. His voice was full of bravado, but he was quickly backing up, desperate to get some distance between himself and this howling monstrosity. She was slinking towards him now, her ruined flesh still smoking. "I will kill you for this," she drooled, "for marking my sacred body. I will kill you slowly. For 1,000 nights you'll scream." Jacob said nothing, but snatched his now glowing cross from around his neck, holding it out before him like a shield.
"You talk a good talk,"
Jacob said, weaving his knife before him. But this time, she did not rush forward, but slid around a crumbling pillar, merging with the darkness. Jacob didn't wait, but rushed her, throwing himself, knife slashing. She wasn't there. From above him came the sound of falling pebbles and coying dust. Jakob looked up just in time to see her detach herself from the ceiling, driving him down to the ground, talon-like nails shearing through his shoulders, sending his glowing cross sailing into the darkness. In a last-ditch attempt to save himself, Jakob rammed his knife into her ribs, missing her black heart by mere inches. She screamed in agony and flung the knife from her, her lower jaw unhinged until her mouth gaped impossibly wide, and Jakob realized, to his horror, that she meant to crush his skull between her chomping jaws. Closing his eyes, Jakob committed his soul to God, knowing he was finished. But death never came, only blood. Freezing cold blood pouring down upon him, drenching his face and clothes. And just like that, the weight of her was gone, and her headless body tumbled to the side. Quickly, Jakob wiped the foulness from his face and staggered to his feet. "I thank you for your assistance," a soft female voice said. "I could not have destroyed her on my own, if you had not hurt her so badly." Drawing his gun, Jakob emerged out of the darkness. There was a woman sat upon the floor. Her skin was the color of pale moonlight, her hair flaxen. She wore a modern-day dress covered in blood, and she cradled the creature's decapitated head in her lap. "Who the hell are you?" Jakob said, scooping up his glowing cross and quickly putting it around his neck. "My name is Babette," the woman said, wiping tears from her face. "She was my maker, my mother in darkness. I sensed her awakening and hoped the madness that had sacrificed her may have passed after such a long sleep. For 500 years. She slumbered in this place. But it was not to be. If anything, her affliction had only worsened. She believed herself a god. She was a gentle creature once, only feeding on the baser creatures, or men that carried evil in their hearts, but the long eons drove her mad. We lose so much over the long centuries. Can you believe such as us can love?" she said, looking up at Jakob.
No,
Jakob said, shaking his head.
I believe you only remember a trace of what you used to be.
"Human, you mean?" she said, placing the head down gently and standing to face him. "Like you."
Yeah. Like me. You know I can't let you leave this place.
She smiled then, showing a hint of fang. "You can't stop me, Jakob. Besides, I saved your life. Does that count for nothing? I have no desire to fight you."
You know my name?
"Yes," she said, gliding forward. "I've been watching you ever since you hit town. There's a fire that burns within you, Jakob. Be careful it doesn't consume you." Jakob thought on her words.
Yeah. Guess you did save my life. And for that I owe you, but you have to leave this place and these people in peace. Give me your word on that, lady. Or are we gonna have to go round after round right here?
"I have no intention of staying here, Jakob. I grow tired of the new world. I wish to return to my homeland and sleep. Perchance, to dream." She smiled, slinking past him, and just like that, she was gone. Jakob let out a breath he didn't even realize he had been holding, suddenly feeling his aches and pains as he staggered up the steps, through the winding tunnel, and at long last, into the fresh night air. By the time Jakob had finished his work, the sun was rising in the east. He stood on the ridge, detonator in hand, and gleaming railway tracks beneath his feet.
And behold, a hand lay upon me,
he anointed,
and set me trembling on my hands and knees. And he said unto me, O Daniel, son of man, most greatly and beloved, give heed to the words that I speak to you, and stand upright.
For I have taken heed to your prayers, and will exalt you before all the nations.
That said, he pushed the plunger down, throwing up his arms as a great roar and deafening boom was washed out across the land, burying the ruined temple beneath the shattered earth forever. Jakob climbed up upon his horse and headed west, following the railway tracks. Progress was coming to the west, and Jakob wondered if there was any room left for a God-fearing man. He looked towards the heavens, but there was no reply. Only the blazing sun and the sweet smell of the desert. For now, that was enough. Jakob rode on, his shadow growing longer, a gray rider upon a pale horse. Jakob Masterson sat by his campfire, his great coat wrapped tightly around him, looking up with disdain at the falling snow. He took a small sip of his hot coffee and lit up a smoke. He was tired and bone-weary. The ride from Arizona territories to West Virginia had been long and arduous, the seasons changing all about him until, at long last, he had arrived in the foothills of the Appalachians. He had no idea why he was here. He only knew that he had been drawn south. Jakob never questioned these feelings. Sometimes God screamed in his ear. Sometimes it was no more than a subtle whisper on the wind. It didn't matter to Jakob. He simply followed and killed whatever needed killing. He supposed one day he would die in the service of his God. But Jakob wasn't afraid. He had bought his ticket to heaven long ago and stamped it with blood. Yet it seemed there was a long way to go before God called him home to glory.
Well,
Jakob sighed, crushing out his smoke and standing.
Better get to it then. Ain't gonna get much done freezing my ass off in the snow.
His nearby horse snorted her agreement.
Okay,
Jakob said, saddling her up.
Full of beans this morning, ain't you, girl?
He smiled, stroking her silken neck fondly before kicking loose snow over the embers of his dying campfire and heading into the mountains. The ride was a treacherous one, the deep snow hiding the rough terrain beneath. As the day went on, Jakob became colder and colder. He sat huddled in his saddle, constantly blowing his warm breath into his cupped hands, desperate to warm his frozen fingers.
You better get me to where we're going, he said, looking towards the heavens. Man can't shoot iron if he's got no damn fingers left.
Soon they found themselves on a winding trail, leading further up into the forest-covered mountain. Just then a whiff of smoke was carried on the breeze, and Jacob's horse veered off to the left. Jakob didn't fight it, but let his horse lead the way. As he sat hunched over, his saddle coat pulled tight about him. After about another half hour, they rounded a bend and came upon a flat, rocky spur. Jakob smiled at the sight of a small wooden trading post, stable and all.
Praise Jesus,
Jakob said, dismounting the mare and leading her by the reins towards the waiting stables. Just then, a woman stepped out, smothered in heavy furs, her dark hair blowing in growing wind. Noticing Jakob, she gave a friendly wave and hurried across, her booted feet leaving tracks in the dirty snow. "Afternoon, mister," she smiled, her beauty flawed by her many missing teeth. "Can I help you?"
"Ma'am,"
Jakob said, tipping his hat politely,
"I'd be grateful if you could rub down my horse, give her a feed and a place to rest for the night. Hell, I could use some of the same myself."
"Sure, mister," she said, rubbing her chin. "We can do all that and more, but I gotta see the color of your money first. We prefer silver, but we'll take Yankee dollars too." Jakob reached into his coat pocket and shoved a wad of grimy bills and a few silver dollars into her outstretched hand. The woman quickly counted out the money and gave Jakob the rest back. "That'll cover your horse. Go see Samuel inside for the rest of your doings."
"Much obliged, ma'am,"
Jakob said, stuffing the remaining money back into his pocket and heading for the trading post door.
You take care of that horse, he called after her. She's one of God's chosen.
Ain't we all? The woman cackled, leading the big mare away.
Yeah, I ain't too sure of that,
Jakob mumbled, as he stepped inside, banging the snow from his wet boots.
Close the damn door,
the fat man called across the room from where he sat huddled around the crackling fireplace.
Was you born in a barn?
Jakob did as he was bid, ignoring the other man as he strolled across the room, ducking to avoid the low-hanging beams from which hung dried meats and musky-smelling herbs. The man behind the counter was bald, weaselly thin and sickly-looking. Jakob nodded his approval as he noted the well-stocked shelves behind the smiling proprietor.
How can I help you, friend?
The man said, wiping his hands on a dirty-looking apron.
You Samuel?
Jakob said, drawing closer.
No,
the fat man smirked from across the room, taking a long, hard pull on his whiskey bottle.
He's the president of these here United States.
Ignore him, the proprietor whispered, as if scared of being overheard.
He's drunk is all. I need a hot meal and a room for the night, Jakob continued. Think you can manage that? I couldn't manage a brothel. I'm getting tired of your mouth, friend,
Jakob said, rounding on the other man.
Ain't your friend,
the man replied, sitting up straighter.
Then why are you running your mouth in my direction?
Jakob said, crossing the room and looming over the other man.
I'll say whatever I damn please,
the big man said, jumping to his feet, his face flushed with liquor and rage.
Mister,
Jakob said, looking up at the big man,
I've been in a real bad mood for about the past 10 years now, so open your mouth just once, just one more goddamn time, see what happens.
The big man went to do just that, but before the words could pass his lips, Jakob rammed a gnarled fist into his face. There was an explosion of blood and teeth, and the big man sat down hard, completely unconscious.
Now what did I tell you?
Jakob said, flexing his knuckles gingerly.
Some folks are always pissing in the wind. You there,
he called to the skinny man behind the counter, who was wringing his hands together nervously.
Grab a hold of his happy asshole legs.
What are you going to do with him, mister? He said, hurrying over.
Reckon I already did it,
Jakob replied, hooking his hands onto the big guy's arms.
I catch a hold. This fool is stinking up the place.
You can't mean to put him outside, the skinny man protested as he grabbed up the man's legs. You'll freeze to death out there.
Oh, like I give a tinder's fuck,
Jakob said, lifting the snoring man. Please, mister. John Patrick came from real bad folks. I don't want no blood feud with them.
Okay then. We dump him in the barn. Goddamn nervous Nelly, Jakob said, heading for the door. Let's get it done.
Both men were back inside in just a few minutes, the door firmly closed against the approaching storm.
Now,
Jakob continued, leaning against the heavy barn.
About that room?
Oh, sure, Samuel grinned, pouring them both a shot of whiskey. I got 3 of them out back. Good job you came along when you did. They were all full until just a couple of days ago.
Oh, now who in their right mind would be up here in this god-awful weather? Other than a fool like me,
Jakob asked, throwing back his whiskey, glad for its glowing warmth. Germans. We got Germans staying here.
Germans,
Jakob repeated, cocking one bushy eyebrow.
What in the hell would Germans want around these parts?
Treasure hunting, Sam said, tapping the side of his nose before pouring them both another shot. Looking for Swift's mine, I reckon.
Never heard of it.
You ain't? Sam asked, looking genuinely surprised. It's a local legend around here. In fact, I'd say people have heard of Swift's mine all over the South and beyond.
Never heard of it,
Jakob said stubbornly. Sure you have, the other man went on, now caught up in his own story. John Swift was an English fella. Sometime around the early 1700s, he was up in the mountains when he came across a dying bear. Tracked it all the way to an old cave.
Thought you said it was a mine.
Well, it was. Well, anyway, the man ignored him, his eyes far away. They say that John found a streak of silver ore there, a mile long, maybe some kind of treasure. There are reports of old John bringing whole bars of silver and minted coins down off the mountain.
Sounds like hogwash to me, Jakob replied, crushing out his smoke.
Well, them German fellas didn't seem to think so. They stopped here to rest up for the night before carrying on their way. Had a whole mule team with them, laden down with all manner of equipment. Sam was suddenly interrupted by a scream of pain from outside. and the sound of galloping hooves.
"What in tarnation's going on now?"
Jakob said, crossing the room and throwing open the door. He was just in time to see a rider vanishing into the snow-covered forest. "Mary!" Pushing roughly past Jakob and over to the bleeding stable girl, who sat in a heap upon the ground, a wad of snow pressed against the side of her swollen face. "I'm sorry, mister," she said as Jakob approached. I tried to stop him. John Patrick stole your horse, his saddle and all."
"He did what?"
Jakob exploded. The girl winced and cowered back down at the look in Jacob's eyes. "I'm real sorry. I managed to wrestle your saddlebag from him, if that counts for anything." Jakob was no longer listening. He stalked away, thinking hard.
"No way," he mumbled to himself. "No way that old girl of mine would just let him take her. I mean, as sure as Christ died on the cross, she would have thrown him."
I'm real sorry about this, mister," Samuel said as he helped the girl back to her feet.
"Never mind all that now," Jakob said, turning to face him. "The Lord works in mysterious ways. Looks like I'm gonna need another horse. Oh yeah, I'll take that double bear you got hanging over the fireplace, too."
"You best be careful if you're going up against John Patrick. He's a real bad man."
"Oh yeah?" Jakob smiled. "I'm a real bad man, too."
Samuel wilted under that smile and hurried away, wishing to God that he'd never laid eyes on Jakob Masterson. Less than 20 minutes later, Jakob was heading through the forest. Samuel didn't have a horse, only an old, stubborn mule which Jakob now sat astride, cursing, as his booted feet dragged through the snow. He knew exactly where he was going. Samuel had given him very clear instructions.
"I swear to God,"
Jakob growled, trying hard to control the stubborn mule.
"I'm gonna shoot that hillbilly fool right in the asshole. Boy's gonna be shitting buckshot for the rest of his days."
"Be careful!" Samuel had called after him as he had ridden away. "There's a whole village of those crazies up there. They ain't fond of strangers." Now from atop a rocky outcrop, Jakob looked down on that very same village. If that's what you wanted to call it. The place was nothing more than a collection of rough-looking huts, from which dirty smoke billowed up into the graying sky, and the street nothing more than muddy sludge.
"Nice place,"
Jakob said, tying the mule to a nearby tree and grabbing up his shotgun before heading down the hill and standing at the entrance of the village. There he threw back his coat, revealing his gleaming revolvers, before firing both barrels of the shotgun into the air and quickly reloading.
"You people better get your asses out here. Reckon we have some business needs to be attended to."
The first into the street was John Patrick, a large, shit-eating grin on his face, as the rest of his clan swarmed out behind him. "You shouldn't have come here, mister," he grinned through rotting teeth. "You's a dead man now." Jakob ignored it.
"This fool got any kinfolk here?"
he yelled into the crowd.
"I's John Kin."
A man in filth-covered overalls pushed his way to the front of the crowd.
"We is cousins,"
he said, raising a wicked-looking machete.
"You shouldn't have come here, mister." "Now let me get this straight,"
Jakob said, addressing the other man.
"If I was to kill old John Patrick here, that would mean a blood feud between you and me."
"That's right," the man grinned.
"Figured as much."
John sighed, dropping his shotgun into the dirt. He drew his pistols in one fluid motion and shot both men through the face. The crowd let out a startled cry, quickly tossing an assortment of rusty weapons into the mud.
"Now,"
John said, casting a baleful eye over the white-faced crowd.
"Anybody else claiming to be kinfolk of those two happy assholes?"
The remaining member of the crowd shook their heads so fast, anyone would think their asses were on fire and their hair was catching.
"That's just fine, then,"
Jakob said, reaching down and scooping up his shotgun.
"Now somebody better go get me my horse. And I swear by Judas's stretched neck, if there's so much as a tick on that girl's hide, I'm gonna start burning stuff."
A man quickly ran down the side of one of the houses as the rest of the murmuring crowd dispersed. He was back less than a minute later, leading Jacob's horse by the reins. "She's just fine, mister," he said with an egg-sucking grin. Jakob ignored the man, looking him up and down.
"Where'd you get that fancy coat?"
he said, fingers running through the fine fur trim.
"And those climbing boots you wearing?"
"I didn't steal them," the man swallowed hard. "That fellow's already dead, or close to it anyway."
"What fella?"
Jakob said, suddenly realizing this was part of why he had been brought here. He came down from the mountain, the other man said, cringing from the fire that burned in Jacob's eyes. He's a foreigner, talks some strange language, his face was all torn up, his throat bit. He didn't last too long.
Yeah, I bet he didn't, Jakob growled. Which direction did he come?
North, the other man replied quickly. Probably looking for silver up in them old caves. But there he suddenly stopped, his eyes growing wide, knowing he had said too much.
Cave?
Jakob seized upon it.
You mean mine? Swift's mine?
Ain't no mine, the other man sighed defeatedly. It's a cave, a whole system of caves, further up the mountain, but you don't want to go to that place, mister. Place is cursed. People go missing all the time. Usually fools looking for treasure, even a few trappers, mountain men. It's real bad if you don't go anywhere near it, sir. No, sir.
But you know where it is?
Jakob asked. I mean, sure. But you can't stay away from a place if you don't know where it is.
Good point. Get yourself on that mule. Looks like you're playing guide today.
No, not me. Not me, sir. I ain't going anywhere near that hellhole.
What's your name, boy?
Jakob said, turning the shotgun towards him. Isaac, the man said, suddenly freezing in place.
Okay, Isaac. I'm gonna give you to the count of 3 to get your fool self on that mule, or you're gonna be sporting 2 assholes for the rest of your days. 1.
The man was on the mule before Jakob could even hit 2.
All right, then,
he said, climbing aboard the big mare and patting her neck fondly.
Lead the way.
It was late afternoon when they crested another small hillock, and the entrance of the cave finally came into sight. Both men were shaking in their saddles, their breath pluming in the frozen air. It was here that the man called Isaac pulled up his mule, causing the startled creature to paw angrily at the ground. This is as far as I go, mister, he said, his voice trembling. You can shoot me if you like, but I ain't going no further than this. Even the Cherokee don't go near that place. And they's braver men than I.
All right, Jakob sighed. You don't have to get any closer, but on one condition. You have to take that mule back to Samuel at the trading post.
Sure. Do whatever you want, he said, quickly turning around and heading for the bush. Jakob watched him go until he was out of sight, then turned back towards the waiting cave.
So,
he said, looking towards the heavens.
Mind giving me a clue?
But there was only the whispering of the wind and the cold snow upon his face.
Useful,
he said, clambering down from his horse.
It's real useful. I'm going to be pissed if you sent me all this way for a rabid bear.
He grumbled, stalking towards the cave's entrance. He'd only taken a few steps when he came to a sudden stop. There was blood here. A lot of it. Soaked into the snow. As Jakob looked on in horror, he started to see bones gnawed clean amongst the scraps of cloth, twine, and other leather.
This ain't no bear,
he said, keeping a wide eye on the cave's entrance, as with trembling fingers, he reached down and grabbed up a nearby bone. The bone had been completely stripped clean of flesh and cracked open to extract the precious marrow within. Triangle-like gouges ran down its length, leaving deep indents.
Oh, shit,
Jakob said, throwing the bone back down.
Looks like somebody's got a serious set of gnashers on them. Suppose I better go introduce myself then,
he said, heading back towards the cave's entrance. He could smell something now, carried on the wind. Not just the smell of carrion meat, but something else. Something wild and brutish that made the skin on the back of your neck tighten and your bowel feel hot and heavy. Jakob took a few deep breaths and stepped inside. The first thing he noticed was the rusting tools that lay scattered all about, and a few small drums simply labeled fuel. Jakob didn't like the look of those drums. They were old and rusting, and it seemed to him that the sides were ever so slightly bulging. There was also a smell in the air like rotting fish and gone-over eggs.
Jesus,
Jakob cursed.
Smells worse than 50-cent brothel.
Unslinging his shotgun, he ventured further inside, glad for the cave's wide entrance that flooded the interior with light. Still, it grew darker as he headed deeper within, the cave floor beginning to slope ever so slightly. The smell was stronger now, strong enough to make Jakob's eyes water, and suddenly the ground beneath him was gone. With a cry, he fell some few feet into the stone-cold floor. "Fuck me," he said, rubbing at his side gingerly. But then he stopped. Staring in horror up at the cave's jagged ceiling from which hung 3 tattered and torn bodies, wrapped in twisted vines like some grotesque flowers. Their bloody fingers trailed across the cave floor. Jakob pulled out one of his revolvers, licking his lips nervously. His eyes searching the shadowy gloom, but there was nothing. Only a waiting silence like the whole world was holding its breath. Slowly, Jakob rose to his feet and waited. But still nothing moved. He stood that way for some time, his back pressed hard against the stone ledge, his ears attuned for the slightest movement. Eventually, he lowered his gun, but did not holster it as he walked over to the swinging corpses. Taking in the missing flesh and terrible damage, he was just reaching for one of the corpses, meaning to cut it down, when a spade-claw hand exploded from the chest. Talon-like fingers slashed for Jakob's startled face. With a cry, he reared back, his knife slashing at the twisted vine, cutting the hanging body free, dragging the creature down under its own weight, revealing its true and terrible form. The creature was long and impossibly thin, with a gray, scaly hide, but the most terrifying thing of it was its head, which was skull-like with a massive jaw from which 2 deer-like antlers slashed at the air as it fought itself free. Jakob had spent enough time in the Indian nations and heard enough tales to recognize a Wendigo when he saw it. "God, cursed son of a bitch!" he growled, slapping leather as he fired both revolvers into the approaching creature, the air thick with the smell of gun smoke. The Wendigo screamed as round after round of hot lead smashed into its loathsome body, until at last it fell to its knees before Jakob, reaching for him with slashing claws, but Jakob leapt back, sending his knife down into a whistling arc, burying it deep into the top of the creature's skull. The thing's whole body went rigid, its twisted muscles standing out in stark relief before it fell down at Jakob's feet. "There's a curse on the ground because of you," he intoned. "Only through painful toil you eat from it. From the ground you were taken from the dust. You, and on to the dust you shall be returned." That said, he made the sign of the cross over the creature and yanked his knife free. As soon as he did, the creature sprang back to life, grabbing at his jean-clad legs and sending him sprawling onto the ground. Jakob howled in pain as the creature's jaw clamped down on his booted foot like a bear trap, cracking bone and bruising flesh. "Motherfucker!" Jakob screamed, slashing at the creature's face, extinguishing the crimson light from one glaring eye. Now it was the creature's turn to howl in pain as it rolled away, one spade-claw hand scrambling at its ruined face. Jakob shot to his feet, ignoring the pain in his shattered foot. As he scrambled up the ledge, he almost made it, but the creature shot out of the darkness. Latching onto his leg, it bit down hard, tearing a chunk of Jakob's calf away. For a moment, the whole world was an agony-filled hell, but Jakob dug deep, feeding on his fear and hate as he pistoned his free leg over and over again into the creature's snarling face. At last, it fell back into the darkness, setting Jakob free as he stumbled and limped away, the sound of his furious heartbeat like a war drum in his ears, his hot breath pluming in the frozen air. He could hear it coming, howling and gibbering as it closed in. Jakob picked up his pace, leaving a goodish amount of blood behind him. The entrance was before him now, the storm outside blowing like a white death. With one Herculean effort, he threw himself forward, twisting onto his back, pistols aimed at the creature as it came lunging at him, screeching its triumph. Jakob grinned and pulled the trigger, exploding one of the bulging barrels. There was a terrible explosion, as if the whole world was on fire, and the Wendigo was hurled through the air, its twisting body on fire as it landed hard in the snow. Jakob clambered to his feet and stumbled over to the writhing monstrosity. The creature had suffered terrible damage, both legs torn free, leaving ragged stumps behind which oozed blackened blood. Its ribcage had been torn open, revealing its still-beating heart.
"Tough son of a bitch, ain't you?"
Jakob said, plunging his hands into the Wendigo's chest and tearing the still-beating heart free, and yet still the creature would not die. Smiling, Jacob brought the blackened heart to his mouth and he bit down hard. The creature let out a scream that only the truly damned could muster. Still smiling, Jacob tossed its freezing heart into the purifying fire. Instantly, the Wendigo fell into ruined ash and was soon blown away in the wind.
Ashes to ashes, and dust to dust,
Jacob said, limping away. But the world tilted as he was hit with a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled, falling down, his back against a nearby tree, blood staining the snow.
It was one hell of a party.
Jacob smiled weakly, blood staining his lips. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and waited. There was no tunnel of light. There was no chorus of angels. Only an infinite darkness that Jacob gladly fell into. From the depths of the frozen forest, dark eyes watched on as the wind walked and talked all about him, howling like a harbinger of doom. Jacob Masterson awoke with a start, his hand shooting out, grabbing the nearby man by the throat. The man let out a squawk of surprise, struggling to free himself from Jacob's iron grip.
Jesus, ease up, Jacob. For Christ's sake, ease up. You're safe now.
Slowly, Jacob released his grip before falling back exhausted, a fevered sweat running down his body.
Where the hell am I?
He croaked, his eyes swimming in and out of focus.
You're back at the outpost,
Samuel said, gingerly massaging his throat.
Some old Cherokee brought you down from the mountain on a sled. Old fella stitched you up good and kept you from freezing. Reckon he's just about saved your life. And why would he do that?
Jacob mumbled, fighting to stay awake.
Some native superstition. Some nonsense about killing the monster, freeing the land. I mean, who believes in monsters? Yeah,
Jacob sighed, slipping back into unconsciousness.
Who does?
Jacob stayed at the outpost for another 2 weeks. In that time, his fever rose and subsided, then rose again like a breaking tide. Samuel did his best to keep his temperature down, but as many a night he stood over Jacob's sweating form, Bible clutched in hand, ready to administer the last rites should it be needed. Never in his life had Samuel seen a man fight so hard against death until, at last, Jacob's fever broke, and he joined the land of the living once again. After that, his recovery was surprisingly swift, and only a few days later, he was back on his feet, eating like a hog, doggedly determined to regain some of his former strength. He was outside practicing his draw as the spring thaw happened unnoticed all about him. He was on about his 100th draw, cursing his own clumsiness, when Samuel, who had been watching closely, burst into laughter. Jacob holstered his revolvers and turned a stern eye on him.
And what do you find so damn funny?
He growled. Samuel, unfazed by Jacob's anger, continued to grin.
Jacob, he laughed, if you consider that slow, I would never want to see you fast.
Jacob returned the grin.
I could still shoot the sleep from your eyes, boy. Don't you ever forget it.
Laughing, both men stomped back inside, wiping the last remains of winter from their feet. That night, Jacob had a dream. He had had many dreams in his blood-fueled life, most of them tinged with regret, but nothing quite like this. In his dream, he was standing in a mist-shrouded graveyard, a skeletal tree growing from the blighted earth, which crawled with maggots and all manner of squirming things. Overhead, ravens circled, mocking him with their caw-like laughter. Jacob looked down at the open grave before him. The tombstone read, Jane Mary Masterson, beloved wife of Jacob, gone into dark waters. A rotting hand caressed his shoulder, the smell of decay suffocating him. Come home, my beloved, she whispered, her cold breath freezing his cheek. Come home, Jacob, for the dead do not rest. Suddenly she pushed him, sending him crashing into the very grave that she had crawled her way out of. Dirt cascaded down into Jacob's screaming face as a multitude of rotting dead began to claw at the earth, burying him alive.
Jane!
Jacob woke with a start. A cold sweat running down his body. His heart thundering in his ears and his breath coming in sharp, shallow gasps. At last, he settled back down and lit up a smoke, his eyes searching the darkness. After a moment, he stood and began to dress. Jacob Masterson was going home. Early the next morning, laden with supplies, Jacob bid Samuel a fond farewell, thanking the man for all he had done, before he headed down the mountain and into the forest plains below. For a month he traveled with a small caravan heading north, trading the protection of his guns for a little food and a safe place to sleep by the campfire. Still, he was haunted every night by the same terrible visions, and often disturbed the peace of the camp with his shouting and hollering, until his traveling companions became sullen, and he decided to leave, heading further east, towards New England and the coast. He was about 2 days into the New England forest, fighting his way through some particularly nasty underbrush, when he stumbled upon a large clearing.
Well, shit,
he said, tipping back his hat and wiping his brow as he took in the small town that had suddenly appeared before him.
Where the hell did you come from?
The town was like something straight out of the past. The houses were mainly Dutch colonial in design, made from rough gray brick and slate. As Jacob entered further into the town, he noticed how the land at the back of these houses had been felled and turned into farmlands and fields for the planting of various crops, none of which looked too healthy. The streets themselves consisted mainly of straw, mud, and rough planking. A few chickens squawked and scattered as he passed, and somewhere a pig grunted sullenly. Apart from that, the streets were completely empty. Jacob carried on walking, his free hand close to his revolver. He could hear something now, a kind of low murmuring coming from the looming church up ahead. It was a sudden cracking noise like the snapping of a dead branch, followed by an agonizing scream of pain. The murmuring became louder. Jacob cursed, throwing down the reins and drawing his revolver as he came on the run, taking the stairs 2 at a time. He raised a dusty boot heel and kicked open the church door. The pews were full of people, but it was the bleeding man kneeling on the floor that drew Jacob's attention. Ignoring Jacob, the kneeling man raised the whip once again and brought it whistling down, tearing at his own bloody flesh. Wincing at the other man's pain, Jacob raised his revolver and fired a single shot into the air.
What in the 7th circle of hell is going on here?
He yelled at the frightened congregation, who huddled down into themselves at the sight of this dusty phantom, who had suddenly appeared amongst them. When Jacob received no answer, he stalked into the church, eyeing the swaying priest who stood behind the pulpit, presiding over the whole bloody mess. "You have no right to interfere in this, stranger." The priest slurred his eyes, filled with religious zeal, but Jacob ignored him, tearing the whip from the kneeling man's bloody fingers and casting it aside.
"You,"
he said, grabbing the man by the ear and casting him into the aisle.
"Get your fool ass out of here!"
He punctuated this by helping the man on his way with a sharp kick to his breeches. The man took the hint and ran wailing from the church. The drunken priest, outraged, stumbled down the stairs to face Jacob. "How dare you interfere with this?" he said, lurching forward, but Jacob turned on him and grabbed him by the throat.
"You have one chance to explain this atrocity. Just one goddamn chance, or you're going to be shitting boot leather for just about the rest of your life."
It was then that Jacob felt cold steel pressed against the back of his head, and the deafening sound of a pistol being cocked.
"Boy,"
a deep voice said from behind him,
"you put the Reverend down now, or the last thing you're gonna see is your own brains running down these here walls." "Bushwhacking son of a bitch,"
Jacob growled, casting the Reverend away. "Shoot him!" the priest gibbered. "Shoot the sinner!"
"Shut your mouth, and the rest of you,"
he said, turning to the congregation, never taking the gun from the back of Jacob's head.
"Go home. This includes you too, Reverend. Go on, get."
The priest did as he was bid, joining the rest of his scurrying flock. When the church was finally cleared, the unseen man spoke again.
"Now listen closely, stranger.
You unbuckle that gun belt real easy.
Let her hit the ground."
You hear me? Jacob nodded once. His gun belt fell to the hardwood floor. Now turn around, let's have a little chat. Jacob did as he was asked, turning slowly, his hands in plain sight. The man before him was tall and slender, with a great bushy ginger beard. He wore a dusty derby hat, fancy-looking waistcoat, gold chain and all. Slowly he lowered his pistol, but kept it ready at his side. "The name's Richard Delmore," he said, eyeing Jacob warily. "Guess you can say I'm in charge around here. Now you want to tell me why you come busting in here, shouting orders, interrupting our service?"
"Service?" Jacob snarled. "Is that what the hell you call this atrocity?"
"I call it atonement," Delmore cut in. "Atonement and desperation. Hell knows, we've tried everything else," he said, his voice dropping off. Still, Jacob heard him rightly enough, and the obvious pain in the tall man's voice, and seized upon it. Desperation.
"Now why would you good folks be so desperate as to spill blood in the house of the Lord?"
"It was that damn Reverend's idea. I guess we got swept away by the whole thing. Besides, it was that fool Malachi's fault that all this happened. Him and that damn daughter of his."
"Malachi?"
Jacob questioned.
"The fool with the whip?"
"The Reverend said if he made a sacrifice of his blood, the curse would be lifted from us."
"Curse?"
Jacob asked again, confused. The other man sighed. "It's a long story and I could use a drink. How about you, stranger? Could you use a drink?"
"Just about always. Name's Jacob, by the way. Jacob Masterson."
"Well, okay, Jacob. Seeing you're so interested and I could do with getting a few things off my chest, let's head over to the saloon."
"And those?"
Jacob said, eyeing up his guns. "They stay," Delmore said. That's when Jacob moved lightning fast. He tore the gun from the other man's hand and had it cocked and pointed at his face in less than a second.
"Now listen closely,"
he said, trying to keep his voice light.
"If I wanted you dead, I could just unload this here pistol right in your face. But I ain't gonna do that. I help people. Sometimes when something or somebody needs a killing, I do that too. I ain't gonna harm you or any of your people. But not having my guns makes me nervous and irritable. Hell, damn near makes my ass itch."
That said, he slowly lowered the hammer and offered the back up to Delmore, who took it slowly, almost reverently. "I ain't never seen a man that fast," he said, looking at Jacob like he had never seen him before.
"Oh, maybe you don't get around much."
Jacob smiled.
"Now can I strap on my goddamn guns or not?"
"Do I have a choice?" The other man smiled back.
"Hell no,"
Jacob laughed.
"Now how about that drink?"
They were onto their second shot of whiskey. Sat in an empty corner of the dusty saloon when Delmore began to speak. "You said you help people."
"Not rightly by design,"
Jacob said, sipping the second drink more slowly, enjoying its warmth.
"You may call it a side effect of what I do."
"And what is that?" Delmore asked, sipping his own drink.
"Guess you'd call me an exterminator of sorts,"
Jacob said, lighting up a smoke.
"Whenever God gets it into his mind that a man needs killing, sends me on my way. I've put more bad men in the ground than pox."
"Back at the church, you said someone or something. What did you mean by that?"
"Look,"
Jacob sighed.
"Whatever you got to tell me, just tell me. I won't think you're crazy."
"What if I think you are?" Delmore said, throwing back his drink.
"Then I guess I'll be on my way. No harm, no foul, but I don't think you want me to leave. I think you need me, and to tell me your story,"
Jacob pressed.
"All right, then."
Delmore sighed, pouring them both another drink. "Here goes." They were traveling folk, circus performers, sellers of charms, love potions, snake oils. We woke up one morning and they were suddenly just there, their gaily painted caravans camped at the edge of the forest. As soon as the town awoke, they were amongst us, flashing their golden smiles, offering to read your fortune on the lines of your hand or sell you an ointment, so your old bones don't ache so much through the long winter. We tolerated them at first, even after a week. Then they started to wear out their welcome. We didn't have a crossword to say to them. That's when James's daughter started stepping out with that boy.
James?
Jacob interrupted with a questioning eyebrow. Yeah, Delmore replied. The fellow with the whip. The one whose foul temper got this shit show started.
Okay,
Jacob said, rolling a shot glass between his palm thoughtfully.
go on.
Like I was saying, James's daughter, Anne, took a shine to one of those traveling folks' boys. A tall, handsome youth who used to juggle apples and stand on his head for the amusement of the children. And it seems he took a shine to her right back. Before you know it, he was seen hanging around the small bakery where Anne worked. And she must have got her palm read a half dozen times in that first week. Well, James was no fool, and he didn't like what he was seeing. He stomped right up to their camp and told the old crone in charge to keep her people under control. But according to him, the old woman only smiled and told him her grandson was beyond reproach and minded his manners around the ladies. Well, James stomped off. To be honest, there wasn't much he could do about the situation. After all, Anne was a woman, full grown. Still, he kept a close eye on her, or at least he thought he did. That was until one night he'd caught her trying to steal back into the house. Her clothes all messed, dirt on her face, brambles in her hair. She took one look at her father's thunderous face and began to holler rape. Only she was dragged into the woods against her will. I wouldn't say who, but James had a damn good idea. Throwing her into her room, he grabbed up his rifle and went calling out for his neighbors and close friends. Soon they had themselves a pretty good hanging party, stormed the traveling folks' camp. Anyone who stood in their way was gunned down. They dragged that boy from his tent, screaming and hollering for his innocence. Now, he had done the deed, but she had been consenting and even sought him out. But no one paid him any heed, so they strung him up and watched him kick, watched him dance and soil himself until at last he stopped bucking and heaving and lay still. It was only then that Anne came shrieking out of the darkness like some wailing banshee, clinging at the boy's legs. That's when it occurred to the townsfolk, whose blood had now started to cool. They may have acted a little hastily. There was more to this story than first met the eye. Still, it was done, and no going back now. Those folks were told to be gone by morning, or they'd be wiped out of town.
And where were you in all this?
Home. Asleep, Delmore replied, but his eyes never quite met Jacob's.
And were they?
Were they what? Delmore asked, pouring himself another stiff drink. Jacob noticed his hands were none too steady, but didn't remark on it.
Gone,
Jacob said impatiently.
Were they gone?
We thought they were. We woke in the morning and their camp was gone, vanished just as quickly as it appeared, with hardly a trace. That wasn't until later that day. She came with the setting sun. Almost seemed like the whole town was milling about as if we knew that she would return. That old crone hobbling into town just as naked as the day she was born, her flesh gray and sagging with age. Her sneering face was covered in fresh blood from the great glaring eye that had been carved into her forehead. In her right hand she held a great bloody knife. In her left dangled some kind of ancient-looking amulet. One man tried to get a hold of her, but she spat at him, and he began to scream, his flesh smoking as he ran in terror. Now all eyes were upon her, and that's when she began to speak. My grandson was a great boy led astray by a willful slut of this town. She was openly weeping, her tears cutting clean streaks down her bloody face. You hung him like a pig to the slaughter, but you won't get away with it. In my blood runs the blood of the Van Dravens.
I've always been cursed, and now so are you." Still laughing her insane laughter, she had gobbled up the ancient-looking amulet, cramming it into her toothless maw before raising the bloody dagger and slashing her own throat. Nobody made any move to stop her. It all seemed to happen so fast. We buried her out in the woods, next to her grandson, and went about our lives thinking it was all over. It wasn't until 2 nights later, when Anne was found in her room, her body all torn up and bloody. The night after, James heard her voice calling to him from the forest, beckoning him to come to her. Luckily, some of his neighbors heard this phantom voice too and managed to restrain him. After that, the people started to randomly go missing. Some were found in the forest, torn to shreds, others simply vanished into the night, even from locked rooms. It was as if the very devil himself was spiriting them away. "So what have you done about any of this?" Jakob asked. He was in 2 minds about the whole affair. The townsfolk had done a terrible thing, but the vengeance being taken, especially against the woman and children who had played no part in this whole damnable affair, was simply too much for Jakob to ignore. "Done?" The other man laughed, a hint of hysteria tainting his voice. "What could I do? I imposed a curfew. I put those living alone up with whatever good folk would take them. That, and I prayed. I prayed long and loud." "Well," Jakob said, climbing to his feet, "maybe God heard your prayers after all. Now how about we go take a look at that old witch's body?" But Delmore wouldn't. The sun was starting to set in the sky, and he had blatantly refused to be caught up after dark. Without a guide, there wasn't much Jakob could do, so he opted to stay in one of the rooms above the saloon. Delmore had protested, offering to take Jakob in for the night, but Jakob had sent him on his way. "God protects his own," he said, grabbing up a dusty bottle of whiskey from behind the bar and heading upstairs. Now he sat on the bed, smoking and looking out the window. His shooting irons close by on the dresser, his torn and battered Bible resting on his lap. He was just starting to nod off when the mist came creeping into town. Tendrils receding, probing the darkness. "And the word of God did spread across the land," Jakob muttered. "But some did not heed the word, and fell like chaff beneath the wind." There was something on the stairs now. Jakob could feel it. Something that had come with the mist. The air all about him felt charged with its presence, making the air feel heavy and hard to breathe. Jakob turned towards the door, not bothering to stand or reach for his revolvers. He just sat there, a light sweat misting his brow. The thing was on the landing now, the floorboards creaking beneath its heavy tread. "Come on, you son of a bitch," Jakob hissed. "Come get yourself some." As if hearing his voice, something heavy threw itself against the door. There came a sudden blue flash, and the thing howled in pain. The air thick with ozone as it fled screaming into the night. Jakob smiled, watching as the mist slowly retreated. Still smiling, he fell into bed, and was soon sound asleep. He was awoken that morning by a loud banging upon his door. "Jakob! Jakob, are you there?" "Sure I am. Stop your goddamn banging and hollering and come inside. Ain't locked." "Not a morning person, are you?" Delmore said, pushing open the door, but stopped at the threshold, noticing the burnt and crumpled pieces of paper he had dislodged from beneath the door. "What's this?" he said, reaching down and gingerly picking one up. "That," Jakob replied, "is the very word of God, given form. Now how about we go take a look at those bodies?" The glade the travelers had made their camp in was nothing more than a leafy hollow at the edge of the forest, surrounded by looming trees. Most of the undergrowth had been flattened, but was now springing back to life. That was except for the 2 graves. Their muddy mounds standing out in stark contrast to the rest of the surroundings. It was here that Jakob stood, Delmore by his side.
"Hello!" a voice called out to them. A man was coming on the run, a shovel in each hand as the man drew closer. Jacob noticed that it was the man from the church, the one Delmore had called James. He of the whipped and bloody back. The man drew closer, dropping his shovels and offering Jacob his hand. "James," he said. "James Archer." Jacob ignored the offered hand.
"You're the plumb fool who started all this commotion."
The other man took his hand back.
"Yeah,"
he said angrily,
"and lost a daughter for it."
"An eye for an eye," Jacob replied.
"And if that old coot was happy with that,"
he said, kicking at the graves,
"I'd probably saddle up and ride away. Seems like she wants the whole damn town to suffer. I ain't half right. So get to digging, James Archer. This is your mess. You can help clean it up. Start with a crone first."
The other man looked as if he wanted to argue, but in the end, merely sighed and started to dig. He had only been at it about 10 minutes when he let out a sudden scream and bolted from the hole. Cursing, Jacob leapt to his feet, and none too gently shoved the man aside.
"Mother of God,"
he whispered, eyes wide at the writhing mass. The grave was full of snakes that hissed and turned, their fangs dripping venom, their flat reptilian eyes staring up at Jacob. Frantically, he grabbed up a shovel and began to dig furiously at the other grave, throwing dirt upon the twisting mass. Moments later, he hit something soft and threw down the shovel, clawing at the dirt until at last, his fingers uncovered something wet and gleaming. It was the body of a wolf, hairless and completely skinned.
"Bring fire,"
Jacob commanded, crawling from the grave.
"For the love of God, bring fire!"
Moments later, both graves were aflame. "Is that it?" Delmore asked. "Is it over?"
"No,"
Jacob replied, spitting into the flames.
"I reckon not. You said a lot of these missing folks vanished into the forest?"
The other man nodded.
"All right, then. I want you to gather up what's left of the townsfolk and hunker down in the church, yeah? Do it now, today. Not you,"
Jacob said as James turned to follow.
"You're with me."
"The hell I am," James said, shaking free. "What do you need me for?"
"I'll tell you why,"
Jacob said, getting up in the other man's face.
"Because you owe this town. It's your foolishness and pride that caused this commotion, and now you're gonna help fix it."
A sudden realization dawned on James's face. "You want to use me as bait, don't you? To draw out whatever's doing these killings?"
"You ain't as dumb as you look,"
Jacob growled. "And what if I say no?" James said, taking a step back.
"And I guess I'll have to gun you down where you stand,"
Jacob replied, his hand falling towards his hip. "You can't do that!"
"I can, and I will. You better believe that, friend. You strung up an innocent man, from what I hear, gunned down a few others to boot. That makes you a murdering son of a bitch."
"And I ain't paid for it?" James gasped, tears in his eyes. "My only child is dead."
"Yeah, you did," Jacob nodded. "May she rest in peace. Many others have lost their children and loved ones because of what you did. Now make up your mind. Come and try to make amends. Perhaps even get a little revenge. But you can face my justice right here, and right now."
"And what if I say you're bluffing?" James replied, licking his lips nervously. Jacob gave him a chilling smile.
"That, my friend, could be your last mistake."
Less than an hour later, both men met at the edge of the forest. Jacob had gone back to his room and picked up some supplies. Around his neck, he wore a crucifix made of pure silver. In his pocket, a few vials of holy water and his torn and battered Bible. The guns at his hip loaded with both silver and lead. To be honest, Jacob was not sure what he was facing here, but he liked to keep his bases well and truly covered. James, however, only had the clothes on his back, and Jacob's bone-handled knife, wicked sharp and silver-edged. Jacob hadn't trusted the man with much else. He was scared, and scared men get up to all manner of foolishness.
"All right,"
Jacob sighed.
"let's get going. They're burning up daylight.
He signaled the other man forward as they entered the shadow of the forest. Where exactly are we going? James said from over his shoulder.
I have no idea, Jakob replied. I have a feeling whatever we're looking for will come to us. Not the other way around.
You mean, for me? Jakob shrugged.
Keep walking.
They were both on their way back to town, hot, tired, and covered in insect bites, the sun setting at their backs when the attack finally came. James had been complaining about a hot, fruitless search when a huge wolf burst from the undergrowth. Ignoring Jakob, it lunged for James, who threw up his hands to protect his face and throat. Jakob slapped leather just as soon as the beast clamped its massive jaws on James's flailing arms. Even over the sound of the gunfire, Jakob could hear the sound of cracking bones and tearing sinew as the wolf continued to maul the other man, seemingly impervious to hot lead. Cursing as his revolvers clicked empty, Jakob drew his other gun, praying the blessed silver would end this nightmare. Taking careful aim as to not hit the other man, he barked off a single shot, hitting the great beast in its bunched flanks. Instantly, the creature flew back, releasing the screaming man.
Run!
Jakob bellowed.
Get back to the church! Go! Go!
Clutching his bleeding arm, James ran past the squirming beast, who was already trying to gain its feet. Jakob fired off another round, putting the creature back down. He fired again and again till at last the great beast lay still. Jakob knelt down beside it, but suddenly fell backwards with a cry as a clutching hand exploded out of the creature's stomach, followed by a blood-covered arm, shoulder, and gore-streaked head.
Mother will kill you for this, the boy croaked. She'll eat your soul, just like she did all the rest. They hung me, but she made me live again.
It was nearly free now, as Jakob, who had quickly regained his composure, strolled over and slammed the booted foot down on the back of its neck, driving it down into the dirt, pinning it in its place. Falling down heavily, he replaced the foot with a knee. Tearing the silver crucifix from around his throat, he grabbed the thing's snapped jaw and pulled hard, dislocating the lower half of its face. He rammed the crucifix into its gaping mouth. There came a sudden blue flash, and the smell of ozone, perfuming the air as the creature began to scream. Great plumes of smoke issued forth from its mouth and nostrils. Jakob pulled his revolver and stuck it up under its chin.
You tell that bitch when she gets to hell, it was Jacob Masterson who sent you there to greet her.
He growled before pulling the trigger and blowing the top of the thing's head off in a welter of blood and bone. From the forest came a scream of anguish.
Shit!
Jakob cursed.
Yep, she already knew.
He jumped to his feet, his gun at the ready. Night was coming on fast now, the forest shrouded in shadow. Something crashed behind him, and he whirled about, pulling the trigger. But his gun clicked empty.
Shit!
Jakob muttered, out of silver bullets. His crucifix gone, he decided to make a tactical retreat. A thin mist had suddenly sprung up, swirling around Jacob's feet as he ran through the forest, wet branches slapping at his face, their thorns tearing at him. The mist was all about him now, as he burst from the forest, sprinting for the light of the nearby church. There were things crawling through the mist, voices laughing and gibbering. Jakob took the stairs, two at a time, throwing open the doors and collapsing inside. The mist hit the threshold and recoiled.
"Close the goddamn door!"
someone bellowed.
"No!"
another screamed.
"I shall smite this evil!"
It was the crazed priest, running for the door, a giant crucifix held before him like some kind of shield.
"Oh, no, you don't,"
Jakob said, tripping the foolish priest, sending him sprawling.
"I need you alive for now. Now somebody please shut that goddamn door!"
Jakob climbed to his feet, all eyes upon him. The church was trembling and shaking, as if the whole building was being squeezed by a giant fist.
"Pray,"
Jakob told him.
"Pray for your soul's sake."
Town folks did as they were bid, dropping to their knees, muttering the Lord's Prayer over and over again, the shaking beginning to subside, then stopped. But the mist swirled outside, pressing against the windows as if seeking a way inside.
"You,"
Jakob said, dragging the raving priest by the collar.
"You're going to perform the Eucharist for me, right now."
The priest started to argue, but Jakob stuck a gnarled fist in his face.
"Now, Reverend, don't make me ask you twice."
After the ceremony, Jakob gathered up the holy wafer and poured the sacred wine into the corner of the church, rocking back and forth, mumbling to himself. Reckon the Reverend finally lost what little marbles he had left. Delmore said, approaching Jacob, who sat by the window, watching the swirling mist. What happened out there? He asked, handing Jacob back his knife. James told me to hand this back to you, and thank you for his life, although I reckon he's going to lose that arm.
Evil,
Jacob mused.
An evil like I never faced before. Whatever that old woman was in life, she's pure evil and death. It was her grandson who tore up James' arm. You know, the one you fools strung up.
How can that be? Delmore gasped. We killed him.
Yeah, she brought him straight back. He was the one tearing your people up in the forest. I took care of him. One down, and one to go, he said,
rubbing tiredly at his eyes. So what will you do now?
Wait until dawn. Whatever evil she's made to deal with is tied to her darkness.
You think she's out there, don't you? In the mist?
Well, I ain't too sure about you folk anymore. But I reckon I'm pretty high on her shit list right about now.
Is there anything I can do?
Yeah. Leave me to my peace.
Delmore retreated to the back of the church and sat down heavily, prayer book clasped in his hands. The night sky had just started to lighten when Jacob noticed the mist starting to beat a hasty retreat. Instantly, he was on his feet, running down the aisle. He threw open the church doors and began to follow. The light at his back growing brighter and brighter, the mist was retreating faster now, as if desperate to escape the coming sunrise. Jacob hot on its heels. He entered the forest, his heart banging in his chest, his breathing coming fast and hard as he struggled to keep up. He was entering a gloomy glade, a moss-covered collection of boulders before him that sat in front of a gnarled hillside. The mist was receding between those boulders into a large, jagged crack in the hillside. There came a sudden rustling as something wrapped itself around Jacob's jean-clad thigh. He howled in pain as more vines shot out of the gloom, their strangled cries causing his eyes to bulge, his face turning an alarming shade of blue. Only his left hand remained free where it scrambled at his gun belt, until at last his nerveless fingers found the hilt of his knife. With his vision fading, he slashed at the vine across his neck. Blood sprayed from the torn edge as it shot back into the darkness. Drawing a desperate breath, Jacob continued his hacking and slashing, his body running on pure adrenaline and rage until at last he found himself free and threw himself into the jagged opening, leaving a goodish amount of skin behind. No more of the twisting vines followed as he wormed his way through, until the claustrophobic nightmare ended and he found himself inside a small cave. There was a woman there, sat by a small campfire, her body seemingly old and frail, but her eyes burned with a terrible vitality. You said you would come. She glared at him.
That's so,
Jacob said, spitting into the dirt. Oh, yes. She waggled her blackened tongue at him. The Dark Prince knows of you, Jacob Masterson.
Like I give a fuck. You sold your soul, didn't you? Condemned your soul to eternal damnation. Made a deal with the devil himself.
She cackled then. Actually, I made two. As soon as you rode into town, he spoke to me again. She shuddered. He told me I could save myself from the hellfire if I delivered your soul unto him.
I don't know what's funnier, Jacob smirked. Old split-foot thinking my soul's up for grabs, or you thinking you could take it.
At his mockery, she leapt to her feet with frightening speed, scattering burning embers. I'll deliver your soul unto him, she shrieked, suddenly lunging forward. Jacob drew down on her, firing hot lead into her heart, every shot hitting the mark. But this barely slowed her as she crashed into him with bone-numbing force. Still, Jacob managed to turn on her, ramming her squirming body against the cave's jagged walls. With that same eerie speed, he pulled his knife, ramming it into her chest. She howled in pain at its silver edge.
I shall lead you to the path of righteousness for his name's sake.
Jakob growled, twisting the blade, but she only laughed at him, spitting her blood into his face. Jakob screamed in pain, staggering away as his left eye boiled from his head, running like hot yolk down his contoured face. Cackling, she rammed into his back, sending them both crashing into the campfire, where she straddled him, her hands going for his already bruised and battered throat. Jakob cursing, grabbing up a handful of burning coals. "An eye for an eye, bitch!" he screamed, ramming the glowing coals into her face, grinding his burning palms into her eye. She howled in pain, rearing back, completely blind. She staggered away, her feet tangled as she went down hard. Jakob breathed hard, his fury lending him strength, leapt upon her. "I'm gonna take you to church, bitch!" he spat, taking the holy wafer from his pocket. "This is my body," he intoned, ramming the wafer into her screaming mouth, driving his hand down her throat as she began to gag and choke. "And this is my blood," he said, uncapping his hip flask, "which I spilt for you." That said, he upended the flask into her contorted face. Immediately, her skin began to smoke and peel. Jakob leapt back as her entire body burst into terrible flames. Driving him back, his hand held high to protect his mauled and battered face. In a moment, it was all over, and her wretched form was no more than ash on the wind. Jakob staggered away, his body a mass of pain. He was found a few hours later at the edge of town. He stayed with the grateful townsfolk for close to 2 months, as his body began the slow process of healing. Still, his nights were haunted by the voice of his long-dead wife, calling to him through the night-shrouded mist. It was Easter Sunday when Jakob finally climbed from his sickbed, an old gunslinger with a missing eye and shaky hands. Yet his will was strong as ever, forged with blood, iron, and steel. "North," the wind whispered. "Home," Jakob whispered right back. "Time to go home." Jakob Masterson was dreaming of a man, an executioner plagued by the devil. In his left hand, he held a hell-bound blade that burned with eternal fire. In his right, an endless stream of blood poured forth, turning into molten lava as it hit the scorched and blackened earth. "Then I saw an angel," he said, turning to face Jakob, "sitting in the sun, with a loud voice. He called to all the birds of mid-heaven, 'Come and gather for the great supper of God, to eat the flesh of kings and captains, the flesh of mighty men, the flesh of horses and their riders. For he has set his mark upon them, the mark of the beast. And they who bear the mark shall cast down, and the birds will gorge upon their ruined flesh.'" Suddenly the man's mouth shot open, stretching impossibly wide, eating up his face as a mass of ravens issued forth, hundreds, thousands. They screeched as they flew at Jakob, tearing at his face, gouging out his eyes. Jakob stirred in his sleep as one dream gave way to another. Now he was standing in a mist-shrouded graveyard, a skeletal tree growing from the blasted earth, crawling with maggots and all manner of squirming things. Overhead, ravens circled, mocking him with their caw-like laughter. Jakob looked down at the open grave before him. The tombstone read, "Jane Mary Masterson, beloved wife of Jakob, gone down into dark waters." A rotting hand caressed his shoulder, the smell of decay suffocating him. "Come home, my beloved," she crooned, her cold breath caressing his cheek. "Come home, Jakob, for the dead do not rest." Suddenly she pushed him into the very grave she had crawled out of. He began to scream, dirt filling his mouth as he was buried alive by an army of dead. With a cry, Jakob awoke, his feet thrashing in the dirt as he scrambled away from the remains of his dying campfire, breathing hard, his hand hovering close to his revolver. Taking a long, shuddering breath, he looked out at the sky with one good eye before leaning heavily against a nearby rock. the sound of the ocean calming his torn and battered nerves.
Goddamn dreams,
he growled, wiping the sweat from his brow and letting up a smoke. It would be light soon, and he could continue the last leg of his journey, back to Shoresvale, finally back home, after all these years. He wondered if the old place had changed much, and what was afoot there. Jakob had been having the same dream on and off for more than a month now, his long-dead wife calling to him from the cold iron earth.
Jane,
he whispered her name, conjuring up a vision of her. That flowing corn-silk hair and eyes as blue and deep as the ocean. Even after all these years, he could still recall the sound of her laughter and the way her lips tilted when she smiled at him. Jakob had only ever loved one woman, and now, for some reason, it seemed she was haunting his dreams and calling him back home. Or perhaps something masquerading as her. If that was the case, then whatever this thing was, it would pay a high price for its deception. Sighing, Jakob stoked up the fire and laid on a pot of coffee just as the first rays of dawn started to stain the night sky.
Blessed is the man whose patience exceeds his temperament,
Jakob muttered. His words were carried on the night air and cast into the wind. Later that day, Jakob found himself in the lush forests of New England. By his reckoning, he was perhaps only 10 miles from home. He'd grown up in Shoresvale, the only son of a preacher. His mother had died, bringing him into the world. His father had tried his best not to hold it against him. Still, he never seemed to have much time for his wild-eyed son, except to administer a whooping when Jakob found himself in trouble, which was often. As a youth, Jakob had been prone to mischief. Whether this was a cry for attention or just his restless nature, nobody could tell. But if there was ever an incident in the small coastal town, you could bet a silver dollar Jakob Masterson was involved. The other children lived in fear of his quick temper and hard fists, but when Jane's family moved into the town, and Jakob saw her for the first time, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. Jacob's father used to rattle on about angels, and Jakob was never too sure if they existed or not, but after seeing Jane for the first time, he became a believer. Nobody could be that graceful and beautiful without somehow being touched by God. Jakob, who by then had turned into a tall, gangly teen, had gone out of his way to bump into Jane whenever he could, and they had soon struck up an unlikely friendship. The townsfolk had looked on with awe as Jacob's temper first cooled, then evaporated, as if Jane was a damp cloth upon a fevered brow. It was Jane who had convinced Jakob to follow in his father's footsteps and to give back to the community he had once so badly terrorized, and Jakob, wanting to be a better man for her, had done just that. A few years later, they were married, and Jakob filled the role of the town's preacher shortly after his father's passing. Their lives had been quiet in the dreamy New England town, and they had started to talk about having children and starting a family of their own. But that was before hell had come to their little town. Jakob had been in the pantry, taking stock of the winter supplies, when he had heard Jane scream. A tin of canned goods had slipped through his fingers as the scream was repeated, and then suddenly cut short. Leaping from the stool, Jakob had crashed through the door and out into the yard where Jane had been gathering her drying sheets. It was almost full dark, but Jakob easily picked out Jane's crumpled form. Jakob let out a cry and ran to her, falling to his knees, gathering her up, looking in disbelief at her clawed and bloody face, and what was left of her torn throat. That same throat he had kissed 1,000 times. "Jane!" he cried, shaking her roughly, already knowing she was dead but unable or unwilling to accept it. "For the love of God, Jane, please, please wake up!" But she only lay there, her glassy eyes reflecting the emerging moon. They found him there the next day, silent tears streaming down his face, clutching her poor broken body tightly. They had tried to take her from him, but he had fought them like a wild man until at last the sheriff had bushwhacked him from behind with the butt of his revolver. He had awoken in a cell ranting and raving. There he stayed for the next 10 days until a kind of icy calmness fell over him. and he convinced them that his fit of madness had passed. He was released with their verdict of an animal attack ringing in his ears. Although what kind of animal it was, no one could say. Jakob had gone back to his church and fallen before the altar, praying furiously for some kind of answer and a way to make sense of it all. But when no answers had been forthcoming, he had flown into a rage, tearing at the altar, sending hot wax flying. He had grabbed up the large wooden cross, smashing it into so many kindling, before collapsing in a dead faint, his exhaustion and heartbreak overcoming him. It was in this moment of utmost despair that God had finally spoken to him, not with words, but with a multitude of images. The first thing he saw was Woodsville, an abandoned town a little way down the coast. The second was a graveyard, covered with the headstones of dead children. Something moved through the darkness, shrouded by a creeping mist that seems to crawl and undulate with a life of its own. It dwelled in the mist, a presence that gloated and fed on fear, pain, and blood. Jakob awoke in the ruins of his own sin and uttered a single word. Vampire. Jakob spent the rest of the night cleaning up the church, all the while begging God for forgiveness and his aid in the coming days. In the long years ahead, he would come to wonder if such an apology was warranted, and if God had sacrificed Jane to rouse Jacob's wrath and make him an instrument of his own vengeance. But such thoughts were way into the future, and, for now, there was no doubt in Jacob's mind, just a burning need for blood and retribution against the thing that had torn his life apart. When the daybreak finally came, Jakob was ready, filling an old water skin with holy water from the font, a silver crucifix about his neck. He saddled his horse and rode into town. Many people saw Jakob that day and gave him a wide berth as he strode up the stairs and into the gunsmith. The man behind the counter licked his lips nervously as Jakob approached. "Reverend," he stuttered, "I was mightily sorry to hear about your Jane." "Stop flapping your mouth," Jakob snarled, slamming a wad of full bills on the counter. "Gonna need some pistols. You mean the best ones you got?" Yes, sir." The other man jumped to it, quickly opening up the gun case before popping back up like a jack-in-the-box. "These are Colt Pattersons, Reverend. 36 caliber 5-shot. Even the Texas Rangers prefer this model. Many a Comanche fallen by the wayside to a good Patterson." "And you think that's a good thing?" Jakob said, hefting the revolvers, liking the feel of them in his hands. The man didn't quite know how to answer that, so wisely kept his mouth shut. Jakob picked out a gun belt that hung low on his slender hip. "May as well give me the double barrel, too, and a whole mess of cartridges." "You plan on some kind of hunting trip, Reverend?" The other man finally got up the courage to ask, deathly afraid Jakob had lost his mind and, in his anguish and grief, was perhaps planning on shooting up the entire town. "Yeah," Jakob grinned a grin that made the other fella feel sick to his guts. "That's damn right. A hunting trip." That said, Jakob stomped away carrying a small arsenal, and that same sickly grin stamped across his rough features. As soon as Jakob left, the gunsmith ran across the street into the sheriff's office. Jakob was halfway to Woodsville when the sheriff caught up to him along the coast road. "Afternoon, Reverend," he said, pulling his horse up in front of Jakob, who had to pull harshly on the reins to head off a collision. "The hell do you think you're doing, Finley?" he spat. "You trying to send us both tumbling in the goddamn ocean?" "That's harsh words for a man of God," the sheriff replied, patting the side of the big mare's neck. "Then maybe you mind telling me where you're off to in such a damn hurry with those revolvers strapped to your hip?" "And what if I ain't in the frame of mind about telling you such a thing?" Jakob replied. "Well, then I guess I'll be taking you back to town," Finley said, shifting uncomfortably in his saddle. "That ain't gonna happen. Not without blood being spilled on this here road." "No need for such talk. The hell's gotten into you, Jakob? You're a man of God, for Christ's sake. Not some gunslinger or a hired killer." "That man's gone," Jakob spat into the dirt. "The thing that killed my Jane's out here in Woodsville." "Woodsville's been abandoned for close to 5 years now. I had a pestilence.
Sweat and sickness had killed off most of the population. You know that, Jacob.
Yeah, Jacob replied. That's what I thought I knew. God showed me different. There's a creature that killed these people, spread a disease amongst them with its bite. The same bastard thing that killed my Jane. And I have a feeling it means to take our town next. And I ain't about to let that happen.
The sheriff sighed, knowing it would do no good to try and talk Jacob out of his delusion, so he decided to play along. Figuring if Jacob went to the old town and saw nothing was amiss, he may accept some help and come back without too much fussing.
All right, then. Let's say what you're saying's true. You want to go up there against this thing, whatever it is, alone? He asked. Or do you think a little help could be called for? It's my town too, Jacob. Hell, I'm the sheriff, ain't I?
Jacob thought about it for a moment.
Yeah, I guess you are. And you're welcome to come along. Free country, after all. I have a feeling you're humoring me all the same. If you are, you can humor me a little more and put this on, he said, reaching into his pocket and throwing something to the sheriff. He caught it up in midair. It was a crucifix. Slipping it over his neck, he followed on behind Jacob, wondering what the hell he was getting himself into.
They were on the outskirts of town when the two men spoke again.
So this thing, Finley said. This creature that God showed you, what is it exactly? Reckon some kind of vampire, Jacob replied. But not in those old books and fairy tales. This thing doesn't just drink blood, it also spreads fear and disease. And you think it was this thing that killed the townsfolk? The sheriff said, dismounting and tying up his horse close to Jacob's. Yeah, Jacob said, flinging his shotgun behind his back. I do. And how do we kill it? Jacob stood stock still, remembering the old folklore. Well, they say crosses and other holy objects will drive it off, burn its hide. With a stake through the heart or decapitation should finish it off. You can cut the head off anything and it'll lay still, I guess. Okay then, Sheriff said, leading the way. If we see anyone up in that old place, you keep your guns holstered unless they make some kind of play, and let me do the talking. Sure, Jacob said, but his hands had already drifted down towards his guns. Woodsville itself had once been a thriving town situated on the coast. The people had made their living from the ocean by selling and salting fish, also from logging the nearby forest. Up until 5 years ago, the town had been flourishing and expanding, but that was before the pestilence had come, wiping out the entire colony and causing the survivors to flee to whatever nearby towns and villages would have them. There had been some talk of a flame-eyed monster that stalked the night, but the days of believing in such things were well behind the folks in New England, who viewed their ancestors as superstitious fools and religious zealots, who would cry witch at the drop of a hat. And so these stories were discarded and written off as grief and madness in the wake of such a terrible tragedy. But now, Jacob knew better. Hadn't God himself shown him the truth of things? Hadn't Jane paid the price of people's disbelief in the things that stayed hidden in the dark corners of the world and reveled in men's pain and misery? Sure is a hell of a spooky place, the sheriff said, taking in the deserted building all around them as they made their way up the main street. Look there, Jacob said, heading towards the general store. That bolt of cloth must be worth $20, he said, peering through the window before trying the door and pushing his way inside. Oh, would you look at that, the sheriff said, following on behind. Entire store's still stocked. Whoever left here, they left in a hurry. Jacob said nothing, taking in the canned goods that still stocked the dusty shelves before heading over to a pile of farming tools, grabbing up a wicked-looking sickle, pleased to see its dusty edge was still firm and sharp. Meanwhile, the sheriff headed over to the cobweb-strewn counter and rung up the till, which popped open, revealing a few silver dollars within. Can't believe this stuff hadn't been touched. Not many people willing to walk in a plague town, Jacob said, heading outside, glad for the fresh air.
Wonder if the saloon's the same. Could use a stiff drink.
Jakob didn't want to admit it, but the place had him on edge. There was a feeling in the air, a kind of anticipation of dreadful things still to come. If the sheriff felt the same, he didn't show it. Both men entered the saloon at the same time, pushing through the creaking batwing doors. If anything, the saloon was in even better condition. The bar was filled with dust-covered bottles. Even the piano was still intact where it sat in the corner like a forgotten relic. A hand of blackjack lay face up on a nearby table. Jakob wasted no time and went behind the bar. Blowing the dust from a couple of shot glasses, he poured them both a shot of whiskey.
"So what now, Jakob?" Finley asked. "I don't see any sign of the creature you mentioned. Just an old town starting to rot. A lot of people left in a damn hurry to avoid whatever disease is trying to kill them."
Jakob nodded his agreement.
"Sure looks that way, but God showed me another place. Old boneyard up the hill. Reckon we should check that place next."
"And if there still ain't nothing?" Finley asked, throwing back the dreg of his drink.
"Then I intend to wait around until nightfall and see what happens. You're welcome to leave at any time," Jakob said sourly.
"Think I'll stick around some," the sheriff said, grabbing up his hat. "Let's go take a look at this graveyard of yours." The Woodsville Cemetery sat atop a small flat hill on the western side of town. It was shaped like an upside-down horseshoe and surrounded by tall trees, their leaves just starting to pick up a hint of red as summer gave way to fall. Most of the graves were marked with nothing more than a simple wooden cross hastily erected and hammered into the ground, the names of loved ones carved into the wood, but every now and again, a stone angel reared around these paupers' graves, as if patiently awaiting the day of judgment. The whole place was silent. There was no trilling birdsong, no chirping of crickets in the long grass. Nothing. Just an eerie, waiting silence.
"Quiet, ain't it?"
Jakob said, licking his lips nervously. The sheriff said nothing, but his hands had dropped to the pistol by his side, and his eyes scanned the lengthening shadows.
"Well, we ain't gonna see much stood up here chewing the breeze," Jakob said, leading the way. "You go left, I'll go right. Cover more ground that way."
"What are we looking for?" the sheriff replied. Jakob shrugged.
"Not rightly sure. Let's get to looking anyway."
It was less than 5 minutes later when Jakob heard a squawk of surprise, followed by a scream of pain. Drawing his revolver, Jakob came on the run, calling the sheriff's name. "Careful!" the sheriff screamed as Jakob skidded to a halt. There was a massive hole before him, the smell driving him backwards. It was a smell of rot and decay, of fly-blown maggots. Jakob could almost feel it sliming the back of his throat. As he edged closer to the shallow grave, "Get me out, Jakob!" the sheriff pleaded and looked up at him. "For the love of God, please get me out!"
"Jesus Christ,"
Jakob said, making the sign of the cross. The grave was filled with bodies of children in various states of decay. The whole thing seemed to be moving, undulating, and Jakob realized to his horror, the pit was filled with swarming maggots. "Please!" the sheriff begged, his hand stretched towards Jakob. "Get me out of this!" Jakob wasted no time and laid on his stomach, ignoring the smell as best he could. He grabbed hold of the sheriff's hand and hauled him out, both men collapsing in the dirt. Immediately, the sheriff shot to his feet and tore at his slime-covered clothes, vomiting and cursing until at last he stood there in his drawers. "Their hands are tied," he finally croaked. "Their hands and feet are tied, as if someone was scared they'd get back up. And why are they all together that way?"
"'Cause someone dug him up and threw him there,"
Jakob replied, clambering to his feet.
"I found disturbed and empty graves all over the place. Look,"
Jakob said, pointing a blunt finger to his left.
"And there," he said, shifting to his right. "All these graves have been disturbed in one fashion or another. This is a sacrilege, and them all being innocent children and all. Someone or something is spitting in the eye of God."
"But whatever it is, I ain't sticking around to find out," Finley said, gathering up his gun belt band and kicking at his clothes. "I'm heading back to town, getting the hell out of here. Reckon you should do the same, Jakob. We can call the marshal's office when you get back and report this desecration."
"You go on,"
Jakob said, heading back down the hill.
the sheriff limping by his side. "I won't hold it against you. Besides, look like that fall busted you up some. Do me a favor before you go," he said, putting some distance between them. "Get yourselves cleaned up. Find some goddamn clothes. You stink like a dead polecat." "Well, excuse me," the sheriff huffed before storming away. Now Jacob sat alone in the saloon, his back against the wall, revolvers on the table before him. He checked his pocket watch. It was 1 a.m. in the morning. If whatever was haunting this town didn't come for him soon, he'd have to go out and search for the damn thing. The thought of walking around in this dead, haunted town gave him the shudders as he sat tight, smoking cigarette after cigarette, his lined face lit by the glow of a nearby oil lamp. He didn't have to wait long. It was as if his very thought had summoned the creature as it slunk through the batwing doors, grinning at Jacob through a mouthful of fanged teeth. The remains of an ancient-looking suit clinging to its gaunt, skinny frame. "Well, well, well," it laughed. "And what do we have here? Usually I have to go out to eat, but tonight the prey comes to me." Jacob straightened and grabbed for his revolvers. The creature halted but did not retreat, sniffing at the air. "Lead," it grinned. "Painful, yes, but far from fatal. Is that all you've brought to destroy such as me?" "And what the hell are you?" Jacob snarled. "It wants a conversation." The creature chuckled. "Very well. I shall indulge you before I drink your life's blood. I am Morio Vicoricos. In the West, they call us vampire. There was no place for me among my own kind, not in the old world, but here, in the fresh land. I'm free from their hate and oppression." "Hated by your own kind?" Jacob said, trying to buy time, his mind racing. "Oh yes," the creature growled, slowly edging forward. "I was diseased when I was bitten. I should never have survived. But I did. Now my bite brings only death and pestilence. No immortality for my victims, only the cold earth." It chuckled. Suddenly it lunged forward, but Jacob shot to his feet, grabbing up his revolvers and kicking the table over, causing the creature to trip. It howled in pain as Jacob unloaded into its back and head, but the thing almost instantaneously began to heal as it caught up to Jacob's foot and sent him crashing backwards. It was dragging itself up his body now, its shattered skull reforming at the touch of its vile cold flesh. Jacob began to shudder, but he lay still, his hands at his throat. The creature grinned, revealing teeth grown impossibly long. "I'm going to drink you slow. For days you will last," it said, rearing above him, ready to strike. Jacob removed his hands as if accepting his fate, and the creature struck with blind hunger. Jacob waited until he felt its cold lips against his throat, then rammed the silver crucifix he had torn from his neck to the side of its face. There was a blue flash, and it reared back, howling in pain, the side of its face smoking. Jacob scrambled backwards. "Bastard thing!" he cried, meaning to thrust the now glowing cross through the creature's forehead, but it stumbled away as if half-blinded, giving Jacob the opportunity he needed. Grabbing the water skin from around his back, he doused the creature in holy water, burning its vile flesh as it fled into the night. Even wounded and half-blind, he was fast. But Jacob was young and strong, full of hate, and he pursued it relentlessly up to the old graveyard. There it dived into the pit and burrowed down amongst the old poor rotting dead children, and was soon gone from sight. Jacob nodded knowingly and marched away. He spent the rest of what was left of the night gathering up every oil lamp he could find, knowing the creature was too badly injured to do him any more harm. With the rising sun, he stood above the grave, smashed and emptied oil lamps all around him. "They say that fire purifies. But fuck that." And he grinned, striking a match. "I say it only destroys." That said, he cast the match into the grave. For a second, nothing happened. Then the whole thing went up like a tar barrel with a great whoosh and tower of flames. From inside the grave, something began to scream and howl in pain. Seconds later, the vampire crawled over the edge of the grave, its skin blackened and burned.
It stared at Jacob as if marking him forever before the weak rays of the rising sun finished the fire's dreadful work. Jacob pulled out his maypole and pissed on the ashes before riding away. He never did return home. That must have been close to 20 years ago, and now he was finally coming back. The landmarks and the forest looked more and more familiar to him until at last he came to a wide open field, not more than 5 miles outside of town. Here he found a sea of tents, small campfires smoldering from the night before and people busying themselves with their morning chores. Jacob rode into this makeshift town, slowly concealing his revolvers under his long coat, not wanting to frighten these uprooted townsfolk any further. But even so, he was soon noticed and approached by a tall, slender man with graying hair and a rather large, bushy handlebar mustache. "Howdy, stranger," the man said, his eyes searching Jacob's hands, one hand on his hip close to his pistol, the other he put flat against the big mare's neck, patting it fondly. "Afraid we ain't got nothing for you here, stranger. And there been some bad trouble around these parts. Think it's, best if you move right along." "You still playing it, Sheriff?" Jacob grinned down at him. For a moment, the man seemed confused, but then his weathered face broke into a sunny grin. Jacob Masterson, is that you?" "Reckon so," Jacob grinned back, sliding off his horse. "We thought you dead. There was fire up at the old town. The whole place burned flat." "Good," Jacob spat in the mud. A few people had gathered around now to see what the commotion was about. Some faces Jacob recognized, some he didn't. After all, 20 years was a long time. A woman came forward now. She was tall and pretty, missing beauty by only a bare inch. She looked Jacob up and down before slapping him hard across the face. The crowd let out a murmur and backed up a little. "So you come back here, have you, after all this time? Not in close to 20 years. You bother to tend your wife's grave or pay your respects to my poor murdered cousin? You have some damn nerve showing your face around here, Jacob Masterson." "Anna, listen," Jacob began, but didn't know really where to go from there. "Like there ain't been enough trouble around here already," she said, great tears standing out in her eyes. "Now listen up, Anna," Finley began. "Jacob here is a preacher. Perhaps God sent him to lift his curse he's seen fit to put upon us." "You hush your mouth," she said to him, cutting at him with her flashing blue eyes. The sheriff clammed up quickly as she turned back to Jacob. "We don't need you here, Masterson. And if you finally come to do right by Jane, I wouldn't recommend riding into town." With that hanging between them, she stormed away, leaving Jacob hurt and embarrassed. "Come on, Jacob," Finley said, leading Jacob away. "I have a bottle in my tent and could use some drinking. You can tell me about where you've been, things you've seen." A little while later, both men were seated comfortably in Finley's tent, a small campfire smoldering outside to keep the autumn chill at bay. "What's going on here, Finley?" Jacob asked, ignoring the man's many questions. "Why you folks camped out here and not in town?" The sheriff took a hard pull from his bottle before offering it to Jacob, who refused. "I don't think you'd believe me if I told you." The sheriff laughed, a hint of hysteria in his voice. "Try me. You'd be surprised by the things I've seen." Finley nodded, looking at Jacob's scarred and battered face. "Where'd you lose your eye?" he asked. "Why don't you stop avoiding the questions and start talking?" Jacob replied. The sheriff nodded, not sure if he liked this new version of the man he had once known. Jacob seemed harder now and somewhat colder, as if the world had broken him and reforged him into something else. "All right," he said, taking another drink. His voice was starting to slur now. Jacob reached over, ignoring the other man's protests, as he plucked the bottle from his fingers and placed it by his side. "Talk. You can drink yourself into a stupor on another man's time." "Well, okay, goddammit. You want the truth? Here we go. The dead are walking in Shoresvale. How do you like that? The dead themselves clawed their way out of their very own graves. Just started murdering people.
Jacob suddenly heard a voice in his head. "Come home, Jacob, for the dead do not rest."
When did this all start?
Jacob asked. "You mean you believe me?" the sheriff said incredulously.
Yeah, I believe you. Now tell me everything.
It started with dreams. People in town all began to have the same dream. A dark figure shrouded in shadows, chanting in the darkness, calling someone forth. Something forth. Flash of a blade, the screams of the tormented and the damned. Soon after, the crops began to die, and a massive dead fish washed up on the shore with them. And came the flies, hundreds, thousands of them, laying their eggs everywhere. Our pantries were crawling with maggots. Soon after, the graveyard gave up its dead all in one night. Massive, rotting corpses, grabbing people up off the street, carrying them away. They were unstoppable, unkillable. And any who tried had their throats torn open and their flesh devoured. It was chaos, anarchy. And we fled, set up camp here. Hell, where else did we have to go?
How long ago was this?
A few weeks ago, Henley replied. Some people tried to go back, and they never returned.
So, what have you done about any of this?
Done? The other man laughed. What do you expect me to do, Jacob? We're cut off from anywhere. Nearest town you burned down years ago. Nobody ever rebuilt it. And who would believe such an outrageous story?
So you just been sat here? What, just waiting for the whole thing to blow over?
Jacob said angrily. Look, Jacob, the nearest town is over 100 miles away. One that would have a telegraph anyway. Some have already left, but winter's coming on fast. You know damn well what winter is like in these parts.
And you expect to survive it out here?
Jacob said, raising to his feet, knowing the man was lost, too wrapped up in his own self-pity and grief.
Where's Anna's tent?
He said, giving him back his bottle. Finley told him. And Jacob left. Anna's tent was in a cold, damp glade at the rear of the camp. Jacob approached quietly, sticking to the tree line, watching her as she pegged out clothes on a makeshift washing line. When he had last seen her, she had been a pretty young woman with a flashing smile. Now, like himself, she was older, but just as pretty, with the same corn-silk hair and blue eyes that so reminded him of her cousin Jane. The only difference was Jane had always been kind of quiet and shy, unlike Anna, who had always had a quick temper behind that coy smile of hers. Coughing nervously, Jacob stepped out into view. Anna took one look at him and her eyes narrowed, her brow furrowing. "I thought I told you to get out of here, Jacob."
"Yeah, you did,"
Jacob said, whipping his hat from his head and crushing it to his chest.
"But I think I'll stay just the same. I think the town needs me right now. The sheriff told me everything that's happened."
"That man is a drunken fool," she snapped.
"I won't argue that one, but still reckon there's a little strength left inside him yet."
"Oh, he's so forgiving." She turned on him, her hands on her hips. "Still playing the holy man, Jacob?"
"I ain't playing at nothing,"
Jacob snapped back at her.
"I spent the last 20 years doing God's will, whether I liked it or not. If you only knew the things I'd seen, the things I've done, Anna."
"What have you done, Jacob?" she replied, her voice softening somewhat at the sound of the anguish in his voice.
"I kill, Anna. Killed things like the creatures now haunting your town. I spent the better part of my youth hunting them down and destroying them in the name of God."
"If I hadn't seen the things I'd seen recently, I'd say you'd lost your mind somewhere out there on the trail," she said. "But I saw them, Jacob. The dead walking in the streets. Even my own mother and father." She started to sob now. The last of her defiance breached as she fell to her knees, her skirt hiding her face. Jacob went to her, then fell before her, taking her in his embrace. At first she fought him, slapping at his face, but Jacob withstood it, until at last she sagged in his arms and wept hopelessly into his shoulder. All the time Jacob crooned at her softly and stroked her hair.
After a little while, her sobbing turned to sniffling, and she gently pushed him away and climbed to her feet. "Well, I guess you can stay for supper, Jakob Masterson," she said haughtily before quickly turning away and heading for her tent.
"That's some woman,"
Jakob grinned before following after her, careful to wipe the mud from his boots before he stepped inside. Supper consisted of a rabbit stew, heavy with vegetables and thick gravy. Jakob ate 2 bowls and nearly a full basket of biscuits. "Good to see a man with a good appetite," Anna laughed. Jakob burped guiltily and put down his spoon.
"Been a long time since I ate a home-cooked meal. Mainly had tack and jerky on the range. And you're a damn fine cook, if I may say so."
"You may," she smiled, happy with the compliment. "My husband Sam used to say so." But there she tapered off, looking down into her half-finished meal.
"Your husband passed,"
Jakob said, lighting up a smoke. "Yes," she snapped at him. "And don't you be getting your cigarette ash on my good tablecloth."
"Yes, ma'am,"
Jakob said, flicking his ash outside the tent's entrance.
"Was it recent?"
She nodded. "I saw it happen. He died fighting those things so I could get away. They tore him apart in the middle of the street." She wiped at her eyes irritably.
"I'm sorry, Anna,"
Jakob said, reaching for her hand, but she withdrew, looking at him angrily. "So, what do you intend to do about all this, Jakob Masterson?" she asked. "You said that you have fought these kinds of things before, and I'm willing to take your word for it. You've always been many things, Jakob. Not all of them good. But you ain't never been no liar. Besides, I seen those scars you have on your body as you washed up for supper."
"You spying on me?"
Jakob joked gently. "Well, it's a small damn tent, ain't it?" she replied, her eyes flashing.
Okay, settle down."
Jakob tried not to grin.
"You're right, of course. Something must be done."
He told her then of the dream that he'd been having on and off over the past few weeks. She mulled over his words for quite some time before looking back at him. "Under normal circumstances, I would say it was your own guilty conscience plaguing you for deserting your flock and leaving poor Jane's grave so unattended. Although I visited often after you left. And now you say that she's called you back." Jakob nodded solemnly. "Then you better get back to town and see what's going on up there. You can spend the night here on the floor, mind you," she said quickly. "I got a spare blanket or 2, and in the morning, you can ride out."
"Thank you, Anna,"
Jakob said. She waved that away. "Now go get some more water from the creek. There's an old wash tub at the back of the tent. You still smell like a mule, Jakob Masterson." Jakob got up, sighed, and went to fetch a bucket, not really minding at all. In the morning, he awoke early. Anna made him some coffee and eggs, all cooked over the campfire. After they finished eating, Jakob helped her clean up, before wishing her a fond farewell and heading back towards the sheriff's tent. He only turned back once to find her still stood there watching him. She stood like that for some time, watching until he passed out of sight, before retreating back inside. Jakob had expected to find the sheriff in a drunken stupor, but the man was up and about, clean-shaven and dressed.
"Are you ready?"
he said, strapping on his guns.
"Ready for what exactly?"
Jakob said.
"To ride into town," Finley said. "That's where you're going, ain't you?"
"I'm coming with you."
"The hell you are!"
"No, was that you tried to say to me all those years ago when I tried to stop you, going off half-cocked on your own?
Something about blood being spilt if I tried to stop you. Well, now it's the same. If you want to stop me from coming, you have to shoot me, Jakob. It's free country after all. I'm the goddamn sheriff."
"Well, you saying I'm a good one?"
Hell, I made mistakes, scared witless.
I ain't gonna lie about that, but
I mean to come with you all the same. See this thing through.
Jakob weighed the man's words.
Tell me, the old Stapleton farm still outside of town? He asked.
The hell's that got to do with anything? Finley replied hotly.
Just answer the goddamn question. Yeah, it's still there. Run by his 2 sons, old Stapleton passed a few summers back. Still got that old sword of his hanging on the wall? The one his father brought over from England.
Last time I visited the boys a few months back, it was there hanging over the fireplace as usual.
Well, that's just grand, Jakob said. Let's saddle up and ride.
The 2 men rode in silence until the Stapleton ranch came into view. There, Jakob pulled up the big mare and turned to the sheriff.
I fought these things before, Finley. They ain't easy to kill. Only sure way to kill 'em is to take off their heads. Gunfire will slow 'em down if you take 'em out at the knee. The sons of bitches will crawl after you. So you take this, he said, drawing the double barrel from under his saddlebag and tossing it over. If any of those things are inside, you give 'em both barrels, either to the face or the knee. You understand me, Sheriff?
Sure, I understand, but what about you?
Me?
Jakob grinned.
I got God on my side.
Together they rode down towards the waiting ranch. The ranch itself was a 1-story affair, long and wooden with a large porch surrounded by barns, silos, and outbuildings. A few pigs lay dead and stinking in the nearby pen. Others had smashed their way through out of hunger and desperation and took to the hills.
Well, Finley said nervously, looks like the old place has gone to hell since I was last here. Yeah, Jakob said, pulling out his revolver. Sure looks that way. Come on, let's go take a look inside.
They were just entering the porch when a low groan came from behind them. Jakob spun about, almost knocking the sheriff over who had been standing close behind him.
Son of a bitch,
Finley cursed.
That's old man Stapleton.
The corpse was shambling towards them now, worms in its hair, leaving squirming parts of itself behind as it came on, a wicked-looking sickle clasped in its dirt-boned hand. Only its eyes truly looked alive, where it glared at them from the deep recesses of its skull-like face. Jakob was just about to raise his pistol when the window shattered behind him, and a pair of torn and tattered arms dragged him backwards, screaming as he went. The broken glass raked at his legs, cutting easily through his worn jeans and the flesh beneath. From outside came the deafening roar of a shotgun. But Jakob had concerns of his own. As the arms tightened around him, a wet, stinking mouth clamped down, tearing at his shoulder. Bellowing in pain, Jakob raised his legs, kicked against the wall, sending himself and the creature crashing into the rear wall with numbing force. The vibration slackened the creature's grip only for an instant, but that was all Jakob needed. Using that same uncanny quickness that had saved his life so many times, he slid down and out of the creature's grip, leaving a goodish amount of flesh behind, which the creature swallowed greedily. Without turning, Jakob fled through the door, out of the bedroom and into the hall, heading for the front of the house. Another creature lurched at him as he entered the sitting room, but Jakob easily dodged its feeble attempts and raced over to the mantelpiece. The sword was still there, ancient and slightly curved. He grabbed it up and tore it from the scabbard, just as the creature reached for him. With a cry, he backed up and swung the sword. It sheared through the creature's neck like a hot knife through butter, decapitating the shambling horror in one fell swoop. The other brother was coming down the hall towards him, its mouth stained red with Jacob's blood.
Bastard thing,
Jakob said, swinging the sword downwards, cleaving the thing's head in two. It fell to its knees, but still reached for him, grasping, twisting hands until Jakob took the head, and at last it lay still. Another shotgun blast came from the yard, and Jakob stumbled through the door, calling the sheriff's name. "Over here!" Finley cried from the side of the barn. Jakob ran over.
"Kill the fucking thing," Finley said, breathless. "Shot its legs, just like you said. Gave it both barrels to the face. Blew its head clean off. Jesus, Jakob, you're bleeding all over the place." "Nothing too serious," Jakob said, wadding the bandage and stuffing it inside his shirt over the bite in his shoulder and picking a few pieces of glass from the shallow cuts in his legs. "You best take the sickle with you. Come on, let's ride into town and finish this thing." They entered the town with the midday sun at their backs. Everywhere, there were signs of a titanic struggle. Some of the houses and stores had been burned to the ground, and the streets were awash with pieces of torn, bloody flesh and half-eaten corpses. Flies buzzed all around them, and the whole place smelled of carrion and rotten flesh. "How did this happen?" Finley gasped. "I mean, how is it even possible, Jakob?" "Powerful witch, maybe," Jakob replied, his eyes watchful. "Saw something like this a couple months back. Nothing to this degree, but similar all the same. Whatever it is, whoever it is, we need to stop it now, today."
"But why?" Finley asked.
"Why would anyone want to do this?"
But Jakob only shook his head sadly.
"Why does anyone do anything? Let's just find it and stop this madness." "Where do you want to start?" the sheriff asked. "Guess we better take turns around town. The streets seem pretty quiet. Undead aren't overly fond of the sunlight. They could be anywhere. Hell, they could be watching us right now."
"Yeah," Finley replied.
"Let me just go over to the sheriff's office first. I got 2 whole boxes of shells for this thing," he said, hefting the shotgun, "and a spare for your good self, just in case you get tired of swinging that old sword." "Not fucking likely," Jakob retorted. "With the more firepower, the better."
"It's just up the street," Finley said, pointing.
"Yeah, I see it,"
Jakob said, his eyes restless.
"You go on. I'll sit right here, watch your back. Now hurry the hell up. This place is all manners are wrong."
"Sure," the sheriff replied and quickly hurried away. As soon as Finley entered the building, a voice floated out of the shadow of a nearby barn. Jakob turned towards the voice, his eyes wide, his mouth trembling. From behind him came a scream of anguish, but Jakob barely noticed it. He knew that voice. It was the voice of Jane, as soft and as pure as freshly fallen snow. Jakob dismounted and, almost trance-like, walked towards the barn, his dead wife's name falling from his lips.
"Jane,"
he said, entering the gloom.
"Jane, where are you? I come just like you said."
"Let me give you peace, Jakob," the voice whispered. "Outside. Now." Turning, Jakob fled back outdoors. He could see her now, a distant figure beckoning to him from the far-off tree line.
"Jane!"
he screamed, running towards her. But she turned and fled as he drew closer. He burst from the tree line and into an open field, a church in the near distance. He realized where she was headed. She was taking him home. Jakob walked towards the church, his church, where it all began. There was no need to hurry now. He knew Jane would be waiting for him inside. Slowly, he mounted the steps and pushed his way inside, his wife's name falling from his lips like a desperate prayer, his trance-like state breaking as he looked on in horror at the carnage within. The church was full of dead, some still animated, but most truly dead. In the middle of the room, sat in a pentagram of blood and burning wax, knelt a robed figure, an upside-down cross looming above him in mockery of Christ. Stood by his side was Jane, who, unlike the rest, was seemingly unafflicted by time or decay. She was perfect, as the first time that Jakob had seen her all those many years ago. "Welcome to our little mass, Mr. Masterson," the man on the floor tittered. "We've been awaiting your arrival with eager anticipation for quite some time."
"What have you done here?"
Jakob gasped. "Who, me?" the man said mockingly. "Just a little reaping of souls, both dead and alive," he chuckled. "You could say I am about my master's business, Jakob. The end is coming, and hell needs its army. I'm just buffering the numbers, you might say."
"The dead have no souls. All you have here is meat,"
Jakob growled, his hand falling towards his revolvers. His wife, Jane, saw the move and stepped in front of the hooded figure. "You're quite wrong, you know," the man said. "With my power and little help from the dark arts, I can wrench these souls from heaven itself. Put them back into their own rotting meat sacks. I can actually hear them screaming in here," he said, tapping at his own forehead. "Hear them screaming as their bodies rot all about them. Then all I have to do is sacrifice them to the Dark Lord, and down they go. One less soul, one less body for Gabriel to use against us when he blows his trumpet on the day of judgment. And that day's coming sooner than you may think, Jakob. A man is coming, a servant of my master, coming to end it all, to end everything. You, of course, are not much of a threat, but your descendants, well, I've been told That's quite a different story, and so, you see, you have to die. I'm sorry, he laughed. Jane, if you would be so good as to bring Mr. Masterson into the fold.
Vile necromancer!
Jacob spat, but he was backing up now as Jane approached him, a sly smile upon her face. Haven't you missed me, Jacob? She crooned. You've been alone for so long. Come to me, my love. She reached for him, but Jacob circled her, staying at arm's length. There is no God, Jacob, she grinned at him. No divine mission? You went mad, my love, stricken with grief and loneliness. You've slain so many innocent people, seeing monsters that were never real. Jacob continued to retreat until his back came against something hard. He spared a quick glance behind him. It was a chopping block, a rusted axe buried deep within.
Jane?
Jacob said, fumbling behind him and freeing the axe.
I know you're in there. Trapped in this thing.
The creature stopped and hissed at him as if scolded.
I want you to know that I love you, Jane. I always have, and that's why I have to do what I'm gonna do. I won't let him make a sacrifice of you. I won't let your soul be condemned to eternal hellfire.
He was walking towards her now. She smiled as he came on, pulling a large kitchen knife from between the folds of her dress. Yes, come to me, Jacob. Hold me like you once did. Suddenly she lunged at him, her face a rigor of hate, but Jacob dodged her clumsy attack, easily ducking under a swinging arm. Coming up behind her, he swung the axe in a whistling arc, her neck splitting open in a welter of blood, spraying Jacob's snarling face. He hacked at her, the blade falling over and over again until at last her head flew free. The rest of the dead were swarming from the church now, but Jacob, beyond caring and berserk with grief and rage, waded into them, hacking at them, cutting them down, not freeing their tearing mouths and gouging fingers, until at last he stood alone, covered in gore, twitching limbs strewn all about him. The necromancer, seeing his doom, turned to flee, but Jacob flung the axe at him, burying it deep in his back. The man went down hard, screaming in pain, his legs flopping uselessly as he tried to crawl away.
It was I who knew you were in the wilderness, Jacob intoned. In a land of drought, I brought you forth. Once you had quenched your thirst, you forgot about me. So like a lion, I'll be on to you. I will fall upon you like a bear robbed of her cubs. I shall tear at your breast, and like a wild animal I'll render you. For all the wicked in the world shall be turned to dross, and their flesh tremble in fear of my judgment. That said, Jacob reached down and spun the man about, straddling his twisting form. Please, the man begged, raising his hands in a feeble effort to ward off Jacob, but Jacob slapped them away. You wanted hell?
Jacob grated.
I'll show you hell.
With a howl of rage, he thrust his thumbs into the other man's terrified eyes, bearing down with all of his might.
You want hell?
He was screaming now.
You tell Lucifer he don't know what hell is compared to my wrath. I'll kill anything he sends, anyone he sends. You tell him, you hear me? You tell him!
He bellowed, grinding his thumbs deeper, the muscles in his arms standing out in huge knots, the cords of his neck like sprung steel.
You tell him fucking with Jacob Masterson was the worst mistake he ever made!
But the man was already dead. Jacob's thumbs lodged deep in his brain.
You tell him,
Jacob said, staggering away.
You tell that son of a bitch.
But the world was already tilting as he staggered from the church, crashing to his knees as he sank down into the merciful darkness. He awoke a few days later, back at the makeshift camp, Anna and Sheriff Finley standing over his bed. The sheriff was lucky to be alive. His left ear and 3 fingers of his right hand were all missing. Still, he greeted Jacob with a sunny smile.
Well, look at that, he grinned. Lazarus returned to the land of the living. How did I get here?
Jacob croaked. The sheriff brought you in, Anna said, placing a damp cloth upon Jacob's fevered brow.
I don't know what you did, the sheriff continued. Whatever it was, it worked. I was in a tight spot, though my goose was well and truly cooked. Then all of a sudden, those things started dropping like flies all around me. Found you outside your old church, dead scattered about you, even your own. But there he stopped, looking down at his dusty boots. Yeah, I know. Jacob sighed. Jane. Her soul's finally at rest.
Suddenly he started coughing and lay back down, shivering and exhausted. Okay, Anna said, standing, her hands planted firmly upon her hips. You clear out of here now, Finley James, and tell that doctor to drag his ass right here smart.
Yes, ma'am, the sheriff said, tipping his hat and fleeing the tent. That is one hell of a woman, Jacob murmured, a small smile playing across his parched lips, before he spiraled back down into darkness. Anna stayed by Jacob's side day and night through his long recovery, taking care of his every need. Slowly, an affection grew between them. That affection turning to love. No longer did Jacob hear the voice of God whispering to him on the wind, and finally, his restless soul was set at ease. In the following weeks and months, he helped the townsfolk set their town back to rights, and after much convincing, he lay up his pistols and took up the good book once again as the Shawsville preacher. Shortly after, Jacob and Anna were married in the same church Jacob had grown up in as a child. For 2 years they lived in marital bliss, until one day, Anna told Jacob she was expecting. Some few months later, Jacob had the old dream. A dream about a man who was a servant of the devil. In one hand, he held a glowing blade. Streams of blood ran like a river from the other, as nation after nation fell before him. Everywhere he walked, he brought death and destruction in his wake. Jacob awoke to the start, covered in cold sweat as he stood by the window smoking, awash in cold moonlight. You're leaving, aren't you? Anna said from behind, a soft hand against his shoulder. Jacob nodded. Someone coming. I have to stop him, Anna. He turned to face her. Not just for you, or the baby, he said, stroking her rounded stomach gently, but for everyone. If this evil wins, if it prevails, the whole world will be hellbound. Do you understand? She nodded, but said nothing. Silent tears streamed down her face as she led him back to bed. They spent the night holding each other, but not saying much. In the morning, Jacob strapped on his pistols, gathered up a Bible that was missing many pages, and rode away. Journal entry 1 of subject 6. A man has stolen my face. In return, he's given me someone else's. He's actually given me many faces, though. Some he's taken back. Others I've kept. I've hung them on the walls of this place. It's a circular room like a pit with dark stony walls from which fall riles of gray water. I drink the water, I eat the black muck that accumulates on the floor. I think I might be at the bottom of a well. But it's fairly large, and I've never seen any light pour down from the top. The floor somehow emits a faint luminescence of its own, and it's by this light that I carry out my daily tasks. But beyond this, there isn't much to note. The man always enters via a thick iron door, something like what you'd think to find in some subterranean vault, which supports my belief that this isn't some well, but a dungeon.
I don't know how long I've been here, nor how long I'll remain. He doesn't speak to me much, only comes to bring me new faces or occasionally take one away. I don't know what's happened to my face. I don't know what he does with other faces. He always comes in wearing one, usually one that's different from the one before, though sometimes he wears the same face all day or week. The increments of time are hard to judge in near complete darkness. I can't tell how long I sleep because my sleeps are inconsistent in length. The faces around me make it hard to rest. They're very chatty. I suppose I could also attribute some of the difficulty to my lack of eyelids. I find staring very rude, but with faces all around me, I can't help it. I can't look at the luminous floor. It would only make it harder to sleep. I've given up on trying to escape. The walls are too slick to climb, the vault door is impenetrable, and the faces whisper discouraging things to me, or guilt me out of trying to think of new ways to escape. They're lonely. And even though I've arranged them around the circular walls so that they can peer on each other, they look at me for comfort and companionship. I suppose I can understand most of them are hideous, and while I'm not very prideful of my appearance, I imagine I'm a much better sight than Sharon, David, and especially Greg. Greg's face is mangled, as if it had been chewed on by dogs before being taken from him. The other faces sometimes bully Greg. I'd normally intervene, but Greg's personality matches his face very, very ugly. I've named the faces, but I have no idea if the names I've given them are close to their actual names. They seem to like them, though. No one ever argues when I call them by a new name, even when I forget and call them by a wrong new name. He doesn't know I've named them. I assume he has his own names for them, if he doesn't know they're real ones. When he gives them to me, he usually says something like, "Oh yes, I think this one will fit you quite well, much better than the last." I suppose he's trying to find the perfect face to fit me. I also suppose he's forgotten that he took my face. I miss it. But I guess I have no other choice but to accept the faces and hope that one will match. The closest I've had to my own face was Bryce's. It was a snug fit. I could move my muscles comfortably beneath it and smile and frown. But when he entered and saw me frowning in it, he said, "Don't frown. You haven't the face for it. You're a smiler. But if you insist upon the grimace, I can fetch you a face more suitable for such rudeness." He then ripped Bryce's face off of me and left me with the others. I liked Bryce's face. Yesterday, or earlier today, or last week, I honestly can't tell anymore, and it's pointless to try. A hole opened up in the wall right where Andrew's face was. Poor Andrew fell face first to the floor, and I hurried and scooped him up next to Candace. She received him warmly, and I left him to become acquainted. The hole in the wall where Andrew had been was about face-sized, and there was a light that shone from it. I went over and I peered in, and I saw a man at a desk facing me. He was wearing a face that I hadn't seen before, one without any of the gunk or the smears that usually stain the faces. He greeted me, and I ran away, embarrassed to be seen unfaced. I quickly chose one I felt would best represent myself, and I returned, smiling as best I could. It wasn't quite like Bryce's, but it was good enough, suitable for the occasion. The man had patiently waited, and upon my return he greeted me again, and I told him the name of the face, and he greeted the face as well. He then offered me a pen, which I accepted, and then told me to write down my thoughts, my fears, my wants, etc. Later, he said he'd return and take them. It would tighten them up for me and show them to the world. I didn't ask why he wanted to. Didn't really want or care to know. It was just nice to know that someone was interested in me, the real me, beneath a stranger's face. I agreed, and he smiled and clapped his hands. But then I realized I didn't have anything to write on. And I told him so. But he wasn't disappointed or upset or embarrassed. He told me to wait a moment. Since he had been so patient with me, I nodded, and he left the desk, removing himself from my view. The room behind him was small, lit by a lamp on a dresser behind the desk. The walls were yellow, or made to appear so in the light of the lamp. There was a bed, low to the ground and well made. A laptop rested on the bed, closed shut, with its charger plugged into a socket in the wall. Despite the weakness of the bulb, the lamplight had almost blinded me when seen head-on, and I turned away from it. All the faces were very curious and whispered their questions, but I hissed at them and told them to shut up. The man in the hole returned a few moments later, and I was glad when he situated himself right in front of the harsh light. He handed me a roll of material and told me to write on it. I thanked him. He nodded, then covered the hole. I went and retrieved Andrew's face and returned it to the spot. The faces were quite fond of where I hanged them, and I asked if he enjoyed his visit with Candace. The mouth was agape as if he'd been screaming when he was taken from his body. But he told me that he enjoyed his time with Candace, that she was very well-mannered, despite her disagreeable political views. He said that he wanted some time to think on whether or not she was worth having as a friend, so I patted his cheek and left him to reflect. The roll of material turned out to be some kind of thick paper or parchment, though it's inconsistently colored, as if it had been dipped in various dyes during preparation. Some parts are vanilla-colored, others are darker, some even as pale as ivory. The whole thing is about the size of a game board, but not as square, thicker in areas, but otherwise suitable for writing. It's what I've been writing on for the last 20 minutes or so. The pen is a regular pen. Black ink. Flows comfortably. It's obviously a bit harder to see in the darker section of material, so I occasionally have to apply a little more pressure, and weirdly, this sometimes results in material peeling away in a really sickening fashion. I've had to ask the normal-faced man if he has more of the material should I need to recopy the thoughts I've written on the ruined parts. Must also ask him for a light. My only writing surface is the floor, and its light isn't strong enough to shine through the paper. Everyone wants to be mentioned. They've been tirelessly insisting upon being name-dropped in the story or journal, or whatever you'd call this. Mark has been considerably incessant. Well, here you go, Mark. You've been mentioned. Carol, however, hasn't made a single plea, so I'll give her plenty of mentions. Carol is nice and friendly, and her face is solemn and respectful. She presents herself well, unlike many of the others who let their mouths hang open or eye sockets stare horrifically. I should probably wash them, being their caretaker and all, but I haven't any soap or towels, and if I did, I'd use them to clean my own flesh, which constantly, incessantly itches. If I scratch it, there's a terrible pain. Really just awful, inexpressible agony. And he hasn't seen fit to provide me with anything to treat it. I hurt. Always. Especially after wearing a face for too long. Splashing the wall water on myself only causes my face flesh to burn terribly. Last time I did that, I lost consciousness. The pain had been that bad. I don't want to even imagine what would happen if I were to slather the floor gunk on my face. Tastes horrible enough. I think I'm going to go to sleep now. I like to rest against the wall beneath Luke and Christopher. I doubt they're a couple, but I like to see them as so. They're both very kind-looking, even though Luke's mouth stretches all the way up to his ears, and his nose is missing. It's really horrendous. But still, he seems like he'd be kind if he were alive. I can't really close my eyes anymore, so I just sit beneath those two and I wait for my brain to just shut off. I'm going to roll the journal up and tuck it beneath me so that if he enters, he won't see it. He doesn't make me stand up or anything, usually just rips the face right off my head without bothering to make me look at him, so I can sit here, and even if he comes in to take a face or give me one, he won't see the roll. I can't wait to share my story with the man in the hole. I wonder what he's going to do with it. I hope he publishes the journals to a big audience so that everyone will know how brave I've been despite the horrifying circumstances, and how well I've taken care of the poor faces. I think I'd be really, really good at doing it professionally. I'm much better at this than I was at being a pharmacy tech. I wonder if anybody's noticed my absence. Surely they've at least started to wonder. Nothing else to add for now. I'd really like my face back, or maybe even Bryce's. I'd really like to go home, but I'm scared that if I ask to again, he'll take away the faces as punishment. And while it's dreadful and terrifying and dark here, I at least have company. Without them, I think I'd lose my mind. Good night. Journal entry number 2 of Subject 6. I've gained a few new faces, but none of them fit me very well. They're all fairly ugly. Must have been treated poorly in the man's care. They're all in pretty pitiable, almost wretched states. I'll take much better care of them, but I don't think there's anything I'll be able to do about their ragged and tarnished features. I've named them Frank, Hector, and Leah. Frank and Leah are married, or so I've imagined. Well, Hector hasn't yet recovered from the death of his wife. He's not quite ready to date again. The rest of the gang has accepted them wholeheartedly, even perpetually embittered Greg. I'm glad everyone's getting along. It's uplifting. My spirits have been pretty low ever since I found out that the man in the hole, my would-be publisher, is dead. He appeared again a few hours ago, beckoned me to the hole in the wall behind Andrew. His voice had carried through Andrew's face, and upon hearing it, Andrew began screaming in terror. I rushed over to him, plucked him off the wall, and put him next to Candace, who kindly helped me to soothe the poor guy. Then, taking another face, I dressed myself and I went over to the hole to greet my guest. Sitting again behind the desk in the sparsely furnished and harshly lit room, he asked if I had written out my thoughts yet. I told him that I had, excused myself so I could go grab the roll of paper, which I had hidden in the very back of the room, behind a mound of the hardened gunk. Bringing it back, I fed the roll through the hole and waited with bated breath, excited to hear what he thought of my journal. He warmly accepted it, smiling broadly with his beautiful, real, pleasantly natural face, and unrolled the paper upon the desk. I blanched and audibly gasped at seeing a few stains on the edges, but he didn't care. He wiped those away, and wiped away those that he could, then began reading. His eyes scanned the paper hungrily, but his expression had relaxed, appearing neither impressed nor disappointed. I was beyond nervous, and I kept making unnecessary and occasionally even uncomfortable adjustments to my borrowed face every couple of seconds as I waited. Finally, he reached the bottom. He looked up to me. For a moment he was speechless, expressively passive. A smile stretched across his face. He said that he loved it. I nearly fainted. I'd been so nervous. He asked if I would mind continuing the work, saying that my audience would be desperate for more. Told him that I had already planned to continue writing for as long as I remained here. His smile broadened. He was really quite handsome. He passed along a few more blank pages, keeping the one that I'd given him. I accepted the new canvases gratefully, and asked if he'd like me to focus on anything in particular. But just as he was about to say something, there was a knock from somewhere within the room, and a look of annoyance overcame his face. He excused himself and he rose from the desk. And then he walked briskly to the immediate left of the hole, out of sight. I waited, still beaming with gratitude and pride at having my work complimented. I heard some whispering, the beginnings of some heated, though hushed exchange, followed by a soft thunk, which I thought nothing of in the moment. There were a few more sounds, most unrecognizable, and then he returned and he sat down at the desk. But it wasn't him. The person was wearing the same face, but it was now ill-fitting, too taut around the nose, too loose at the chin. And the whole thing was spattered with droplets of blood. The eyes weren't right either. They were now black and ugly, whereas before they'd been green, glimmering. But before I could comment on the incongruities in his appearance, he asked if I wouldn't mind reviewing what he had discussed. And not wanting to seem impolite, I complied, even though I knew that he wasn't the man with whom I'd been speaking moments ago. He nodded along, asking for clarification when I mentioned the new sheets of paper, which I showed him. Then he held up his hand in a gesture of pause, so that he could read for the first time, the journal entry I'd showed the former wearer of his face. Upon finishing, he nodded, and dispassionately thanked me for my contribution. Then he told me that I was free to go. I thanked him again, with more gratitude than he'd shown, and walked away. I heard the hole get covered, so I went over to Andrew, took him from the temporary place on the wall beside Candace, and replaced him at his usual spot. He protested, had apparently been in the middle of a conversation about sprucing up the room decor, but I wasn't in the mood. I went to my sleeping spot beneath Luke and Christopher, unrolled a sheet of paper, and started what has become this entry. I'm afraid I don't know what's going on or who this new person is, but I don't think I like him very much. He had an air of malice, a subtly menacing demeanor beneath his interest in my work, which I suspect is feigned. If he sincerely is interested, his motivations don't seem to be the same as those of the other man in the hole in the wall. I don't know what his game is, but I can tell I won't like him very much. I just hope that he treats my work with care. I will continue to write, if only for my own relief and distraction from the dismal circumstances. The faces are, of course, asking about today's latest visit, but I don't think I'll tell them what happened. I don't want to upset them and spoil the good cheer brought on by the day's earlier arrivals. I'll continue to hide these from my jailer, as I do not think that he'd approve of them. I don't want him sealing my work. It's all that I have left, since I don't have my freedom, or even my face. I hope tomorrow is better. Entry number 3 of Subject 6. He's taken all the faces. They're all gone. He didn't even leave me the one I'd been wearing. I have nothing. No face at all. My face flesh burns no matter what I do, no matter how much water I drink or how hard I try to sleep. The pain persists. It's maddening. I can't take it. Writing only helps a little, keeps my mind focused on something else, something just as immediate as the pain, but the pain is still here, eating away at my nerves, terrorizing me, and the light on the floor, the ever-present light beneath it, has gotten brighter. It's become nearly as intolerable as the pain, but I can't look away from it, because I need to write. Writing is all I have. Earlier today, while trying on all the faces so as to keep them from growing taut and unusable, there was a knock at the door. I was startled because he hadn't ever knocked before. He'd always just come in, take what he wanted, or give me something and leave. As I was thinking that the new man in the hole in the wall had decided to visit me through different means, I scrambled to put on a presentable face, and then went to the door. But there's no knob on the door, no way for me to open it from inside, so I was only able to meekly call out, "Come in!" I hoped that he'd be able to enter from his side. The door opened slowly, gratingly, as if the opener wasn't accustomed to its cumbersome weight. I stepped back a little so to allow them some space to enter, and once the door was fully open, a figure stepped in. I didn't recognize the face. It belonged neither to him nor to the new man in the hole on the wall. It was a normal face, but plainly not that of its wearer. The skin of the face and the wearer were different colors. I'm not one to judge a person's desire to change themselves, so I held my tongue, and I greeted them as cordially as circumstances would allow. I just used the facilities of my little enclosure a few minutes prior, and hadn't thought to dump a fresh chunk of grime into the little waste hole. I hadn't been expecting guests, after all, and the faces never complained. Not to me, at least. I'm sure they gossiped amongst themselves. My guest didn't seem to mind, if he even smelled it at all, and greeted me politely, complimenting my face, which he said I had fitted upon myself very well. I thanked him. I offered him some wall water, but he politely declined, saying that he wasn't going to be staying for long. That he just wanted to ask if I'd like to go for a walk. I was utterly stunned. I hadn't ever been offered anything, let alone a walk outside my room. Suddenly the walls, perfectly circular and draped with tattered, blood-spattered and scarred faces, seemed oppressive, seemed suffocating. The floor now appeared to be, for the first time, disgustingly coated with grime and all manners of filth. The ceiling, unsettlingly dark and eerily immeasurable. Without hesitation, I shook my head in approval, and my guest stepped aside to allow me to walk out of the room. First, immediately beyond the door was a long corridor, so dark and narrow that for a moment I thought that I had somehow begun walking skyward, still within my own room, which I still kind of believed to be some kind of well or deep pit. But upon hearing the door close behind me, I was assured of my forward progress into another area, and continued on down the lightless hall. I heard my guest following, so I saw no need to turn around, but something told me that if I were to glance behind me, I'd see something I wouldn't like. So I kept my borrowed face and natural eyes forward until I suddenly came to another door. This one strangely normal, not a thick slab of iron like the one that bars my room. Putting my hands on it, I felt that its surface was wood, and raised in the center, embossed with some kind of image. Its knob was cool, brass, and bulbous. Go on. Open it. Still unwilling to turn around, now feeling an instinctual perception of danger at the very idea, I obeyed the command and opened the door. It led into a room brightly lit for my eyes, which were, and still are, so accustomed to near complete darkness, by an old but luxurious chandelier affixed in the very center of the ceiling. It was a dining room of some kind, with an ovoid brown table, brown chairs, a few feet away from the door, and a cabinet of china and other dishes, apparently reserved for special occasions off to the side. There were wooden shelves on all the yellow paper walls, and most of them were occupied by framed pictures, but no two pictures held the same person, or set of people. There was a different person's portrait within each dust-befallen frame, and all strangely were positioned so that they faced the dining table, even if it required the frame to be precariously placed on the absolute edge of the shelf. The room's smelled faintly of bread, pastries, the lingering scent of an earlier and undoubtedly pleasant meal. Go on. Have a seat. There was a sudden edge to my guest's, or rather, my host's, voice, so I quickly took a seat at the table just beside the china cabinet. My host sat across from me, his back to another door with decor similar to that of the previous one. The embossed image was that of a face larger than life, with a stern, almost fierce expression. There were no other entrances to the room besides the two doors, not even windows. Despite it being smaller, this room actually felt more spacious than mine. I suppose empty darkness can be just as physically confining as a cluttered yet well-lit space. For a few moments, we simply sat across from one another, looking at each other's false faces while saying nothing. Then my host cleared his throat and flatly laid his hands on the table, palms facing down. His shoulders rose and fell, slowly, deliberately, as if he were steadying his breathing to calm himself. I felt a weird sense of animosity from him, but couldn't figure out what I could have possibly done to anger him. As far as I knew, I hadn't met him before. The face was wholly unfamiliar. Finally, when he had apparently regained what he'd lost of his composure, he looked me in the eyes and said, "I know what you've been doing." His voice, which before had been as unfamiliar as his face, was now one I'd recognized. It was his voice. Up until that point, he had masked it perfectly. I hadn't at all suspected him to be the true identity of my host. Startled and suddenly feeling like I'd done something terribly wrong and was about to face a severe punishment, I raised my hands up above me as if there was a gun to my hand and began sputtering out unfocused apologies, but he banged his hands on the table. Just once. But with enough force and violence that I immediately dropped my hands, shut my mouth, and went still. I was beyond terrified. He hadn't ever become violent with me, and I, weirdly, felt extremely uncomfortable and vulnerable within that room. Even though it offered more means of protection and escape than my own. My brother thought you'd be an interesting study, so I allowed him to sit with you. Had meant for him to just have one session, little interview, but he became enamored and went behind my back to conduct another. I do not allow anyone to visit my subjects with any sort of frequency, and my brother was no exception. I had to rid myself of him. Violations of policy cannot be tolerated from anyone. And while curious, aren't worthy of rewriting policy, of making needless exceptions. So in a way, you killed my brother. I was just the tool that carried out the deed. I was floored. I hadn't thought for 1 second that there could be a familial connection between the two men. Had simply assumed that my room was some sort of nexus for other random places, and that the man in the hole in the wall had been a random visitor. I guess the environment of my room, my diet of unidentifiable gunk, it messed with my mind. Looking him in the eye with as much sincerity as I could express through my now misaligned face, I said that I was sorry, that I hadn't meant to cause his brother's death. He regarded me dispassionately for a while, shifting his own face to suit his preferences, and finally clapped his hands together and said, "Well, no matter. What's done is done. Forgive and forget. But a punishment must follow. And while my brother has received his, you have not received yours." For a moment, my heart seemed to cease its beating, and my soul felt frigidly chilled as if blasted by some boreal wind. But just before panic could swell up and consume me, he pronounced my fate, which was not to be murdered, but something nearly as bad. With his smoldering dark eyes, he said, "I'm going to take all of your faces." I cried. even audibly protested, not caring if the tantrum would result in some physical reprimand, but he simply sat and patiently waited, and when the fire had died in my chest, I sat back in my seat and sulked. And after a few moments of this, he gestured for me to rise and head back towards the corridor. I complied. I went to the door I had come through. I ventured back into the lightless hall. I'm back in my room now. He took all the faces down one by one, and their confusion and protests were just awful to hear. Candace was particularly frightened. I almost begged him to let me keep her, but I knew that in doing so, I'd only make the others feel worse. Lastly, he came over and took the one I'd put on my face to meet him, leaving me with absolutely nothing. His parting remark was that I could still write if I'd like to, and that he'd still carry out his brother's mission. Sullenly, I said that I would. And so I have. The light beneath me, while brighter now, still can't cast enough light to show me what lies above. In the deeply darkened shadows, but I feel like there's something new there, something I hadn't before perceived. I feel uncomfortable, vulnerable. More so than usual, I have a lot to think over and a lot to digest. Based on my conversation with him in that nicely furnished room, I don't think I'm the only one being kept here in this dungeon compound, whatever this is. My abduction must have happened 2 or 3 weeks ago by now, and yet I haven't met a single other imprisoned person. Only those 2 men and the faces. And now with my only benefactor dead, and my faces taken, I'm more alone than ever. I have no reason to hide the papers anymore, so I guess I'll just leave this entry by the door when I'm finished. There's no point in putting them through the hole in the wall anymore. No one is there to receive them. Good night. Journal entry number 4 of subject 6. While tidying up my room, there wasn't much else to do, with the faces all gone. I happened to catch a glimpse of something in the floor, through its light. It had been almost blinding to look at in the hours since its seeming source light was strengthened. Without eyelids, I'd had to face the faceless walls while sleeping. For a second, I caught sight of something in that ultra-luminous depth. An object of some kind, vaguely round, maybe 20 or 30 feet deep, far below the surface of the floor. I had never really regarded it as a transparent or translucent thing. I'd always viewed it as a solid surface from which light somehow emitted. But I knew then, came to realize with a sudden and undoubtable certainty, that the floor was merely a transparent level beneath which existed something else. But I could only see the unknown object from a specific perspective, just beneath Greg's spot on the wall. Standing here facing the wall with my back flat, as flat as it can be to a curved surface, against the wall and looking at an angle of about 60 degrees from my feet, I could see within the floor the object. Moving anywhere else obscured it in the harsh light, and trying to visibly focus on it also forced me to focus on the light, which subsequently made it harder to see the object. It was confounding, frustrating, and after maybe 5 minutes of trying to figure out what it was, I gave up and I went back to cleaning. While scraping gunk into the waste hole, a thought came to me. What if I tried to see something in the ceiling, following the same principle that perhaps there was something to see from a particular perspective, vantage? So I went to the center of the room, looking up, and I began walking around, first in a circular pattern, then in straight lines from the center in every direction. Walking forward, backward, trying all kinds of bodily positions, but I didn't see anything after about 20 minutes, and I gave up on the endeavor. I cleaned up about as much as I could, so I went to my stack of thick leathery papers, intending to draw. I hadn't been forbidden from drawing. The idea hadn't occurred to me until then, but something about it, when I put the pen onto the paper, suddenly felt wrong. Or rather, incompatible. As if I couldn't draw, rather than shouldn't. But I knew that I had always enjoyed doodling, and I tried to focus, to really think of something to draw. But no matter how hard I thought, nothing developed. My pen hovered uselessly above the paper. Vehemently embittered and more than a little frightened at the unexplainable inability to simply draw, I threw the pen and paper away from me. I watched the pen roll across the floor while papers fluttered haphazardly above the floor. A few droplets of the wall water fell onto the paper that had come to settle, staining them blackly. I never wondered why the water was black. I simply drank it, attributing its color to some admixture of sediment from the walls or above. It hadn't yet killed me, or even made me sick, so why wonder? But with everything gone, with my life falling apart for a second time, and that aggravating, inexorable light always in my face, I started to wonder, to really question my surroundings and situation for the first time. The delirium and dumb complacency that had persisted, gnawed at my mind and prevented me from thinking clearly, suddenly receded, and I was able to really take stock of my surroundings and be appropriately horrified by them. With a choking shock, I realized the utter state of decadence and squalor in which I had been living. Saw, almost with new eyes, the stinking, grime-encrusted hole a few feet from the heavy iron door in which I had for weeks deposited my bodily waste. I shrank away from the now oppressive walls, whilst also coming to newly and deeply fears of looming, cavernous darkness above. And detesting with a mounting revulsion the unwholesome subterranean light beneath my unspeakably dirty feet. It was a pit of torture, and I had stupidly called it my room, had hung the blood-spattered and wretched faces of dead people on its obsidian, grime-coated walls. And the faces. Oh God, the faces. I had worn them on my own. Not my face, on the subdermal flesh, pink and raw beneath it. My face had been stolen from me, taken by my sadistic jailer, and in exchange he'd given me the faces, some hideously figured, others frozen in expressions of black terror as some kind of sick reparation for his abominable act. And I, driven insane by my predicament, had hung them on the disgustingly adhesive walls. I'd spoken to them, given them new names, personalities, and worst of all, I applied them to my head, and I'd worn them as masks to appear presentable to the very same men who had stripped me of my identity, of my freedom. A compounding realization, this sudden and awful self-awareness, were too much. I fell into my knees, gripping my raw face and screaming, not merely or even largely from the pain of the contact, but from the utter, deplorable fate and cruelty to which I'd been subjected. I hadn't even, in my life, done anything to deserve such violence, such malice. I can't think of anyone who has. And that final and perhaps most perplexing question came to me. How am I alive? Setting aside the fact that I had subsisted on strange black water and its gunk-like deposits for who knows how long, how had I not succumbed to an infection born of my raw flesh being exposed to an abysmally unhygienic environment? My nasal cavities, my eyes, my mouth, they all should have been horribly, incurably infected and rotting days or weeks ago, and yet while there had been pain, it's always tremendous pain, I had lived through it all. Lived with the necrotic tissue of over a dozen people affixed to my face, each for hours at a time. It was unreal, biomedically impossible. Coeval of this final self-directive and importantly unspoken inquiry, the light again brightened, becoming an almost tangible force from which I couldn't even turn away. It filled the room, becoming a mounting, phonic wave of physical sensation which rattled my bones with the sheer strength of its radiance. I was quickly bathed in its awful illumination as if the Earth's core had grown by several magnitudes. I writhed on the floor, unable to look away, unable to bear the omnipresent, agonizing light, and I was only spared from an even greater insanity by the sight above me, the newly illuminated ceiling of my abyssal pit center. In a moment of breathlessness, I watched its figure slowly resolved in the diminishing darkness, the once veiling shadows swept away by the still mounting light. A loud, sorrowful moan that escaped my lips, a wail of incredulity, terror, and grief, all rolled into one. The figures of people, naked, hanging upside down by their ankles, their faceless heads swaying, dripping some strange black liquid. There were dozens, perhaps hundreds of them, swinging, gently rocking against one another from the soft vibrations of some unseen machinery or geological activity. Somehow the clanking of their chains had remained inaudible to me all this time. Somehow the collective corpse funk, putrid beyond expression, had not reached my nose until that very moment. Now the truth has been revealed to you. What will you do now? Come see me when you're able. The voice came from above, from beyond the carelessly suspended corpses. For a brief moment, I thought that one of them had spoken. But the sound of my door opening quelled the hysteria that would have shortly arisen from that thought. I turned away from the macabre sight. I was absolutely terrified, and knew that something darkly, horribly momentous was happening, but couldn't figure out what, and knew that the only way to get answers would be to play along, to let the horrible sequence of events continue. Far more afraid than I had ever been, I left my room, entering the second time that pitch-black corridor. This time it was lit by torches, intermittently placed along both walls. There was nothing of real interest illuminated by their sallow light, but the overall impression was one of baleful expectancy. They seemed to augur some horrible fate, ushering me along with their strangely flickering flames. I hurried down the length of the corridor, wanting to reach my destination and end the awful anxiety. The room beyond had not changed. It was still the same incongruously homely dining room, something which looked like it had been transplanted from a nice countryside farmstead. The only strange thing about it were the framed pictures, all of apparent strangers. None of them looked alike, all positioned to face the dining table, a table that could never accommodate such a large gathering. My host was not here, so I continued on to the other door, the one I hadn't gone through during my previous visit. I was briefly disturbed by the embossed image of the massive face, because for a moment I thought that it had moved, still shifting its austere expression in some almost imperceptible way, but my mind quickly decided that I was only succumbing to the psychological effects of rattled nerves. And I quickly ignored the image. I reached for the knob, I opened the door, and I found myself staring into another hallway. This one artificially lit by regular lights. Panels on the ceiling. The walls were covered in the same yellow wallpaper that covered the dining room, and were similarly faded, of an unguessable age. There was no furniture in this hall, no decorations, just a dilapidated yellowness that verged on being dismal, eerie even. At the other end was a forked path, one hall leading to my right, another to my left, with a framed picture of some stranger on the wall at their junction. The portrait, while in black and white, vaguely resembled the face embossed on the doors of the dining room. The severe expression glared at me with an air of almost puritanical judgment. There were black candles on a silver tray beneath it, 3 of them of equal size, all lit with little white flames. I sensed an importance in the man's appearance, and an impression I gained more so from the image itself rather than its seemingly reverent placement in the hall. "Take the path on the left, please." I obeyed the voice, which now sounded omnipresent, rather than originating from some hidden speaker. I continued on down the left hall. At the end of this was a door, similar in build to the one that sealed my room. Gripping the heavy iron handle, I wrenched it open and found myself staring into a room not dissimilar to my own, albeit much cleaner. Its walls were not slick with grime, its floor, while lit, was not harshly radiant, and there was no corpses that I could see, suspending from its ceiling. There was, however, a short stone pedestal at the center of the room on which sat something I immediately recognized. My face. The skin had been preserved very well, and the wounds I'd been inflicted with during my capture were virtually unnoticeable. The light from the floor illuminated the face brilliantly, making it seem like some prize at the end of a long, nightmarish ordeal. I had almost forgotten what I looked like. I'd grown so accustomed to wearing the faces of others that mine almost seemed like a stranger's. I wanted to rush to it, to put it on and revel in the reacquisition of my identity, but there was a sudden sound behind me. And turning around, I saw him. I knew it was him. Despite the mask he was wearing, his figure, immediately recognizable in my renewed mental clarity, was sickly, yet somehow imposing, having in his frame a sense of authority. His hunched shoulders, bent arms, head perpetually cocked to the side, the same figure as the man in the hole in the wall. Nakedly wearing only the mask, he closed the door and stepped into the scope of the floor's soft light. When I got a clear view of the mask, I had a sudden rush of emotion, a powerful surge of familiarity, but I couldn't place the face. I couldn't recall which of my friends it had been. The man continued on past me, going to stand beside the pedestal. He gestured to my face with an air of showmanship, as if presenting some rare and costly artifact to an audience of bidders. "With this, you can reclaim your identity. You can take back yourself and leave this place. The nightmare will end, and you'll be free. You need only to pick it up and apply it to your face. It'll conform to your features, it'll seamlessly reattach itself. I'll then escort you out. Or," and he gestured to his own face here, "you may have this one. This beautiful, painstakingly carved collage of faces. An amalgamation of all those with whom you have developed such beautiful friendships. They're all here, in some way. An eye, a brow, a lip, a freckle, a mole, a whisker, a strand of hair, a patch of skin. Everyone is here, in this face, stitched together. And if you choose to, you may forsake your boring, ordinary face, cast it into the dark, and wear this one. You could join this beautiful collective. The idea, of course, was ludicrous to me. At first, I laughed, almost insanely. But then the light dimmed and the darkness above seemed to grow, to become more fulsome, and the mask, the composite one, somehow seemed more appealing, more attractive in the increasing dimness. I remembered all of the conversations I'd had with the faces, all imagined, of course, but conversations I had nonetheless enjoyed. I remembered Candace and Andrew's begrudging friendship, Greg's incurable bitterness, Hector's musings on love and the tireless march of time. I inescapably found myself strangely nostalgic over isolation-born delusions, over remembrances of madness. Against reason and logic and all notions of self-preservation, I motioned for him to give me the amalgamate mask, and like a historian dealing with a priceless antique, he gently removed it from his face and placed it on my eagerly outstretched hands. With comparable, if not greater care, I placed it on my face and smoothed it out so that it rested firmly and comfortably on my flesh. The sensation, unlike before, not was painful, but rather the opposite. There was a calming effect, almost narcotic in nature. The mask smelled of chemicals, of flowers, of other unnameable things, but not of death and decay, as the others had smelled. The pain that ever persisted, the agony of my faceless flesh being exposed to the dungeon-like environment, it was also suppressed upon affixing the mask to the muscle and bone. And all at once, the faces spoke to me, telling me of their time away, how frightened they had been, how wonderful it felt to be joined together in one beautiful image. I listened, smiling along with them, and I heard dimly the departure of the man, of my generous mask maker. He must have come sometime later, because after I removed the face to drink some water, I didn't want to stain it. I saw a pile of papers, the thick, skin-colored pages I'd left behind in my own room. There was a note attached which said, "Continue your work here if you'd like. This can be your new room. It's much cleaner. I'm sure you'll find it to your liking." And I do. I do like it. There's none of the rampant filth and decay. The light from the floor is dim, barely noticeable. The darkness above like a shadowy blanket. Also, incredibly, I can wear the new amalgamate mask for as long as I want without feeling any pain, or even the mildest discomfort. It's perfectly suited to me. Better than my own face was. And now I needn't soil the faces by hanging them on the walls. They can all feel equally appreciated. No one is left out. Everyone has a voice, a chance to speak, a chance to be worn. As I write this, they can see the words forming on the pages. They could provide input or ask for clarification. We're all in this together. We all wear the same face. We're coming around the bend to holidays, which means that I'm going to tell you guys about a book. Actually, I'm going to tell you guys about two books. The Creepypasta Collection, Volume 1 and Volume 2. It's available on Amazon right now. You can find a link to it in the description down below, and they are books that are curated by me. They're a couple years old, but recently one of them got published in Japanese, which is interesting. I don't think you can buy it, but, I mean, if you're in Japan and you see it, I hope you think. And as always, I want to give a big thank you to everybody who's supporting on Patreon. That includes everybody who's been waiting for me to update my Patreon, and I thank you all so much for being so patient with me. But especially, I want to give a thank you to Jordan Alexander Sanchez, Jakob Fenske, Stephanie Butler, Bobby Karman, Chance Burnett, Kraus, Tristain Pelton, AcidSystem, Adam Gerecke, Aeryn Stormcrow, Aika Limchoc, Amber Clark, Angelus, Atomaurus, Bastion Beefcake, Blue the Enigma, Brayden Morris, Broken Beast 320, Captain Scurvy, Caspian, ChellyJay, CoryxKenshin, Cronut 509, Crusader Chocobo, Cryptic Nightmares, Curse Pox Primarch, Dakota Lane Whetstone, Daniel Polson, Darth Miver, deleted account, Dirt Diver 030, M, Esteban, Fester's Lampshade, Freddy Krueger, Gorag Trimagazine, Grand Moth the Milky, Hades' Nephew, Happy Birthday Jason Wilson, Harley, Himbo Jerry, Horseman Sect Time, Insanity Gamer X, Jay Cairns, Jesus Corneo, Jordan Humble, Justin LaFontaine, Kaylee Ambrose, Kiri the Sloth, Crazy Kid, Cryolinian, Lambda M98, Lisa Cottrell, Little Crow, Lord Life's Best, Lupita Galvin, Love You Eminem, Matt Bach, Melted Lake, Michael Allen Jr. Brashears, Mike, Mr. Marcus Blitz, Nate Cull, Nico Kaio, Psychomel, Red Shadowcat, Rob Like Sharp Things, Samahai, Sashi Suzaku, Seclude, Stricken, Tali Sue, Tater Chip, That Creepy Chick, The Ginger Bros, Turtle Man, Voice of Sand, William King, Xavier and Cheyenne, Yargul, and Zachary Graphius. If you'd like to join this list of names that I horribly mispronounce, then please head over to patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta, or you can always check out the names in the description down below, and I appreciate it infinitely. So thank you all on Patreon, thank you all so much, and to everyone, sweet dreams.